Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil evening by the cozy fireplace. As the gentle flames dance and flicker, we invite you to let your imaginations drift into whimsical worlds. Thank you for choosing to spend this peaceful time with us. Tonight, our stories will transport you to magical and serene places, perfect for relaxation and dreamlike dreams. Settle in and let your mind wander to enchanting lands where wonder awaits. Story 1. In the heart of an emerald forest, where towering trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, a world of wonder unfolded. This was a realm where the whispers of nature danced upon every breeze, and the earth itself seemed to pulse with ancient rhythms. The forest was a living entity, its soul intertwined with every leaf, every root, and every creature that called it home. The warm sun filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, where the aroma of rich, damp earth mingled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves, an orchestra conducted by the invisible hands of nature. As the sunlight wove intricate patterns on the ground, tiny insects darted between the shafts of light, their wings catching the sunlight in a fleeting shimmer. Among the moss-covered boughs and twisted roots, a vibrant tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the delicate threads of harmony and balance. Here, the hidden lives of nature's creatures played out in a symphony of coexistence, each note contributing to the grand melody that echoed through the ages. The forest was a place of stories, each rustle of leaves or snap of a twig a chapter in the ancient tome of life. Beneath the canopy of leaves, a family of squirrels scampered from branch to branch, their nimble paws navigating the intricate pathways with practiced ease. Their chitters and chirps filled the air, a secret language passed down through generations, encoding the wisdom of their kind. The matriarch of the family, an elder squirrel with fur the color of autumn leaves, watched over her kin with a discerning gaze. Her eyes were wise and knowing, a testament to the seasons she had witnessed and the stories she carried within. The elder squirrel was more than a guardian. She was a keeper of tales, each one etched into her memory like lines on the bark of the ancient trees. One autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the elder squirrel gathered her family around her, sharing stories of the forest's past. Her voice was soft yet resonant, like the rustling of the leaves in a gentle breeze. She spoke of the great storm that had once threatened their home, when the winds howled like banshees and the trees bent under their fury. Many creatures had sought refuge in the deepest parts of the forest, guided by the wisdom passed down through generations. Her tales were not merely recountings of old events, but lessons in survival and unity. In a secluded glade, a majestic stag stood guard, his antlers reaching skyward like regal crowns. His eyes, deep pools of understanding, observed the intricate dance of life unfolding around him. He was a guardian, a protector of the delicate balance that permeated every corner of this enchanted realm. His presence was a silent assurance, a reminder that even in the wildest of places there was order, and amidst the chaos of nature there was peace. The stag had witnessed countless cycles of life and death, each one a testament to the eternal dance of the seasons. He bore a scar across his left flank, a reminder of a fierce battle fought to protect his domain from a marauding wolf, a testament to his unwavering resolve. As he patrolled his domain, the stag often pondered the interconnectedness of all life in the forest. He remembered the wolf, not with malice, but with a solemn respect for the role it played in the circle of life. The stag understood that every creature, predator or prey, contributed to the balance that sustained their world. It was a humbling realization, one that deepened his commitment to his role as guardian. Journeying deeper into the forest, one would find a hidden brook that sang a sweet, gurgling tune as it meandered through the underbrush. Its banks were adorned with ferns that swayed gently in the breeze, their fronds whispering secrets to anyone who cared to listen. Here, a family of frogs made their home, their throaty croaks part of the forest's symphony. The elder squirrel often visited this brook, her keen eyes scanning the water for reflections of the past, memories that flickered like ghosts upon its surface. On one such visit, as the brook's waters glistened under the sun, she paused to watch a dragonfly skimming the surface. Its delicate wings cast rainbow prisms on the water, and the elder squirrel was reminded of her youth, when she too had been entranced by such wonders. She recalled her mother's gentle guidance, teaching her to appreciate the beauty in the small, seemingly insignificant moments of life. It was a lesson she now passed on to her own kind, emphasizing the value of mindfulness in their fast-paced lives. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest transformed, donning new garments of color and life. In the spring, delicate blossoms unfurled their petals, releasing a symphony of fragrance that lingered in the warm air. The forest floor was a tapestry of color, vibrant blues and purples mingling with soft pinks and whites. Tiny hummingbirds flitted from flower to flower, their iridescent feathers catching the golden rays of sunlight. They were the jewels of the forest, their movements so swift and graceful they seemed to defy the laws of nature. Summer brought a lush tapestry of greens, the leaves whispering secrets to the gentle breezes that caressed their surfaces. Streams bubbled with laughter, their crystalline waters reflecting the azure sky above, while dragonflies danced upon the currents, their gossamer wings shimmering like jewels. The forest was alive with the hum of life, the air thick with the scent of pine and earth. It was a season of abundance, a time when the forest gave freely of its bounty. Autumn painted the forest in a riot of reds, oranges, and golds, creating a breathtaking canvas that stretched as far as the eye could see. The crisp air carried the scent of decaying leaves, a rich, earthy aroma that spoke of cycles and renewal. Squirrels busily gathered their winter stores, their cheeks bulging with nuts and seeds. The elder squirrel led her family in these preparations, her years of experience guiding them in choosing the best acorns, the ripest berries. It was a time of anticipation, of preparation for the long months ahead. One particular autumn, the elder squirrel led her family deeper into the forest than ever before, to a grove where the acorns were rumored to be the largest and sweetest. As they foraged, they encountered an old oak tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted, whispering secrets of the past. The elder squirrel paused, her heart heavy with the memory of her own youth, when she had first discovered this grove with her mother. She shared the story with her young ones, instilling in them the importance of tradition and the wisdom of the forest. During this quest, they stumbled upon a hidden glen, one shrouded in mist and mystery, where the air was thick with the scent of moss and the echo of ancient songs. Here in this enchanted place stood stones arranged in a circle, their surfaces covered in runes of a forgotten tongue. The elder squirrel, sensing the weight of history, approached with reverence, her gaze tracing the lines as if deciphering a tale told by the earth itself. The runes spoke of an ancient pact between the forest's creatures, a promise to protect the land and each other. The elder squirrel felt a sense of awe and responsibility, knowing she was part of this unbroken lineage. She shared this revelation with her family, helping them understand their place in the tapestry of the forest's history. In the heart of this sacred glen, the elder squirrel discovered something that filled her with wonder and curiosity, a small shimmering pool surrounded by flowers of vibrant colors unseen elsewhere in the forest. The water was so clear it mirrored the sky perfectly, and at its center, a stone rested, inscribed with symbols that seemed to glow faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the life of the forest. The elder squirrel, drawn to the pool by an inexplicable pull, gazed into its depths and felt a connection to the ancient past, a whisper of knowledge that transcended time. She could see visions of the forest's history, moments of peace and turmoil, and the continuous cycle of growth and decay. It was as if the pool held the collective memory of the forest, a living archive of its essence. Moved by this revelation, the elder squirrel realized that her role was not just as a keeper of tales for her family, but as a bridge between the past and present, ensuring that the forest's legacy would endure. She shared this newfound knowledge with the stag, and together they vowed to protect this sacred place, understanding its significance to the future of their world. When winter's icy embrace descended upon the land, the forest transformed once more, cloaked in a pristine mantle of snow. Icicles hung like glittering chandeliers from the branches, catching the pale light and refracting it into 1,000 sparkling rainbows. The forest was hushed, its usual chatter silenced by the thick blanket of snow. Yet, Even in the depths of winter, life persisted, its resilience a testament to the enduring beauty of nature's rhythms. Tracks crisscrossed the snowy blanket, revealing the secret paths of rabbits and foxes, their warmth radiating from within their cozy dens. The stag, his coat thick and warm, patrolled the borders of his domain, his breath visible in the crisp air. He was a sentinel, a silent guardian of the sleeping forest. His eyes, ever watchful, missed nothing, and he was ready to defend his realm against any threat, whether it came from the wild or from the encroaching shadows of humanity. One night, as the auroras danced above, he encountered a lone, weary traveler who had strayed from the path. The stag decided to guide him back to safety, ensuring he did not disrupt the delicate balance of the forest. This act of compassion hinted at the stag's understanding of the interconnectedness of all beings within his realm. The traveler, a young artist seeking inspiration from the untouched beauty of nature, was profoundly moved by the encounter. He felt as though he had stepped into a world not only of natural beauty, but of spiritual significance. As the stag led him back to the path, the artist promised to capture the essence of the forest in his work, ensuring that others would come to appreciate the sanctuary it provided. And woven through it all, like a shimmering thread of magic, were the phenomena that defied explanation. The dancing auroras that painted the night sky with ethereal hues, the will-o'-the-wisps that flickered and danced among the trees, leading the curious deeper into the forest's embrace. They were the mysteries that whispered of a world beyond the visible, a world where magic and reality intertwined in delicate balance. It was a world where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred, where ancient wisdom whispered through the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks, a world where harmony reigned supreme, and the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded in a tapestry of wonder, forever protected by the guardians of the forest. The forest was a sanctuary, a sacred place where the stories of the past mingled with the present, and where the future was written in the wind that rustled through the trees. The elder squirrel and the majestic stag, guardians of their realm, each carried within them the stories of the forest, stories that would be passed down through generations, ensuring that the forest's legacy would endure. Through their watchful eyes and steadfast hearts, the forest remained a place of wonder and magic, a living testament to the beauty and resilience of nature. As the seasons continued their eternal dance, the elder squirrel and the stag found solace in the understanding that they were not just protectors of the forest, but also keepers of its soul. They shared a bond that transcended time, a silent promise to preserve the magic of their world, a world that whispered secrets to those who dared to listen, where every leaf and every creature told a story of life, love, and the timeless beauty of existence. The artist, inspired by the forest's guardians and its profound serenity, dedicated himself to creating a masterpiece that would echo the forest's timeless stories. His work became a bridge between worlds, capturing the ethereal beauty of the forest and sharing its magic with those who had never ventured into its depths. The forest's legacy, carried by the elder squirrel, the stag, and the artist alike, continued to live on, a beacon of harmony, beauty, and resilience for generations to cherish. As the elder squirrel watched the artist from her perch high in the trees, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She understood that the stories of the forest would continue to inspire and teach even those who could not physically walk its paths. The artist's brush captured the essence of the forest's soul, immortalizing its tales for the world beyond its borders. The elder squirrel knew that as long as there were those who listened to the whispers of the forest, its legacy would endure, written not just in the wind, but in the hearts of those who cherished it. 2. Once upon a time, in a little village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, a place where leaves murmured secrets to the wind and streams sang lullabies to the moon, there lived a young girl named Isla. Isla was known for her gentle spirit and an unwavering curiosity that often led her to places where only the bravest dared to venture. Her village was a place of quaint cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by fields that danced with sunflowers and lavender. But it was the forest, with its towering trees and hidden paths, that called to Isla's heart. The village was a tapestry of vibrant life, each morning awakening to the symphony of chirping birds and clinking pottery as villagers went about their daily routines. The air was rich with the scent of baked bread and wild herbs, and children played in the sun-dappled meadows under the watchful gaze of their elders. The villagers shared tales of the whispering woods, stories that spoke of magic and mystery, of lost treasures and ancient secrets waiting to be discovered. These tales, passed down from generation to generation, were woven into the very fabric of their lives. Isla lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spoke of the old ways and told tales of the forest's magic. Her grandmother's cottage was a haven of warmth, filled with the comforting aroma of dried sage and rosemary hanging from the rafters. An ancient tapestry adorned one wall, depicting mythical creatures and enchanted forests, a testament to the stories that had been handed down through generations. "The woods are alive, my dear," her grandmother would say, her eyes twinkling like stars. "They hold stories older than time itself. Listen carefully, and you might hear their whispers." And so Ela grew up with the forest as her friend, her heart open to the wonders it promised. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun warmed the earth and painted the leaves in hues of amber and gold, Ela set off into the woods, her footsteps light and her heart full of anticipation. She wore a cloak of soft wool, its deep green blending with the forest shadows, and around her neck hung a simple silver locket, a keepsake from her mother. The locket, though ordinary in appearance, was a source of comfort, a connection to the family she had lost too soon. It was a constant reminder of her mother's gentle smile and the lullabies that once sang her to sleep. As Ela wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her seemed to change. The air grew sweeter, filled with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a melody that spoke of hidden magic. It was then that Ela noticed something unusual, a path she had never seen before, lined with shimmering bluebells that glowed with an otherworldly light. The path seemed to beckon her forward, whispering promises of discoveries and secrets long forgotten. Intrigued, Isla followed the path, her heart racing with the thrill of discovery. The forest seemed to welcome her, the trees bending slightly as if bowing in greeting. Her senses were heightened. She could feel the cool breeze brushing against her cheeks and hear the distant call of a nightingale, singing its mysterious song. Soon she arrived at a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, and at its center stood an ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise. Beneath the oak, Ela found a small ornate chest. It was covered in intricate carvings that depicted scenes of mythical creatures and distant lands. Her fingers trembled with excitement as she reached for the chest, her mind racing with possibilities. As she lifted the lid, a soft glow emanated from within, illuminating a delicate locket nestled inside, almost identical to the one she wore. With a gentle touch, Ela picked up the locket, noticing its warmth against her skin. Suddenly, a soft voice filled the air, whispering words that only her heart could understand. "The lockets are keys, dear child, to a place where magic flows like a river, untouched by time." Startled yet intrigued, Ela clutched both lockets and closed her eyes. The world around her shifted, and when she opened her eyes, she found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The sky was a tapestry of colors, swirling with hues of violet and rose, and the air shimmered with a gentle luminescence. She stood on the edge of a vast meadow where flowers of every imaginable color bloomed endlessly. Each petal seemed to catch the light in a different way, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that danced with the breeze. In the distance, a river of light flowed, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds. Creatures of legend roamed freely. Unicorns grazed alongside gentle giants, and birds with wings of flame soared gracefully above. As Ela marveled at the beauty before her, a soft rustling caught her attention. Turning, she saw a figure approaching, a young boy, his hair the color of autumn leaves, and eyes that held the depth of the forest itself. He wore a simple tunic, and his presence was as calming as a gentle breeze. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice a melody that resonated with the land. "I am Senan, guardian of this hidden realm." Isla felt an immediate kinship with him, as if they had known each other for ages. "How did you know my name?" Ela asked, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "The forest speaks of you," Senan replied with a smile. "It knows your heart your kindness, and your longing for adventure. You have been chosen to help us, for a shadow looms over our world." Intrigued and eager to help, Isla listened as Sinan explained. A darkness had begun to spread, threatening to consume the light and magic that sustained their world. The river of light, the source of their enchantment, was fading, its glow dimming with each passing day. "We believe the answer lies within the lockets," Sinan continued. "They are more than just keys. They hold the power to restore balance. But to unlock their true potential, we need someone pure of heart and strong of spirit." Isla felt a sense of purpose awaken within her. She had always believed in the magic of the forest, and now she had the chance to protect it. With Sinan by her side, she set off on a journey across this hidden world, determined to uncover the secret of the lockets. Their journey took them through landscapes that defied imagination. They crossed fields where butterflies danced in the air like living jewels, and climbed mountains that touched the heavens. Each step brought new wonders, and with every challenge, Isla's resolve grew stronger. During their travels, Isla and Sinan encountered the Spriggans, woodland creatures who guarded the ancient groves with a fierce loyalty. With their moss-covered skin and eyes like polished acorns, the Spriggans were initially wary of the strangers. But with kindness and respect, Isla won them over, learning of their deep connection to the forest and its magic. She realized that each being in this realm held a piece of the puzzle, each story a thread in the tapestry of life. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Sinan spoke of the bonds that tied their worlds together. "Our realms are reflections of one another," he explained. "What happens here affects your world, and your actions resonate with ours. It is a delicate balance, one forged through friendship and understanding." As Isla listened, a soft wind whispered through the leaves, echoing the silent promises of the forest. She realized that her journey was not just about saving this magical realm. It was also a journey of self-discovery. She learned to trust her instincts, to find strength in vulnerability, and to see the beauty in every living thing. As they neared their destination, the River of Light, Isla sensed the gravity of their mission. The river, once vibrant, now flowed sluggishly, its glow flickering like a dying ember. But Isla felt a connection to the river, a bond that resonated deep within her soul. With Sinan's guidance, Isla approached the river's edge and held both lockets above the shimmering waters. She closed her eyes, allowing her heart to guide her. A warmth spread through her, a light that pulsed with life and love, and she knew what she had to do. Murmuring a silent prayer, Isla released the lockets into the river. As they touched the water, a brilliant light erupted, cascading across the landscape in waves of color. The river surged with renewed energy, its glow brighter than ever before. In that moment, Isla understood the true magic of the lockets. They were symbols of connection, of the love and light that bound all worlds together. By unlocking their power, Isla had not only saved the hidden realm, but had also strengthened the ties between her world and theirs. As the light of the river enveloped them, Isla felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She had found her place in the world, a place where magic and reality coexisted, and where her heart could soar free. With the balance restored, it was time for Isla to return to her village. Sinan walked with her to the edge of the forest, their friendship a bond that transcended realms. "Thank you, Isla," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Your courage has saved us all." Isla smiled, her heart full of joy and hope. "I couldn't have done it without you, Sinan. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts beat as one." With a final embrace, Isla stepped back into her own world, the forest welcoming her home. She carried with her the memory of her journey, the magic of the hidden realm, and the knowledge that friendship and love could overcome any darkness. As she returned to her village, the sun setting behind the whispering woods, Isla felt a deep connection to all that surrounded her. The forest whispered its secrets, the streams sang their lullabies, and Isla knew that she was part of a story that would continue to unfold, a tale of wonder and magic that would echo through time. Isla's return was met with warmth and curiosity. The villagers noticed a change in her, a newfound confidence and an ethereal glow that seemed to radiate from within. Her grandmother, with eyes that saw beyond the ordinary, hugged her tightly, sensing the profound transformation her granddaughter had undergone. In the following days, Isla shared her stories with the villagers, igniting their imaginations and filling their hearts with hope. Her tales of the hidden realm and the creatures within it became a source of inspiration, reminding them of the magic that lay beyond their everyday lives. One afternoon, as she sat by the old oak tree at the edge of the forest, Ela noticed a group of children gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder. She realized that her journey had not only changed her, but had also sparked a change in her village, a renewed belief in the magic of the world and the power of a courageous heart. As the years passed, Isla's adventures became the stuff of legends, woven into the fabric of the village's history. The enchanted lockets, symbols of her incredible journey, were passed down through generations, each bearer reminded of the connection between worlds and the enduring power of love and friendship. Ela herself grew into a wise woman, much like her grandmother, guiding the young and curious who ventured into the whispering woods, always ready to listen to the forest's whispers and uncover the stories hidden within its depths. And so, the village at the edge of the whispering woods became a place where tales of magic and friendship flourished, where every heart beat in harmony with the rhythm of the earth, and where the light of the enchanted lockets continued to shine, a beacon of hope and love for generations to come. As the night deepened and the world drifted into slumber, the forest sang its eternal lullaby, a gentle reminder that magic is all around us, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to listen. And under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Ela's dreams carried her back to the hidden realm, where her heart would forever roam free. One evening, many years later, as the village gathered around a crackling bonfire under a sky scattered with stars, Isla, now an elder, began to speak. Her voice, though softened by time, carried a strength that commanded attention. Magic, she said, is not just the wondrous and the extraordinary. It's in the everyday acts of kindness, in the strength of our bonds, and in the stories we share to keep hope alive. As she spoke, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if the forest itself were listening. The village sat entranced, feeling the weight of her words, the truth that magic was indeed woven into the fabric of their lives, waiting to be acknowledged and embraced. Nearby, the children, who had grown up hearing tales of Ela's adventures, gathered closer, their eyes wide with wonder. They whispered among themselves, dreaming of future journeys into the whispering woods, eager to find their own paths of discovery. As the fire crackled and the stars shone brightly above, Isla looked around at her beloved village. She saw the faces of friends and family, the new generation ready to carry on the legacy of magic and adventure. Her heart swelled with pride, knowing that the spirit of the enchanted lockets would live on, lighting the way for those who dared to follow the whispers of the forest. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the village flourished, each generation finding their own place in the ever-unfolding tapestry of life, guided by the timeless magic of the whispering woods and the enduring power of love and friendship. Story 3? In the sun-kissed village of Twiddlebrook, where the cobblestone streets curled like a cat's tail and pastel rooftops danced in joyful hues, life was a tapestry woven with whimsy. The villagers, a peculiar collection of residents, brought laughter to every corner. Here, whimsy was as natural as breathing, with morning dew twinkling with secrets and the evening breeze singing lullabies to the setting sun. The village, nestled in a lush valley surrounded by rolling hills, was a place where time seemed to tick to its own merry rhythm, and the air carried the faint scent of blooming jasmine and freshly baked bread. Among these vibrant souls was Wobble Wicket, a most curious fellow with a trademark wobbly hat that never quite sat straight on his head, as if it had a will of its own. Wobble was renowned for his collection of teacups with mismatched saucers, filling his cottage with the gentle clink of porcelain. But what truly set him apart was his ability to brew the most delicious, enchanted tea, capable of transforming the dullest day into an adventure. Wobble's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, was a haven of warmth. The walls were lined with shelves overflowing with jars of exotic leaves and spices, each holding the promise of a unique brew. The air inside was a comforting blend of bergamot and lavender, a scent that seemed to hug you tight as you entered. The aroma wrapped around visitors like a favorite old quilt, inviting them to sit and stay a while. Nearby lived Fizzle Fern, an exuberant sprite with a knack for growing the most unusual plants. Her garden was a riot of colors and shapes, with flowers that giggled when tickled and trees that swayed to their own rhythm. Fizzle's potions could make one dance uncontrollably or giggle for hours, but her true gift was her infectious laughter that brightened the gloomiest hearts. Her laughter was like the tinkling of silver bells, a sound that resonated through Twiddlebrook, lifting spirits with its melody. Fizzle's cottage was a kaleidoscope of life, with vines creeping up the walls and blossoms bursting from every corner. Her garden was a sanctuary of sorts, where the earth seemed to pulse with an energy that mirrored Fizzle's effervescent spirit. One fine morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of sherbet, a peculiar event unfolded. Twiddlebrook awoke to find that Wobble Wicket's enchanted tea had lost its magic. Instead of warmth and wonder, it now tasted like plain water. This was a problem, for Wobble's tea was the heart and soul of village gatherings, the very essence that united them. The village square, usually bustling with cheerful chatter, felt eerily silent, as if holding its breath in anticipation of a solution. Determined to solve the mystery, Wobble and Fizzle teamed up, setting off on a quest through the rolling hills and into the forest of whimsy, a place where leaves whispered secrets and streams giggled as they tumbled over stones. Here, they hoped to find answers to restore the magic to Wobble's tea. The forest was a tapestry of greens and golds, with sunlight filtering through the canopy like liquid gold. The path beneath their feet was soft with moss, and every step seemed to echo with the promise of discovery. The rustling leaves seemed to murmur tales of old, and the air was alive with the songs of invisible birds weaving melodies through the trees. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisper, carrying the faint scent of pine and earth. They encountered an array of unusual creatures. Bloop, the forgetful owl, wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak, while Puddle, the frog, recited poetry backwards. Each creature offered a clue or a riddle, guiding them further into the heart of the forest. Bloop, in a moment of forgetfulness, accidentally revealed that he once heard the forest itself had a heart, a place where all magic converged and pulsed softly like a heartbeat. This revelation set Wobble and Fizzle's hearts racing with anticipation. Their journey took them through a field of dandelions that, when blown, sang melodious tunes. This unexpected symphony filled Wobble with nostalgia, reminding him of the lullabies his mother sang when he was a child. As they moved on, they entered a grove where the trees painted pictures with their branches, illustrating tales of old. These enchanting discoveries filled their hearts with joy, reminding them of the magic that surrounded them. The stories depicted ancient heroes and mythical beasts, their movements caught in the dance of shadows and light. As they ventured further, they stumbled upon an ancient stone archway, half hidden by a cascade of ivy. It was said in village lore that this archway was a portal of sorts, connecting the village to the heart of the forest's magic. Intrigued, Wobble and Fizzle stepped through, feeling a gentle hum of energy wash over them. The world beyond was a realm of twilight, where time seemed to loop and swirl, and the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. Here, the very essence of magic was palpable, a living force that twined around tree trunks and whispered through the air like a forgotten song. In the midst of this magical setting, Fizzle began to reflect upon her own journey. Always the bringer of laughter, she realized that sometimes she hid her own uncertainties behind her exuberance. She shared with Wobble her fear that without her laughter, she might not be as cherished. Wobble, in turn, confided that he sometimes felt defined only by his tea, as if without its enchantment, he was just another villager. Together, they recognized their shared fear and understood that their value lay far beyond their gifts. In this vulnerable moment, the forest seemed to listen, its whispers growing softer, as if acknowledging their truth. A gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, as if the forest itself was offering comfort. As evening fell, casting long shadows that danced amongst the trees, they stumbled upon a small, hidden pond. The water shimmered with an ethereal glow, reflecting the twilight sky. It was here they paused, pondering the pond's secrets. Entranced, Fizzle gently touched the water's surface, sending ripples across the mirrored sky. In that moment, they both felt a profound connection to the world around them. The pond whispered of the interconnectedness of all things, of the love and laughter that bound the villagers together. It spoke of a time when the village faced a great storm, and how the unity of its people had been their greatest strength. Finally, they reached the glimmering glen, a hidden clearing bathed in a soft, shimmering light. In the center stood Tilly, a wise old tortoise said to hold the wisdom of the ages in her gentle gaze. Tilly listened patiently to their tale and nodded knowingly. Around her, the grass was lush and inviting, and the air hummed with an energy that seemed to vibrate in harmony with the earth beneath their feet. The glen was a sanctuary of tranquility, where time seemed to pause in reverence to the wisdom it held. "The magic of the tea," Tilly mused, her voice a gentle caress against the leaves, "is not lost, but merely asleep. It requires the laughter of friends and the spirit of togetherness to awaken it once more." As she spoke, the clearing brightened, as if her words were a spell that resonated with the very essence of the glen. Tilly's eyes twinkled with a knowing that transcended words, and Wobble and Fizzle felt a surge of hope ignite within them. Understanding now what needed to be done, Wobble and Fizzle returned to Twiddlebrook with renewed hope. They organized a grand gathering in the village square, inviting everyone to bring their laughter, their stories, and their hearts full of joy. As the villagers gathered, they shared tales of old, sang songs of merriment, and danced under the twinkling stars. The square was awash with the colors of twilight, and the air buzzed with anticipation, like the moments before a summer storm. The cobblestones, warmed by the day's sun, seemed to vibrate with the energy of the gathering, as if eager to join in the celebration. Amidst the laughter and camaraderie, Wobble once again brewed his tea, pouring it into the mismatched teacups that were his pride and joy. As each villager sipped the tea, a warmth spread through the crowd, infusing the air with a magic that was palpable. The enchantment had returned, stronger and more potent than ever. The teacups, each a unique piece of art, seemed to glow with an inner light, reflecting the joy that filled the square. The villagers cheered and celebrated, their spirits lifted by the simple yet profound reminder that the true magic of Wobble's tea lay not in its ingredients, but in the hearts of those who shared it. From that day on, the village of Twiddlebrook thrived with newfound joy, united by the wisdom that friendship and laughter were the most powerful ingredients of all. And so, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Wobble, Fizzle, and their friends knew that as long as they had each other, the magic would never fade. In Twiddlebrook, the tea never tasted sweeter, for it was brewed with love and shared with the world. And as the village basked in this newfound warmth, the cobblestone streets of Twiddlebrook curled with a softer charm, and the pastel rooftops seemed to dance even more joyfully, echoing the laughter that now filled the air. The village, once again whole, was a testament to the enduring power of community and the magic that resides in every heart. As the festivities wound down and villagers slowly made their way home, Wobble and Fizzle lingered in the square, watching as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village. They understood now that the magic they sought was not something to be found, but something to be shared. Their journey had not only restored the enchantment to Wobble's tea, but it also deepened their understanding of themselves and each other. And with that, Twiddlebrook continued to thrive, a vibrant testament to the power of connection, laughter, and love. Story 4. In the quaint village nestled at the foot of the whispering pines, where the air was perpetually laced with the sweet aroma of blooming lavender and the gentle rustle of leaves sang a perpetual lullaby, there lived a young woman named Seraphina. She was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she carried a burden unseen by the eyes of the villagers. Seraphina feared change. The world around her seemed to be ever evolving, like the seasons that gracefully danced from spring to summer, and she longed to remain untouched by time's relentless hand. Every morning she would wake to the song of the morning lark, its melody weaving through her window like a silken thread, connecting her to the stability she so cherished. The village was her sanctuary, a world of cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, where every face was familiar and every story known. One crisp autumn evening, when the sky was painted with hues of amber and gold, Serafina wandered into the heart of the whispering pines. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping crickets, the soft hoot of an owl hidden among the branches, and the invigorating scent of pine mingling with the crispness of fallen leaves. As she walked, the path beneath her feet was cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves, their colors a fiery testament to the beauty of transformation. It was in this enchanted place that Serafina met a peculiar creature, a small, luminescent fox with fur like silken moonlight and eyes that mirrored the depths of the universe crossed her path. The fox paused, regarding her with an expression that was surprisingly wise and knowing. "Why do you walk with such a heavy heart, dear Serafina?" the fox asked, its voice a soothing melody that harmonized with the whispers of the forest. Startled, yet inexplicably comforted by the fox's presence, Serafina admitted, "I fear the changes that life brings. I wish for things to remain as they are, unchanging and safe." The fox nodded, its eyes twinkling like the stars that would soon dot the night sky. "Change is the breath of life, the very essence of growth and discovery," it replied. "Come, let me show you something." Guided by the fox's gentle assurance, Serafina followed it deeper into the forest. They reached a glen where the air shimmered with enchantment, and in the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. The tree bore leaves of every imaginable shade, each one a testament to the myriad phases of life. "Touch the tree, Serafina," the fox encouraged, "and see what lies within." Hesitantly, Serafina reached out, her fingers brushing against the bark. As she did, the world around her transformed. She found herself in a vision, standing amidst a field of wildflowers that swayed gently in a summer breeze. Each flower was unique, yet together they painted a picture of harmony and beauty. From this vision emerged a figure, an elderly woman with eyes as bright as the fox's and hair that flowed like silver rivers. She approached Serafina with a smile that warmed the very air around them. "Who are you?" Serafina asked, captivated by the woman's serene presence. "I am the spirit of the whispering pines," the woman replied, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "I have watched over this forest for centuries, witnessing the ebb and flow of life. Just as the seasons change, so too must we." The spirit gestured to the field around them. "Each flower you see has grown and adapted to the world it inhabits. Without change, there is no growth, no beauty, no life." As Serafina listened, she felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a realization taking root in her heart. Change, she understood, was not something to be feared but embraced. It was the catalyst for growth, the spark for discovery. The vision faded, and Serafina found herself once more in the glen, the fox by her side. The ancient tree stood as it had before, but now she saw it with new eyes. It was a symbol of resilience and transformation, its branches reaching for the sky, its roots anchored firmly in the earth. "Thank you," Serafina whispered to the fox, her heart light with newfound understanding. The fox nodded, its eyes soft with approval. "Remember, dear Serafina, that you are like this tree. You have the strength to weather any storm and the grace to grow with the changing winds." With a final knowing glance, the luminescent fox scampered away into the forest, leaving Serafina alone with her thoughts. She turned to make her way back to the village, the path now illuminated by the gentle glow of the moon. As she walked, Serafina felt the weight of her burden lifting, replaced by a sense of peace and wonder. She realized that life was a journey, ever-changing and unpredictable, yet filled with beauty and opportunity. She vowed to embrace the changes that came her way, trusting in her ability to adapt and grow. Upon returning to the village, Serafina found herself sharing her newfound wisdom with those around her. She became a source of comfort and inspiration, guiding others through their own journeys of transformation. Her heart, once heavy with fear, was now light with the joy of discovery and the promise of endless possibilities. One day, while sitting by the village fountain that mirrored the sky in its clear waters, Serafina met a young boy named Tomas. He sat with his shoulders slumped, his eyes lost in thoughts as deep as the forest's shadows. Intrigued by his demeanor, Serafina approached him. "What troubles you, young Tomas?" she inquired gently. Tomas glanced up, his eyes reflecting a turmoil akin to her own past fears. "I'm afraid to leave the village," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. "My father wants us to move to the city, but I love it here." Serafina smiled, seeing her own reflection in his struggles. She shared the wisdom she had gained from the forest and the fox. Change can be daunting, but it's also a doorway to new experiences and growth. The city will have its own beauty, its own stories waiting for you. Tomas listened intently, and as they talked, the fountain's gentle trickle seemed to echo the lessons Serafina had learned. Over time, Tomas's apprehension eased, and his eyes sparked with curiosity rather than fear. Not long after, Serafina decided to explore the edges of the village she had never ventured to before. There, she found an old, forgotten cottage, overrun with ivy and surrounded by untamed wildflowers. Curiosity ignited. She pushed the creaky door open. Inside, sunlight filtered through dusty windows, casting a warm glow on the remnants of a life once lived. Among the cobwebs and worn furniture, Serafina discovered an old journal, its pages filled with sketches and writings of a traveler who had once called the village home. The journal spoke of distant lands, their wonders and challenges, and the changes they inspired in the writer. Each page was a testament to the beauty found in the unknown, a mirror of Serafina's newfound understanding. As she returned home, clutching the journal, Serafina realized that change was not just about accepting the inevitable, but also about seeking new horizons. The world was vast, and while the village would always be her anchor, she now craved the adventure that lay beyond the whispering pines. In time, Serafina became known as the village's storyteller, weaving tales of transformation, courage, and growth. Her stories infused the air with hope, much like the lavender that forever lingered in the breeze. And as she spoke, the village thrived, its people inspired to embrace the changes that life brought their way. And so, under the watchful gaze of the whispering pines, Serafina learned to dance with the winds of change, her spirit as boundless as the sky, and as rooted as the ancient tree that had taught her the beauty of transformation. Her journey was far from over, but she now walked it with a heart open to the wonders of the ever-evolving world. As time passed, Serafina's curiosity about the world beyond the whispering pines grew stronger. Encouraged by the tales she had read in the old journal, she decided to embark on a journey of her own. She prepared a small satchel, filling it with essentials and a few keepsakes from the village, including a sprig of lavender to remind her of home. On the morning of her departure, the village gathered to bid her farewell. The air was crisp, and the sun's first rays painted the sky in shades of rose and gold. Serafina stood at the edge of the village, her heart a mix of excitement and nostalgia. She looked back at the familiar faces, feeling the warmth of their smiles and the love that bound them together. Her journey led her through landscapes as varied as the pages of the journal she cherished. She traveled through bustling towns and serene countrysides, each place offering new lessons and insights. She met people from all walks of life, each with their own stories of change and resilience. These encounters enriched her understanding of the world and of herself. In a distant city, Serafina found herself drawn to an old library, its shelves brimming with ancient tomes and forgotten stories. It was here she met Alaric, a scholar with a passion for history and a kindred spirit in the love for storytelling. Together, they spent hours delving into the past, unearthing tales of courage and transformation that had shaped the world. Through her travels and newfound friendships, Serafina discovered that change was not only an external force, but also an internal journey. She realized that the true essence of transformation lay in embracing one's fears and uncertainties, allowing them to become a source of strength and growth. As the seasons turned, Serafina felt a pull to return to the village of her birth, her heart full of stories and experiences she longed to share. Upon arriving, she found the village much as she had left it, yet she saw it with new eyes. The familiar sights and sounds were now imbued with a deeper understanding and appreciation. Reunited with her community, Serafina continued her role as a storyteller, her tales now enriched with the wisdom of her travels. She spoke of distant lands and their wonders, of the people she had met and the lessons she had learned. Her stories inspired a sense of adventure and curiosity in the villagers, encouraging them to explore the world beyond the whispering pines. Serafina's journey taught her that change was not to be feared, but embraced as a natural part of life. It was a force that connected her to the world and to herself, a reminder that every ending was merely a new beginning. With this understanding, she lived each day with gratitude and wonder, her spirit forever open to the possibilities that lay ahead. In time, the village itself began to change, inspired by Serafina's tales. The once static community found its rhythm in the dance of life. New paths were carved through the whispering pines, leading to unseen vistas and new opportunities. The villagers, once hesitant to leave the confines of their familiar world, started to venture beyond, bringing back stories of their own. And as the whispering pines swayed gently in the breeze, their rustling leaves whispered the stories of a village that had learned to embrace change, guided by a young woman who had once feared its touch. Through her journey, Serafina had woven a tapestry of life that spanned beyond the boundaries of her home, a legacy of courage and transformation that would echo through the ages. Serafina, now older and wiser, often revisited the glen where she first met the luminescent fox. The ancient tree stood as a testament to her journey, its leaves whispering secrets of resilience and growth. She would sit beneath its branches, reflecting on the paths she had traveled and the lessons learned. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the forest in twilight hues, Serafina felt a familiar presence. The luminescent fox emerged from the shadows, its fur shimmering under the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear Serafina." The fox greeted her with eyes alight with wisdom. Serafina smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you for guiding me," she said, her voice a gentle echo of the forest's song. "I've learned that change is the thread that weaves the tapestry of life." The fox nodded, its gaze warm and knowing. "And you, Serafina, have become a weaver of tales, a guardian of change. You've embraced the unknown and found beauty in its embrace." Together they watched as the stars emerged, filling the sky with their celestial dance. Serafina knew that her journey was a circle, ever expanding, ever evolving, with each step forward creating ripples of transformation. With a final nod of understanding, the fox disappeared into the night, leaving Serafina surrounded by the symphony of the forest. She rose, her spirit renewed, her heart open to the endless possibilities that awaited. As she returned to the village, Serafina carried with her the legacy of the whispering pines, a legacy of change, courage, and boundless wonder. And under the watchful gaze of the ancient tree, she continued to weave her tales, ensuring that the spirit of transformation would forever echo through the hearts of the villagers and beyond. Story 5. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a luxuriant forest, there lay a hidden village called Whispering Pines. The village was a remarkable tableau, where homes were crafted from the very trees that surrounded them, their roofs woven with leaves and moss, creating a tapestry of life and shelter. This village was renowned for its unique ability to exist in harmony with the natural world, its inhabitants living side by side with the creatures of the forest. The air was perpetually fragrant with the scent of pine and the earth's richness, mingling with the sweet aroma of wildflowers that painted the forest floor in a riot of colors. In this serene setting, young Finn lived with his grandmother, a wise woman whose gentle hands could coax the most stubborn seeds to bloom and whose eyes held the wisdom of the ages. The villagers often spoke of her as a beacon of knowledge and serenity, and her presence was a grounding force in Finn's life. Finn was a curious boy, his eyes wide and bright as he explored the woods, always eager to learn the secrets it held. His days were spent running along sun-dappled paths, the rustling leaves whispering stories of the past to his eager ears. He had a knack for noticing the smallest details, the way a squirrel's tail flicked as it leapt from branch to branch, or how the dew clung to a spider's web like tiny diamonds in the morning light. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and violet, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. They sat by the fireplace, its warm glow casting flickering shadows on the wooden walls of their cozy home. The scent of burning wood mingled with the faint aroma of herbs hanging from the rafters, creating an atmosphere of comfort and mystery. Finn, she began in her soothing voice, there is something I wish to share with you. From beneath her shawl, she produced a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the firelight. This, she said, is the heart of the forest. It is a magical object, passed down through generations. It holds a power that is both wondrous and mysterious. Finn leaned in closer, his eyes wide with wonder. What does it do, grandmother? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper, his heart pounding with anticipation. It is said, she replied, that the heart of the forest can reveal the hidden world within our world, a place where creatures long thought to be mere legends live and thrive. But it can only be opened by one with a pure heart and a true purpose. Finn's heart fluttered with excitement. The idea of discovering a hidden world filled with magical creatures and untold wonders was more than he could have ever imagined. That night, as he lay in bed, the gentle hum of the forest lulling him to sleep, his mind was filled with dreams of what might be waiting beyond the veil of the ordinary. The following morning, with the first light of dawn filtering through the canopy, Finn set off into the woods, the heart of the forest tucked safely in his satchel. He wandered deeper and deeper into the forest, past the familiar paths and into the untamed wilderness where the trees grew taller and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As he walked, the forest seemed to come alive around him. The symphony of morning birdsong was accompanied by the rustle of leaves and the rhythmic drumming of a distant woodpecker. He reached a clearing where a gentle stream wove its way through the mossy ground, sparkling like a ribbon of silver under the sun's gentle caress. It was here, in this tranquil place, that Finn felt a calling, a pull towards the unknown. With a heart full of hope and a mind brimming with questions, Finn took the heart of the forest from his satchel. He held it in his hands, feeling the warmth of the wood against his skin. Closing his eyes, he whispered a silent wish, a plea to see the hidden world that lay just beyond his reach. To his amazement, the box began to glow softly, its patterns shimmering as if alive. Slowly, it opened, revealing a brilliant light that enveloped him, a gentle warmth that wrapped around him like a comforting embrace. When the light faded, Finn found himself standing in a place unlike any he had ever seen. The forest around him was the same, yet transformed. The trees were taller, their leaves a vibrant emerald hue, and the air was filled with a symphony of sounds, chirps, rustles, and the faintest whispers of laughter. It was as if the very essence of magic had seeped into every corner of this hidden realm. Finn wandered through this enchanted forest, his senses alive with wonder. He marveled at the sight of tiny, luminescent creatures flitting between the branches, leaving trails of sparkling light in their wake. He watched as a family of deer, their coats dappled with sunlight, grazed peacefully beside a bubbling brook. As he explored, Finn realized he was not alone. From behind a towering oak, a gentle voice called out to him. "Hello, young traveler," it said, warm and welcoming. Finn turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a creature unlike any he had ever encountered. Standing before him was a being of grace and beauty, her form both human and ethereal. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall of leaves, her eyes the deep, endless green of the forest. "I am Silva," she introduced herself, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. Guardian of this hidden realm. Finn bowed respectfully, his heart full of awe and gratitude. "Thank you for welcoming me," he said earnestly. "I am Finn, and I come seeking to learn the secrets of this world." Silva smiled, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "You have a pure heart, Finn, and a thirst for knowledge. It is why the heart of the forest chose to reveal this place to you. But know this, young one, the magic of this world is delicate, and it thrives on balance and harmony." As they walked through the forest, Silva shared stories of the creatures that called it home. She introduced him to the wispies, tiny beings of light who tended to the flowers, and the gentle yarlings, creatures of earth and stone who cared for the trees. Finn listened intently, his curiosity insatiable, his heart swelling with each new tale. As the days passed, Finn found himself growing closer to the inhabitants of this magical realm. He learned their ways, their songs, and their stories. He discovered that the world he had known was but a fragment of a much larger tapestry, woven with threads of magic and mystery. But as much as Finn delighted in his new surroundings, he could not ignore the signs of an impending change. The once vibrant leaves began to lose their luster, and the cheerful songs of the wispies grew quieter. A shadow had begun to fall over the hidden world, a darkness that threatened to unravel the delicate balance of magic. Silva, sensing Finn's concern, spoke to him one evening as they sat beneath a canopy of stars. "The balance of this world is maintained by the heart of the forest," she explained. "But its power is waning, and with it, the harmony of our realm." Finn's heart ached at the thought of losing the wondrous world he had come to love. "Is there anything I can do to help?" he asked, his voice filled with determination. Silva looked at him with a gentle smile. "There is," she said softly. "To restore the balance, the heart of the forest must be renewed. You must undertake a journey to the source, the very heart of our world, and rekindle its magic." Though the task seemed daunting, Finn's resolve was unwavering. With Silva's guidance, he set off on his journey, his heart filled with hope and courage. He traveled through ancient groves and across sparkling streams, his path illuminated by the gentle glow of the wispies. Along the way, he encountered challenges and obstacles, tests of both his spirit and his resolve. He met a kind-hearted elder named Alder, who taught him the art of listening to the forest's whispers, and a mischievous sprite named Bramble, who showed him the importance of laughter and lightness even in the face of adversity. With each step, he grew stronger, his understanding of the world deepening as he learned the true meaning of friendship and harmony. The journey was not just a quest for the heart of the forest, but a path to self-discovery and inner growth. At last, Finn reached the source, a sacred place where the energy of the forest converged in a dazzling display of light and color. It was here, in this place of unparalleled beauty, that the heart of the forest would be renewed. With reverence and care, Finn placed the heart of the forest upon the ancient altar. As he did, a brilliant light enveloped him, filling the air with a symphony of sound and color. He felt the warmth of the forest's magic flow through him, a connection to the very essence of life. In that moment, Finn understood that the magic of the world was not just in the hidden realm, but in every living thing, in every breath of wind and ripple of water. It was a part of him, and he of it. When the light faded, Finn found himself back in the clearing, the heart of the forest glowing gently in his hands. The forest around him was alive with renewed energy, the leaves vibrant, and the air filled with the joyful songs of the wispies. As he made his way back to Whispering Pines, Finn carried with him a newfound wisdom and a deeper appreciation for the world he called home. He knew that the magic of the forest was not something to be taken for granted, but a gift to be cherished and protected. Upon his return, Finn was greeted not only by his grandmother but by the entire village, gathered to hear of his adventure. Their faces, illuminated by the flickering torches that dotted the village square, were filled with anticipation and a shared sense of wonder. His grandmother, standing at the forefront, her eyes shining with pride, welcomed him with open arms. The villagers listened intently as Finn recounted his journey, the vibrant imagery of the hidden realm painting vivid pictures in their minds. He spoke of the wispies, of Silva's wisdom, and of the power of the heart of the forest that he had witnessed firsthand. His words carried the weight of newfound knowledge and the essence of the magical world he had briefly called home. As he spoke, Finn realized that his journey had not only been for the hidden realm, but for Whispering Pines as well. He had returned with a message of unity and respect for the natural world, a reminder that their village was part of a greater, interconnected tapestry of life. His grandmother, with tears of joy glistening in her eyes, embraced him tightly. "You have grown, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "You have brought back more than just stories. You've brought back the spirit of the forest, the understanding that we are all part of something much larger." The village celebrated Finn's return with a feast beneath the stars, the air filled with laughter and the warm glow of lanterns. As the night wore on, Finn felt a profound sense of belonging, not only to his village but to the world at large, a world where magic and reality intertwined. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the forest whispered its eternal secrets, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, his dreams filled with the magic of the hidden world and the promise of all that was yet to come. 6. In a secluded corner of the world, where the sun's rays danced in harmony with shadows, there lay an ancient forest cloaked in mystery and enchantment. This was a place where the whispers of trees carried secrets older than time, and the gentle rustle of leaves spoke a language of its own. Here, in this serene woodland, the natural creatures lived their hidden lives, bound together by the delicate threads of environmental harmony. As dawn's first light peeped over the horizon, the forest awoke with a symphony of sounds. A soft breeze carried the fragrant scent of pine and earth, while birds chirped melodiously from their nests atop towering oaks. Down below, the forest floor was a tapestry of vibrant green moss, dotted with dew-kissed mushrooms and delicate wildflowers that painted the earth with hues of lavender, gold, and scarlet. In this world of wonder lived a wise old turtle named Terran. His shell was a mosaic of emerald and brown, worn smooth by centuries of wisdom and stories. Terran was the guardian of the forest's ancient knowledge, passed down from generation to generation. He knew the language of the wind, understood the whispers of the streams, and could interpret the songs of the birds. His role was to maintain the delicate balance of the forest, ensuring that all creatures lived in peace and harmony. One crisp autumn morning, as the brilliant colors of fall leaves swirled in the air like a painter's brushstrokes, a gentle disturbance rippled through the forest. The creatures gathered in a clearing, their eyes filled with concern. The usually gentle river that wound its way through the heart of the forest had begun to swell, its waters rising with an unexpected ferocity. Among the gathered was a family of rabbits, their fur the color of freshly fallen snow. "Oh, Terran," the mother rabbit spoke, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in an autumn breeze. "The river is rising too quickly. Our burrow is in danger of being flooded." Terran nodded, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of countless seasons. "Fear not," he reassured them, his voice deep and calming like the murmur of the river itself. "Nature has its ways, and sometimes the balance shifts to remind us of its power. Let us discover the cause and restore harmony." With slow, deliberate steps, Terran led the creatures along the riverbank, where the air was cool and fragrant with the smell of wet leaves. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the usual chatter of squirrels and the gentle hum of insects muted as if listening to the unfolding story. As they walked, a soft mist began to rise from the river, swirling like a silken veil. Within the mist, the creatures glimpsed shimmering shapes, ethereal and mysterious. It was the river spirits, ancient beings who watched over the waters and ensured the seasons flowed smoothly. One of the river spirits, appearing as a graceful figure woven from moonlight and mist, spoke in a voice as soft as the river's lullaby. "The balance has been disturbed by a forgotten promise," she said, her words echoing like a gentle breeze through the trees. "Long ago, the forest and river pledged to nourish each other, but a blockage in the far bend has caused the waters to swell." Terran nodded, his understanding as deep as the forest's roots. "We must clear the blockage to restore the flow," he said, turning to the gathered creatures. "Together, we can mend what has been disrupted." With unity and purpose, the creatures followed Terran to the bend in the river. The blockage was a tangle of fallen branches and leaves, woven together like a spider's web. The creatures worked in harmony, each using their unique gifts to clear the debris. The beavers, with their powerful teeth, chewed through sturdy branches. The birds, with their nimble talons, carried away twigs and leaves, while the rabbits and squirrels helped to sort and gather. As the last of the blockage was removed, the river sighed with relief, its waters resuming their gentle, rhythmic dance. The river spirits shimmered with gratitude, their forms dissolving back into mist, leaving behind a sense of peace and balance restored. The creatures gathered once more in the clearing, the sun now casting a warm golden glow over the forest. Terran looked at them, his eyes filled with pride and warmth. "Remember, my friends," he said, "the forest thrives when we work together. Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance of our home." As twilight descended, painting the sky with strokes of violet and indigo, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures returned to their homes, their hearts filled with the knowledge that they were all caretakers of this magical world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest dreamt on, cradled in the timeless embrace of harmony and wisdom, a gentle reminder that even in the face of challenges, unity and friendship could restore the balance and ensure that the hidden lives of all creatures continued to flourish in peace. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like sunlight filtering through the trees, Willow possessed a special gift, a magical ability to communicate with the natural world around her. From the moment she could toddle, Willow felt a deep connection to the forest. She would spend hours wandering among the towering oaks and willows, listening to the whispers of the wind as it danced through the branches. The birds would sing their sweetest melodies, and the squirrels would scamper down to greet her, chattering excitedly as if sharing their latest adventures. Willow's parents marveled at her unique bond with nature, but they knew that such a gift could be a heavy burden for a child to bear. So they encouraged her to explore the wonders of the forest, hoping that she would learn to use her abilities wisely and with kindness in her heart. As the years passed, Willow's connection to the natural world only grew stronger. She could sense the joy of a budding flower, the wariness of an ancient tree, and the playful energy of a babbling brook. With every step she took through the forest, she felt more alive, more in tune with the rhythms of life that pulsed all around her. One crisp autumn day, as Willow wandered beneath the canopy of golden leaves, she heard a faint cry for help. Following the sound, she discovered a tiny hummingbird tangled in a thicket of brambles. Without hesitation, Willow carefully freed the delicate creature, using her gentle touch to soothe its fears. As the hummingbird took flight, a shower of glittering dust fell upon Willow, and in that moment, she felt a surge of power unlike anything she had ever experienced before. The world around her seemed to come alive in a dazzling array of colors and sounds, and she realized that her connection to nature had been elevated to an entirely new level. From that day forward, Willow embarked on a journey of self-discovery, learning to harness her newfound abilities and exploring the hidden realms that existed within the very fabric of the forest. She soon discovered that beneath the surface of the ordinary world lay a vibrant, magical realm teeming with wonders beyond her wildest dreams. Deep within the heart of an ancient oak, Willow found a doorway to a realm inhabited by dryads, mystical tree spirits who danced among the branches, their laughter like the tinkling of wind chimes. In the cool, crystalline depths of a secluded pond, she encountered a colony of water nymphs, their gossamer wings shimmering in the sunlight as they glided effortlessly across the water's surface. With each new realm she explored, Willow's understanding of the natural world deepened, and she realized that her true purpose was to serve as a bridge between the magical and the ordinary, preserving the delicate balance that existed between them. One day, as Willow ventured deeper into the forest than she had ever gone before, she stumbled upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. The air seemed to hum with energy, and the trees bent inward as if bowing to an unseen force. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak, its branches twisted into an intricate pattern that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. Drawn by an inexplicable force, Willow approached the tree and placed her hand upon its ancient bark. In an instant, she felt a rush of knowledge and understanding flood her mind, revealing the secrets of the forest in a dazzling tapestry of images and sensations. From that moment on, Willow became the guardian of the forest, using her newfound wisdom to protect the delicate balance between the magical and the ordinary worlds. She forged friendships with beings from all corners of the enchanted realms, and together they worked to preserve the natural beauty and wonder that surrounded them. One of Willow's closest companions was a mischievous sprite named Thistle, whose boundless energy and playful spirit often brought laughter to even the darkest of days. Despite their differences, the two formed an unbreakable bond, adventuring together through the forest and facing any challenges that came their way with unwavering bravery and loyalty. Another dear friend was Oak Dancer, an ancient dryad whose deep connection to the trees allowed her to sense the rhythms of the forest like no other. Willow sought her counsel often, and together they worked to heal the wounds inflicted upon the land, by those who failed to appreciate its beauty and importance. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise and respected guardian, her heart overflowing with love for the natural world she had sworn to protect. She witnessed the changing of the seasons, the birth of new life, and the gentle passing of those who had walked these ancient paths before her. Through it all, she remained steadfast in her commitment to preserving the delicate balance between the magical and the ordinary, teaching others to respect and appreciate the wonders that surrounded them. And when the time came for her to pass the mantle of guardianship to a new generation, she did so with a heart full of joy, knowing that the forest would continue to thrive under the watchful eye of those who truly understood its importance. For in the end, Willow's journey had taught her that true magic lies not in the extraordinary, but in the simple beauty of the natural world that surrounds us all. It is a tapestry woven from the threads of life, death, and rebirth, and those who take the time to appreciate its intricate patterns are forever changed by the experience. And so, as the sun sets over the ancient forest, the whispers of the wind carry the echoes of Willow's story, reminding us all of the magic that lies just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and open minds. Story 8. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their leaves murmuring secrets to the wind, there existed a village known as Lullabrook. Nestled at the edge of this enchanted forest, Lullabrook was a place where the sun always seemed to set in hues of lavender and gold, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages. The villagers of Lullabrook were gentlefolk, living harmoniously with the magical creatures that called the forest home. Among them was a kindly old woman named Marigold, known for her wisdom and her knack for solving the little mysteries that occasionally puzzled the village. With her ever-present shawl of deep green and her twinkling eyes that seemed to hold the light of 1,000 stars, Marigold was a beloved figure in Lullabrook. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and scarlet, a peculiar event unfolded. The villagers awoke to find their beloved village fountain had dried up overnight. This fountain, carved from a single piece of marble and adorned with delicate carvings of woodland creatures, had bubbled cheerfully for as long as anyone could remember. Its water, said to be blessed by forest nymphs, was a source of life and joy. The villagers gathered around the silent fountain, murmuring in concern. Without its soothing flow, the heart of Lullabrook felt strangely still. Marigold, sensing the unease, stepped forward, her shawl fluttering gently around her shoulders. "Fear not, friends," she said, her voice as smooth as a lullaby. "I shall look into this matter and see if we might restore our fountain's song." Accompanied by her faithful tabby cat, Pippin, who was as curious as he was clever, Marigold set off towards the whispering woods. As they walked, the forest seemed to lean in close, listening to their footsteps on the carpet of fallen leaves. The first place they visited was the home of Eldon, an ancient and wise owl who lived in an oak tree older than time itself. Eldon's eyes, like polished amber, blinked slowly as Marigold explained the village's plight. "Hoo-hoo," Eldon cooed thoughtfully. "It is most unusual for the waters to cease. Perhaps you might speak with the river sprites who dwell beneath the silver bridge." Thanking Eldon, Marigold and Pippin continued deeper into the forest, their path lit by shafts of golden sunlight filtering through the branches. As they approached the silver bridge, they heard the soft giggles and splashes of the river sprites, playful and elusive as sunbeams on water. "Dear sprites," called Marigold, her voice carrying over the gentle babble of the stream, "might you know why our fountain no longer sings?" The sprites gathered at the surface, their shimmering forms like liquid light. One, with hair like spun moonlight, replied, "The fountain's source has been blocked by stones, shifted by the mischief of a wayward breeze. Clear the path, and the waters shall flow once more." With gratitude, Marigold promised to do as the sprites advised. But she knew that the stones would be too heavy for her alone. She needed help. Pippin, ever the observant companion, had noticed a trail of sparkling dust leading back toward the village, a trail left by none other than the elusive and playful breeze, known as Zephyr. Zephyr was a whimsical creature, more felt than seen, who delighted in gentle mischiefs and laughter. Marigold decided to seek Zephyr's aid, knowing that sometimes the solution lay in understanding the nature of the problem itself. Returning to Lullabrook, Marigold gathered the children of the village, for they were Zephyr's favorite playmates. She explained the situation, and together they concocted a plan to coax Zephyr to help. The children, with Marigold's guidance, crafted beautiful paper kites, adorned with the colors of autumn. They ran through the fields, laughter trailing behind them like ribbons, calling out to Zephyr to join their game. And come he did, in a flurry of giggles and gentle gusts, lifting the kites high into the sky. Marigold approached, her voice warm and understanding. "Dear Zephyr," she said, "we need your help to move the stones that block our fountain's source. Would you lend us your playful winds?" Zephyr, who never intended harm, agreed with a dance of joy. Together with the children, he dashed back to the forest, swirling around the stones with gusto. Under his playful breeze, the stones tumbled and rolled away, clearing the path for the water to flow once more. With a delighted splash, the fountain in Lullabrook began to sing again, its joyful tune echoing through the village. The villagers rejoiced, and Marigold, with a twinkle in her eye, knew that all was well. That night, as the stars blinked into existence and the moon cast its silvery glow over Lullabrook, Marigold sat by her window, Pippin purring contentedly in her lap. She thought of the day's adventure and the lesson it brought, that understanding and kindness could solve even the most puzzling of mysteries. With a heart full of peace, Marigold drifted into a gentle sleep, knowing that in the embrace of the whispering woods all was as it should be. And the fountain, with its sparkling waters, continued to sing a lullaby that carried on the night breeze, soothing and sweet, a promise of serenity to all who listened. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly in the breeze and the moonlight danced upon the forest floor, there lay a quaint little village named Moonvale. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs and gardens filled with fragrant herbs and flowers that seemed to hum with a life of their own. At the edge of the village, where the woods grew denser and more mysterious, stood a charming little cottage that belonged to an old storyteller named Finn. Finn was beloved by the villagers for his tales of wonder and adventure, spun by the glow of his crackling fireplace. His stories were filled with gentle magic and wisdom, much like the village itself. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled and the stars twinkled above, a peculiar thing began to happen in Moonvale. It started with the village's beloved stone bridge, which arched gracefully over the babbling brook. One morning, the villagers awoke to find the bridge covered in a thin layer of sparkling frost, despite the mild weather. It was curious, they thought, but they dismissed it as a trick of the early morning mist. However, the oddities continued. The next night, the village's lanterns, which usually burned with a warm, steady glow, flickered with an unusual blue light, casting serene, wavering shadows. Finn, with his keen eye and thoughtful nature, noticed these strange occurrences and decided to investigate. Accompanied by his faithful companion, a wise old owl named Sage, Finn set out to uncover the mystery. As they strolled through the village, Finn observed the subtle changes with a gentle curiosity. The air around the brook seemed to shimmer with an ethereal quality, and the leaves of the trees whispered secrets in the night. It was as if the forest itself was trying to tell them something. "Sage, my friend," Finn mused aloud, his voice a soft rumble in the quiet night. "There is magic afoot, but what is its purpose, I wonder?" Sage hooted softly in agreement, his eyes glinting with knowing wisdom. Together they ventured deeper into the woods, guided by the silvery light of the moon. The path was lined with wildflowers that glowed faintly in the dark, their colors vibrant and alive. As they walked, Finn recalled a story from his youth about a hidden glen deep within the whispering woods, where magical creatures gathered under the full moon. It was said that on such nights, the creatures would come together to celebrate and renew their ancient bonds with the land. Perhaps, Finn thought, these strange occurrences were a sign that such a gathering was near. With Sage perched on his shoulder, Finn followed the winding path until they reached a narrow clearing. There, in the center, stood a circle of towering oaks, their branches intertwining like the arms of dear friends. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft hum of nature's lullaby. In the heart of the clearing, a group of small, luminescent creatures danced in a gentle, rhythmic circle. They were will-o'-the-wisps, known for their playful nature and their role as guides to those lost in the woods. Finn knew better than to disturb them, so he watched quietly from the edge of the clearing, his heart filled with wonder. The will-o'-the-wisps twirled and spun, their movements as fluid as the brook's gentle flow. As they danced, the frost on the bridge and the blue light of the lanterns began to make sense. The wisps were preparing for the coming celebration, their magic spilling over into the village as they gathered energy from the forest. Understanding dawned on Finn, and a warm smile spread across his face. He gently nudged Sage, who blinked slowly, acknowledging the discovery. The mystery was solved, and it was a comforting thought to know that the forest and its magical inhabitants were thriving. Before leaving, Finn whispered a quiet blessing to the wisps, wishing them a joyful celebration. Then, with Sage guiding the way, they made their way back to Moonvale, the path now bathed in the gentle light of understanding and peace. The next day, Finn shared the story of the wisps with the villagers. He spoke of the magic that surrounded them, the quiet wonder of the woods, and the importance of harmony between the village and the enchanted forest. His story was met with smiles and nods, the villagers comforted by the knowledge that the strange occurrences were a sign of joy, not mischief. As the days turned to weeks, the villagers began to notice other signs of the wisp's presence. They saw how the flowers bloomed with extra vibrance, how the brook sang a sweeter song, and how the nights seemed to glow with an otherworldly beauty. And so Moonvale continued to thrive, nestled in the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and reality danced together in perfect harmony. Finn, with Sage by his side, kept watch over the village, his stories more cherished than ever, each one a gentle reminder of the wonders that lay beyond the veil of the ordinary. In the end, it was not just the mystery that was solved, but a renewed bond between the villagers and the magical world that surrounded them. And as the fires crackled in the hearths and the moon cast its silver glow, the village of Moonvale slept peacefully, wrapped in a warm blanket of enchantment and serenity. Story 10. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars glittered like scattered jewels against the velvet night, there lay a tiny, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and the air carried the faint, melodious hum of distant cosmic winds. On this planet lived a gentle species called the Luminites, beings of light and warmth who cherished harmony above all. One crisp evening, as the twin moons of Luminara began their slow dance across the heavens, a peculiar object streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of sparkling stardust. It was a small spacecraft from the distant planet of Kraxos, home to the pragmatic and industrious Kraxons. The ship, piloted by a young Kraxon named Zir, had encountered a sudden storm of meteorites that sent it spiraling towards Luminara. Zir, with his shiny metallic skin that glinted under the soft moonlight, was both anxious and determined. He had been on a mission to gather rare minerals when the storm had tossed him off course. Now, as his ship landed with a gentle thud in a meadow of luminescent flowers, he found himself in a world unlike any he had ever known. As Zir emerged from his vessel, he was greeted by a gentle, glowing figure who introduced herself as Alina, a luminite with eyes that sparkled like the first light of dawn. Alina's voice was as soothing as a lullaby, and her presence radiated warmth. Despite their differences, she welcomed Zir with open arms. "Welcome to Luminara, traveler. You must have had quite the journey," she said, her glow flickering softly in the cool night. Zir, though grateful, was wary. On Kraxos, efficiency and logic were paramount, and he wasn't accustomed to such warmth and hospitality. "Thank you, Alina. I mean no harm. My ship was damaged during the storm, and I need to find a way to repair it." Alina nodded, understanding the urgency in his voice. "Perhaps I can help. We Luminites have a way with light and energy. Let us see what we can do together." Over the following days, Zir and Alina worked side by side, their differences initially causing small misunderstandings. Zir's precise mechanical methods often clashed with Alina's intuitive, flowing approach. One morning, while attempting to channel energy from the Luminara's sunflowers to power the ship, Zir insisted on a structured, exact calculation, while Alina suggested a more organic, flexible method. "This is not how we do things on Kraxos," Zir huffed, frustration seeping into his voice. Alina, ever patient, replied softly, "And this isn't Kraxos, dear Zir. Sometimes the heart knows what the mind cannot grasp." Though initially skeptical, Zir began to see the wisdom in Alina's words. Slowly, with each shared task, they learned from one another. Zir taught Alina about the precision of technology, while Alina showed Zir the beauty of trusting one's instincts. One evening, as they sat by a serene, glowing lake, Alina shared a story from her world, a tale of two stars destined to meet despite the vastness of space. The story, woven with threads of hope and connection, resonated deeply with Zir. "On Kraxos, everything is about achieving goals and meeting expectations," Zir confessed, his voice tinged with a newfound softness. "But here, I've learned that there's more to life than just getting things done." Alina smiled, her glow intensifying as she spoke. "And I have learned from you the value of planning and structure. Together, we've created something beautiful." Their friendship blossomed under the gentle light of Luminara's twin moons, each day bringing new challenges and victories. They faced storms and solved puzzles, each relying on the other's strengths. In their shared journey, they discovered that true friendship is not just about overcoming obstacles, but about understanding and embracing differences. At last, the day came when Zir's ship was ready to soar back into the cosmos. As he prepared to leave, he felt a pang of sadness, but also profound gratitude. "You've taught me so much, Alina," he said, his metallic eyes softening. "I will never forget this place or the kindness you've shown." Alina took his hand, her touch a gentle warmth. "And you, Zir, have brought new light to my world. Remember, wherever you go, our friendship will always shine bright." With a final embrace, Zir boarded his ship, the engines humming with the energy they had harnessed together. As he ascended into the starry night, he looked down one last time at the glowing landscape of Luminara, feeling both fulfilled and hopeful. And so, Zir's journey continued across the stars, forever carrying with him the lessons of friendship and the light of a world that had opened his heart. As he traveled through the vastness of space, he knew that no matter how different beings might be, the bonds of understanding and kindness could bridge any distance, bringing warmth to even the coldest corners of the universe. Thus, under the twinkling starlight and the gentle glow of Luminara's moons, a story of unlikely companions became a legend of eternal friendship, whispered among the stars for generations to come. Story 11. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a gentle soul named Lysandra. The village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, seemed to have been painted by an artist's hand, with wildflowers dotting the meadows and the scent of pine mingling with the crisp, cool air. Lysandra, with her golden curls and eyes that mirrored the clear blue sky, was known for her kindness and a gentle curiosity about the world around her. Lysandra had always felt a mysterious pull towards the stories her grandmother told, tales of their ancestors who had lived by the lake for generations. Her grandmother, with her voice like a soothing lullaby, would speak of an ancient legacy, whispering about a magical artifact said to hold the wisdom of their forebears. This artifact, a beautifully carved wooden staff, was said to be hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to those who would listen. On a breezy autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced their way to the earth in hues of amber and gold, Lysandra decided to uncover the truths buried in these stories. She felt a longing to understand her roots, to see if the whispers of the past could offer guidance for the future. Taking a deep breath, she set off towards the woods, the sun casting dappled patterns on her path. The Whispering Woods were a realm of wonder and tranquility, where ancient oaks stood like guardians and streams gurgled with laughter. As Lysandra walked, she marveled at the tapestry of nature, feeling the soft moss underfoot and the gentle brush of branches against her skin. The woods seemed alive, as if watching over her journey with benevolent eyes. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she came upon a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. At its center stood a stone pedestal, weathered by time yet strong and steadfast. Resting atop it was the legendary staff, its wood darkened with age and intricately carved with symbols of the moon, the stars, and the flowing waters of the lake. Lysandra felt a tingling warmth in her chest as she approached, a sense of belonging that resonated deep within her soul. Tentatively, she reached out and wrapped her fingers around the staff. The wood felt warm to the touch, as if it recognized her presence. As she lifted it, a gentle breeze rustled through the clearing, carrying with it a chorus of whispers. Though the voices were soft, they spoke clearly, weaving tales of her ancestors' wisdom, their love for the land, and the harmony they shared with nature. Listening to these voices, Lysandra understood that the true legacy of her family was not in the artifact itself, but in the lessons it represented. The staff was a symbol of their deep connection to the earth, the importance of nurturing the world around them, and the power of unity and compassion. With newfound understanding, Lysandra felt a profound peace settle over her. She realized that she was part of an unbroken chain stretching back through the ages, and that the love and wisdom of her ancestors lived within her. Carrying the staff, she made her way back to the village, the path now illuminated by the soft glow of twilight. As she returned home, the villagers gathered to hear her tale. Under the starlit sky, with the comforting crackle of a bonfire nearby, Lysandra shared the stories she had uncovered. Her words were met with smiles and nods, as if each person felt the embrace of their shared heritage. From that day forward, the staff found a place of honor in the village, a reminder of the bonds between past and present. And Lysandra, with her heart full of warmth and understanding, knew she had found her place in the world, a place where the whispers of the past would always guide her, and where she, too, could add her own story to the legacy of her family. And so, in the gentle embrace of the night, the village slept peacefully, wrapped in the comfort of its ancient heritage, as the stars watched over them like old friends. Story 12. In the heart of a sprawling, sun-dappled forest known as Whimsy Wood, there lay a village unlike any other. This village was home to creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with their own delightful quirks and endearing traits. Among them was a peculiar family of hedgehogs who wore tiny spectacles, a troop of chatty squirrels who knitted colorful acorn hats, and a pair of owls who, despite their wisdom, often got their left socks mixed with their right. At the center of this lively community stood a grand old tree called the ever-bright oak. Its branches stretched wide, adorned with shimmering leaves that caught the sunlight in hues of gold and emerald. The tree was magical, its roots whispering tales of old, and its bark inscribed with the secrets of the forest. Each evening, as the stars began to twinkle, the ever-bright oak would softly hum a melody that lulled the village into a peaceful slumber. Yet, despite its enchantment, the ever-bright oak had a whimsical quirk of its own. Once a year, on the first full moon of spring, the tree's leaves would turn into tiny paper boats, floating gently down to the forest floor. These boats, it was said, could carry one anywhere they wished to go, simply by the power of imagination. One bright morning, as the first full moon of spring approached, the villagers gathered beneath the ever-bright oak for the annual Paper Boat Festival. There was Pip, a sprite with a penchant for collecting stray sunbeams in a jar, and Mirth, a mischievous rabbit who could juggle carrots with his ears. The air buzzed with excitement as everyone prepared for the magical event. However, this year, something peculiar happened. As the full moon rose, the leaves of the ever-bright oak shimmered with an unusual intensity, and instead of transforming into paper boats, they turned into tiny, iridescent balloons. The villagers gasped in surprise and delight, but soon realized a small predicament. The balloons, though beautiful, floated aimlessly and seemed to have a mind of their own, drifting wherever the wind carried them. "We need to think of something quick, or we'll miss our chance to travel on our magical journeys," exclaimed Pip, his wings fluttering in excitement. Mirth scratched his fluffy head with a carrot. "How about we invite the balloons to join us in a dance? Perhaps they'll float us to our heart's desire." The idea was met with cheer, and soon the entire village was dancing beneath the ever-bright oak, their laughter echoing through the trees. The balloons swirled and twirled above them, enchanted by the joyous spectacle. As the dance continued, Pip noticed a peculiar pattern. The The balloons seemed to be drawn to the villagers' laughter, clustering together in colorful bunches. With a twinkle in his eye, Pip had a spark of inspiration. "Let's gather our laughter and fill the balloons with it. Then, like lanterns on a gentle breeze, they will guide us on our journeys." The villagers, intrigued and amused, began to laugh heartily, their joy bubbling up like a sparkling stream. The balloons absorbed the laughter, swelling with a warm, golden glow. Slowly, they began to form a path, leading deep into the heart of the forest. Following the luminous trail of balloons, the villagers embarked on an unexpected adventure. They discovered hidden groves where fireflies danced in mesmerizing patterns, and meadows where the flowers sang lullabies in the moonlight. Each step brought a new wonder, and the villagers' hearts were filled with delight. In one such meadow, they encountered a jolly troop of dancing mushrooms, each with a different colored cap that twirled and spun in harmony. The mushrooms, it turned out, were the guardians of the ever-bright oak's magic, and they had a message for the villagers. "Your laughter has rekindled the magic of the ever-bright oak," said the leader of the mushrooms, his voice like a gentle breeze. "You have shown that joy and creativity can transform any situation. As a token of our gratitude, we gift you this magical seed." The seed, no larger than a sunflower seed, shimmered with the same radiant glow as the balloons. It was a seed of endless possibilities, capable of growing into anything the villagers could imagine. With hearts full of wonder, they thanked the mushrooms and returned to their village, the path of balloons guiding them home. Back at the ever-bright oak, the villagers planted the seed in a circle of friendship and laughter. As the first rays of dawn kissed the forest, the seed sprouted into a magnificent tree, its branches embracing the ever-bright oak in a joyful union. From that day forward, the village thrived with newfound magic and joy, each year celebrating the Paper Balloon Festival with laughter and love. And so, nestled in the heart of Whimsywood, the village flourished, a place where dreams took flight on the wings of imagination, and where laughter floated among the leaves like gentle whispers of a happy dream. Story 13. In a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, where the whispering leaves told stories of old and the river hummed a gentle lullaby, lived a young girl named Lyra. She had eyes as bright as the evening stars and a heart as warm as the sunlit meadows. Lyra was known for her curiosity, which often led her on delightful adventures within the safe boundaries of her enchanted hometown. It was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the breeze that carried the scent of blooming flowers. The villagers lived in harmony with the magical creatures that roamed the woodlands and fields. Tiny sprites danced among the wildflowers, and wise old owls shared stories with those who listened. It was a peaceful life, full of simple joys and gentle wonders. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and rose, Lyra noticed something peculiar. As she walked along the path to the village square, she saw that every single flower in the fields had turned a deep shade of blue overnight. The villagers were puzzled, for such a change had never been known to happen without reason. The flowers, once a vibrant rainbow of colors, now swayed in the breeze like a serene ocean of indigo. It was beautiful, no doubt, but it left everyone with a sense of mystery. Lyra, her mind buzzing with questions and possibilities, decided she would uncover the secret behind this strange occurrence. The first stop on her quest was the home of the village elder, a kindly old woman named Marwyn. Her cottage was nestled beneath a great willow tree, its branches trailing like a curtain of green lace. Marwyn was known for her wisdom and her knack for understanding the ways of magic. As Lyra entered the cozy, herb-scented cottage, Marwyn greeted her with a warm smile. "Ah, Lyra, I thought you might come," she said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I see you have questions about our blue flowers." "Yes, Elder Marwyn," Lyra replied. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Marwyn shook her head slowly. "Not in my time, child, but the world of magic is vast and full of surprises. Sometimes it speaks in ways we do not immediately understand." Encouraged by Marwyn's words, Lyra continued her journey, her next destination being the edge of the forest. There, she hoped to find her friend, a clever fox named Finn, whose knowledge of the woods was unparalleled. Finn often helped Lyra with her little adventures, guiding her with his keen senses and quick wit. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, a melody of chirping birds and rustling leaves. As Lyra walked along the familiar path, she spotted Finn lounging in a patch of sunlight, his coppery fur gleaming like autumn leaves. "Hello, Lyra," Finn said, his eyes twinkling with curiosity as he noticed her determined expression. "What's got you so deep in thought?" Lyra explained the mystery of the blue flowers, and Finn listened intently, his ears twitching with interest. He mused. "There might be something in the forest that could explain this. Let's go explore, shall we?" Together they ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees grew tall and the air was cool and fragrant. Finn led Lyra to a hidden glade, a place where the sunlight filtered through the leaves in a soft, dappled pattern. In the center of the glade stood a circle of ancient stones, covered in moss and lichen. "This is a place of old magic," Finn whispered. "The stones have stood here for centuries." As Lyra approached the stones, she felt a gentle hum beneath her feet, a soft vibration that seemed to resonate with the very earth itself. She knelt down and placed her hand on one of the stones, feeling its cool surface and the faint warmth of magic within. Suddenly, a small, luminous figure appeared, a sprite, glowing with a gentle blue light. It hovered in the air before Lyra, its wings shimmering like gossamer in the sunlight. "Greetings, young one," the sprite said in a voice that sounded like a tinkling bell. "I am Nisa, guardian of this grove." Lyra's eyes widened in wonder. "Hello, Nisa. Do you know why the flowers have turned blue?" Nisa nodded, her tiny face serious. "It is the work of the moonstone, a rare gem that amplifies magic. It was placed here long ago to protect the forest, but it has recently been disturbed." "Disturbed? How?" Lyra asked, her curiosity piqued. "An inquisitive squirrel unearthed the stone while gathering acorns," Nisa explained, her voice tinged with amusement. The moonstone's magic seeped into the soil, changing the flowers' colors. Lyra and Finn exchanged a glance, their minds already turning with ideas. "Could we move the moonstone back to its original place?" Lyra suggested. Nisa nodded. "Yes, but it must be done with care. The stone is powerful, and it needs to be handled gently." Determined to restore the balance, Lyra and Finn set to work. With Nisa's guidance, they found the moonstone, a small, pallid, iridescent gem that shimmered with an inner light. It lay nestled among the roots of a great oak, its glow casting a soft blue hue over the forest floor. Working together, Lyra and Finn gently lifted the stone, feeling its warmth and the gentle pulse of its magic. They carried it back to the circle of stones, where Nisa guided them to a small indentation in the earth. As they placed the moonstone back into its resting place, a gentle wave of energy rippled through the grove. The air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant song of birds. The flowers in the field, as if in response, began to shift and change, their colors slowly returning to their natural hues. Lyra smiled, feeling a sense of satisfaction and peace. She turned to Nisa, who hovered nearby, her wings glowing with a soft light. "Thank you for your help," Lyra said. Nisa bowed gracefully. "Thank you, both of you. The forest and its magic are grateful for your kindness." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Lyra and Finn made their way back home. The flowers, now a vibrant sea of colors once more, swayed gently in the evening breeze. The villagers, seeing the flowers restored to their former beauty, rejoiced and celebrated the simple magic of their world. Lyra felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that she had played a part in preserving the harmony of her enchanted home. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the forest and the magical wonders that lay within. The mystery of the blue flowers had been solved, and all was well in the village once more, wrapped in the comforting embrace of magic and friendship. Story 14. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy was so thick that sunlight danced in delicate patterns upon the forest floor, lay a hidden world where nature's secrets were whispered among the leaves. This was a place where the earth sang in harmony with the sky, and the creatures of the wood lived in a delicate balance of life and magic. As dawn painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, A gentle breeze rustled through the branches, carrying with it the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers. Here, beneath a grand oak whose roots snaked through the earth like veins of wisdom, lived a wise old turtle named Torturo. His shell was a mosaic of moss and lichen, and his eyes held the deep understanding of many seasons past. Torturo was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role passed down through generations. He knew the stories of every tree and stream, the songs of the birds, and the language of the wind. Each morning he would make his slow journey to the forest clearing, where creatures great and small gathered to hear his tales. One crisp morning, when the air was alive with the promise of spring, a young rabbit named Brindle approached Torturo with wide eyes, eager to learn. Brindle's fur was as soft as the petals of the first spring blooms, and his spirit was as playful as a sunbeam. "Torturo, tell us about the balance," Brindle implored, his voice a gentle ripple in the hush of dawn. With a smile that creased his ancient face, Torturo began his tale. Long ago, when the world was still young, the seasons danced in harmony, each taking their turn to paint the earth with their colors. Spring brought life and renewal, summer warmth and abundance, autumn a tapestry of golds and reds, and winter a quiet blanket of snow. The creatures listened, their breaths mingling with the soft whispers of the trees. As Torturo spoke, the air seemed to shimmer with magic, as if the very essence of the forest was alive with the story. "But," Torturo continued, "there was a time when the balance was threatened. A great storm swept through the forest, upset by the disharmony of those who forgot the wisdom of living in tune with the world around them. Rivers swelled and trees fell, and the creatures knew fear." Brindle's ears perked up, his curiosity piqued. "What did they do?" "They came together," Torturo replied, his voice a soothing melody. "The wise owl shared her knowledge of the winds, the cunning fox spoke of the earth's secrets, and the gentle deer showed the way of peace. United, they restored the balance, teaching that all things are connected, and that respect for nature is the root of all harmony." As Torturo's story unfolded, the sun climbed higher, casting warm rays that kissed the forest with light. Brindle felt a sense of peace settle over him, like the softest of blankets. He understood that he, too, was a part of this grand tapestry, woven together with every living thing. From that day on, Brindle carried the lessons of the balance within him, sharing them with others as he grew. He learned to listen to the songs of the forest, to respect the cycles of the seasons, and to cherish the wisdom of those who had come before him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with the colors of twilight, the forest settled into a gentle lullaby. The creatures returned to their nests and burrows, comforted by the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the balance was preserved, passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the power of wisdom and friendship. As Torturo nestled into his bed of moss, he smiled, knowing that the stories and the magic of the forest would continue to thrive, weaving their way into the hearts of all who listened. Story 15. Once upon a time, in the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young woman named Clara. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was perpetually filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckles and the gentle rustling of emerald leaves. The village was known for its enchanting beauty, with cobblestone paths winding through quaint cottages adorned with vibrant flower boxes. Clara was a gentle soul, as kind-hearted as the babbling brook that meandered through the village, yet she found herself at a crossroads. Change loomed on the horizon like the misty dawn that crept over the hills each morning. She had always found comfort in the familiar rhythm of her days, tending to her garden, chatting with neighbors, and watching the sun sink below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. Despite the serenity around her, Clara felt a restlessness stirring within her, like the first whispers of a summer storm. She longed for something more, a transformation of sorts, but the thought of change was daunting. Her heart was like a tightly closed bud, yearning to bloom yet hesitant to unfurl. One crisp autumn afternoon, while wandering through the forest that bordered the village, Clara stumbled upon a glade she had never seen before. It was a place where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting a mosaic of light onto a carpet of fallen leaves. In the center of this magical space stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. Curiosity piqued. Clara approached the tree and noticed an unusual sight: a small, delicate door carved into the trunk, adorned with intricate symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, ethereal glow. As she reached out to touch the door, it swung open silently, revealing a softly lit chamber within the tree. Inside, the air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of cedar and earth. The walls were lined with shelves holding mysterious objects, glittering crystals, vials of shimmering liquid, and books bound in weathered leather. At the center of the room sat an old woman, her eyes twinkling like stars in a midnight sky. Her name was Seraphina, the guardian of the forest and a keeper of ancient wisdom. "Welcome, dear Clara." Seraphina greeted warmly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with a mixture of wonder and apprehension. "Expecting me?" she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. Seraphina nodded, her silver hair catching the light like spun moonbeams. "You seek change, my child, yet fear holds you back. The magic of this forest mirrors the growth within you. It is time for you to discover your path." With gentle guidance, Seraphina introduced Clara to the wonders of the forest's magic. Each day, Clara returned to the glade, learning the language of the trees, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the stars. She discovered that the forest was alive with enchantment, its magic interwoven with the very fabric of nature. The more she learned, the more her heart began to open and her spirit began to soar. Seraphina taught Clara to listen to the whispers of the world around her, to find wisdom in the rustling leaves and the murmuring streams. Under Seraphina's tutelage, Clara learned to weave spells of kindness and compassion, to see beauty in the simplest of things, and to find strength in vulnerability. As the days turned into weeks, Clara found herself transforming, much like the forest in the changing seasons. Her fears gradually dissipated, replaced by a newfound sense of purpose and belonging. She realized that change was not something to be feared but embraced, for it was through change that we grow. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, Seraphina called Clara to the ancient oak tree once more. "You have come a long way, dear one," she said, her voice filled with pride. "But there is one final lesson you must learn." Seraphina led Clara to a hidden grove, where a magnificent butterfly garden lay in wait. The air was alive with vibrant colors as butterflies flitted gracefully from flower to flower, their delicate wings shimmering like jewels in the fading light. "Observe the butterflies," Seraphina instructed softly. "They begin life as caterpillars, confined to the earth, yet through patience and perseverance, they transform into creatures of beauty and grace." As Clara watched the butterflies dance among the blossoms, she understood. Transformation was a natural part of life, a journey of discovery that required courage and trust. The butterflies had taught her that true beauty lies in embracing change, in allowing oneself to break free from the cocoon of fear and doubt. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara thanked Seraphina for her guidance and wisdom. She knew that she had found more than just magic in the forest. She had found herself. As Clara made her way back to Willowbrook, she felt a sense of peace enveloping her, like a warm embrace. The village, with its familiar sights and sounds, now held a new meaning for her. She saw the world with fresh eyes, each day a canvas waiting to be painted with the colors of possibility. Clara's journey of transformation had not only touched her life, but also inspired those around her. She shared her newfound wisdom with the villagers, encouraging them to embrace change and to find joy in the journey of personal growth. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, Clara's story became a gentle reminder that magic is not just found in the enchanted woods, but within ourselves. It is in the courage to grow, to change, and to discover the beauty within that we find our true selves. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Clara remained a beacon of light and love in Willowbrook, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of the forest. And every time the wind whispered through the trees or the sun set in a blaze of glory, the villagers would remember the tale of Clara and the timeless lesson that change, though uncertain, leads us to our truest selves. Story 16. In the quaint cobblestone village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a little shop that went unnoticed by many. Tucked away at the end of a winding lane, its windows adorned with lace curtains, stood Whispering Wonders, an antique store filled with objects that seemed to hold stories of their own. The shop was run by an elderly woman named Agnes, who had a way of moving about the store as if she were listening to the secrets of each item. Her gentle demeanor and warm smile made every visitor feel like a cherished friend. Agnes had a particular fondness for a weathered brass telescope that sat in the shop's front window. Its lenses were cloudy, and its exterior was tarnished with age, but Agnes knew it held a secret beyond its appearance. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the golden leaves danced down from the trees, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Lila was an inquisitive soul with a heart full of wonder, forever imagining what lay beyond the everyday sights of her village. Drawn to the shop by an irresistible curiosity, she stepped inside, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Ah, Lila," Agnes greeted, her voice as comforting as the softest quilt. "I see you have found your way to Whispering Wonders." Lila nodded, her gaze flitting from one intriguing item to another until it landed on the brass telescope. "What does this do?" she asked, pointing to it. Agnes chuckled softly. "That, my dear, is not just any telescope. It is said to reveal the unseen wonders of the world to those with a pure heart and an open mind." Intrigued, Lila gently lifted the telescope. As she peered through its cloudy lens, she gasped. The shop around her seemed to fade, replaced by a vibrant, shimmering landscape that pulsed with life and color. She saw fields of dazzling flowers, rivers that sparkled like liquid light, and skies filled with gliding creatures made of mist and stardust. "Where am I?" Lila whispered, awestruck. "You've glimpsed the realm of hidden wonders," Agnes explained, her eyes twinkling. "A place where the extraordinary resides just beyond the ordinary. But remember, to truly see, you must journey with your heart, not just your eyes." Lila felt a tug in her chest, a yearning to explore this magical realm further. With Agnes's blessing and the telescope in hand, Lila set off on a journey that would take her beyond the familiar paths of Willowbrook. Her journey began at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets among their rustling leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, she met a peculiar squirrel named Pippin, whose bushy tail was always in a flurry of excitement. "Where are you off to, little one?" Pippin chattered, eyes twinkling with mischief. "I'm following the wonders," Lila replied, holding up the telescope. Pippin nodded, understanding more than he let on. "Ah, then you'll need a guide," he declared, scampering ahead with boundless energy. Together, they journeyed through the forest, where sunbeams danced between the branches, casting a warm golden glow. They crossed a bubbling brook where playful otters splashed and tumbled, and a gentle breeze carried the sweet scent of wildflowers. As they traveled, Lila learned that the wonders were not just in the sights she saw, but in the friendships she formed and the lessons she learned. Pippin, though small, was wise beyond his years, teaching Lila the importance of listening and observing, rather than rushing and assuming. Their path led them to a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. At its base, an old, wise turtle named Tiberius rested, his shell adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell a story of their own. "Greetings, seekers of wonder," Tiberius rumbled in a voice as deep as the earth. "What brings you to my grove?" Lila explained her quest, and Tiberius nodded sagely. "To truly see the wonders, one must look beyond the surface," he advised. "Only then will you understand the magic that lies within." Taking Tiberius's words to heart, Lila gazed through the telescope once more. This time, she saw not just the vibrant landscape, but also the intricate connections between all living things. She noticed how the trees and creatures harmonized, each playing a part in a grand symphony of life. With a newfound understanding, Lila thanked Tiberius and continued her journey, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. Along the way, she shared her experiences with others, inspiring them to look beyond the ordinary and find the magic in their own lives. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed. She realized that the true wonder was not just in the magical realm she had visited, but in the beauty and kindness she discovered within herself and the world around her. Back at Whispering Wonders, Agnes welcomed Lila with a warm embrace. "You've seen much, dear Lila," she said, her eyes shining with pride. "Remember, the wonders are always there, just waiting for those who choose to see." And so Lila's heart remained open to the wonders of the world, knowing that magic could be found in the most unexpected places, and that true wisdom came from understanding and friendship. As she lay in bed that night, Lila held the telescope close, a gentle smile gracing her face. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the wonders she had seen and those yet to be discovered. And in her dreams, the world was as it should be, full of magic, kindness, and endless possibilities. Story 17. The Whispering Woods and the Silver Compass. In the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and lush forests, there was an old tale whispered among its residents. It spoke of the Whispering Woods, a place shrouded in mystery and magic, where the trees seemed to talk and the air was thick with secrets. Deep within these woods, it was said, lay a hidden world that only the bravest of hearts could find. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves turned to hues of gold and crimson, the village gathered for their annual harvest festival. Lanterns hung from every tree, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone streets. Children chased each other in circles, their laughter mingling with the soft strumming of a lute played by an old minstrel. Among the curious villagers was a young girl named Leora. With her wide, curious eyes and a heart full of wonder, she listened intently to the stories of old, spun by the elders as they sat around a crackling fire. Leora had always felt a pull towards the Whispering Woods, a mysterious allure she couldn't quite explain. Her grandmother, who was wise and gentle, often told her tales of the woods, of its magic and the silver compass hidden within. "The compass," she said, "is a guide to those who seek true purpose. It will lead you to the place where your heart truly belongs." As the festival wound down and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Leora felt an inexplicable urge to explore the woods. Clutching her grandmother's hand, she asked if the stories were true. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. "Truth is often hidden in tales, my dear, but remember, the woods only reveal their secrets to those who listen with their hearts." That night, as the village slept beneath a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake, the tales of the Whispering Woods swirling in her mind. She decided that she would venture into the woods the next day, to listen with her heart and seek whatever magic lay within. The morning dawned crisp and clear, with the sun casting a golden light over the treetops. Leora set off towards the woods, her heart beating with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. As she entered the forest, the world seemed to quiet, the only sound the soft rustling of leaves and the gentle song of birds. The trees stood tall and ancient, their branches weaving a canopy overhead. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Leora walked deeper and deeper into the woods, her senses alive to every sound and scent. The air was rich with the earthy aroma of moss and damp earth, and she felt as if the very trees were whispering to her, sharing secrets of the ages. After what seemed like hours, Leora came upon a clearing. In the center stood an old oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, and at its base lay a small worn chest. Her heart quickened as she approached, kneeling down to open the chest with trembling hands. Inside, nestled among faded velvet, was a silver compass. The compass was unlike any she had seen before. Its face was etched with intricate designs, and it seemed to pulse with a soft, silvery glow. As Leora held it, she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging she had never known. The needle spun slowly before settling in a direction she could not see but felt deep within her heart. With the compass as her guide, Leora continued her journey through the woods. She walked for what felt like miles, the forest around her changing subtly as she traveled. The trees grew taller, and the air seemed to shimmer with an unseen magic. She felt a sense of peace, as if the woods were embracing her, welcoming her into their hidden world. Suddenly, Leora emerged into another clearing, this one unlike any she had seen before. It was a hidden glen, bathed in soft, golden light. Flowers of every color bloomed in abundance, their sweet fragrance filling the air. In the center of the glen stood a crystalline pool, its waters clear and still. Leora approached the pool, drawn to its tranquil beauty. As she gazed into its depths, she saw her reflection staring back at her, but there was something more. The reflection seemed to shimmer, and within it, she saw visions of herself, of the person she could become, the dreams she could fulfill. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the compass. It was not merely a guide through the woods, but a guide to her own heart, revealing the path to her true self. As she stood there, she felt a transformation within her, a sense of clarity and purpose she had longed for. With newfound resolve, Leora made her way back through the forest, the compass still warm in her hand. The journey had changed her, filling her with a quiet strength and a profound sense of belonging. She knew now that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not just in the trees or the hidden glen, but in the journey itself and in the discovery of her own heart. As she stepped out of the forest and into the soft light of dusk, Leora felt a deep peace settle over her. She knew that the woods would always be a part of her, a place she could return to whenever she needed guidance or solace. And she knew, too, that she would carry the magic of the compass within her, wherever her path might lead. Back in the village, her grandmother awaited her return, her eyes shining with understanding and pride. Leora embraced her, grateful for the stories that had led her to the woods and to her own heart. As they sat together beneath the starlit sky, Leora shared her journey, the warmth of the firelight casting their shadows long and comforting on the ground. The night deepened, the world around them quiet and serene. Leora felt the gentle pull of sleep, her heart full and content. As she closed her eyes, she heard the soft whispers of the woods, carrying with them promises of dreams yet to be fulfilled and adventures yet to be had. And so, in the cozy village of Elderglen, with its whispering woods and hidden magic, Leora's story wove itself into the tapestry of tales, a gentle reminder of the power of listening to one's heart and the magic that lies within. The village slept, nestled in the embrace of the forest, and the stars watched over them, twinkling with the promise of new dreams and new beginnings. Story 18. In a secluded part of the world, where the gentle whispers of the wind carried secrets from times long past, lay the enchanted glade, a place where the natural and the magical intertwined like the woven branches of an ancient oak. This glade, nestled deep within the verdant wood forest, was not just a meeting ground for the roots of towering trees, but also for the hidden lives of creatures who danced to the rhythm of the earth. As the sun dipped low and the sky blushed with hues of orange and pink, the forest began to stir with a life unseen by most. It was a world where the whisper of leaves and the murmur of streams spoke a language of old, and where creatures of every sort gathered in harmony. Among them was a wise old turtle named Brindle, his shell etched with patterns that told tales of seasons long ago. Brindle had lived through countless cycles of the moon, and his wisdom was a beacon for the many forest dwellers who sought his counsel. One such evening, as the air was sweet, with the scent of jasmine and the cool breeze rustled through the ferns, Brindle convened a gathering beneath the great willow, whose branches draped like a gentle curtain around them. The creatures arrived in silence, their eyes reflecting the soft glow of the fireflies that danced around them. There was Thistle, the timid hare with fur like dappled sunlight, Mistral, the graceful fox whose coat shimmered like autumn leaves, and a host of other gentle beings who called the glade their home. "Gather close, my friends," Brindle began, his voice a soothing, low rumble like distant thunder. "For the time has come to share the ancient wisdom of our forest, passed down through the ages." The creatures leaned in, their hearts open to the stories that connected them to the land and to each other. Brindle spoke of the balance, an invisible thread that wove through every creature and plant, binding them in a delicate harmony. It was this balance that ensured the forest flourished with each season, from the vibrant greens of spring to the quiet hush of winter's snow. "Remember," Brindle continued, "each of us holds a piece of this balance. The trees provide shelter and air, the streams offer water, and we, in turn, care for the earth that sustains us." As the night deepened, Brindle shared tales of magical phenomena tied to the cycles of the seasons. He spoke of the moonlit bloom, a rare event when the pale flowers of the moonvine unfurled under the full moon, casting a silvery glow that filled the glade with an ethereal light. This bloom was a reminder of the magic that thrived in harmony. Yet, as with all tales, there came a challenge. The forest had recently been disturbed by unusual weather patterns, sudden storms that uprooted saplings and left the soil parched in their wake. The creatures knew that this disruption threatened the balance. Mistral, with her keen eyes and sharp mind, suggested they seek the help of the Wind Whisperers, a family of ancient owls who dwelled high in the canopy and could communicate with the very winds themselves. With Brindle's blessing, Mistral and Thistle embarked on a journey to find these wise owls. Their path led them through the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the fragrance of pine and the ground was soft with moss. They listened to the songs of the forest, the gentle babble of brooks, the rustle of leaves, and felt the pulse of life all around them. After a day's journey, they reached the towering pines where the Wind Whisperers made their home. The owls greeted them with eyes like pools of moonlight, their feathers ruffling softly in the breeze. "We have felt the disruption," hooted the eldest, a majestic owl named Zephyr. "The winds have spoken of an imbalance in the elements." With great care, Zephyr explained that the storms were the result of a forgotten promise between the earth and sky, a balance that needed to be restored. The creatures of the forest, he said, must unite their voices in song, a melody that would rise to the heavens and remind the elements of their ancient pact. Mistral and Thistle returned to the glade with this newfound knowledge. As the moon rose high, casting a gentle glow over the forest, they shared the owl's wisdom with the others. Together, they crafted a song, each voice blending with the next in a harmony that echoed the forest's heartbeat. As their melody rose, the wind seemed to pause, listening to the call of the creatures who loved their home. Slowly, the air grew calm, and the clouds parted, revealing a sky strewn with stars. The forest sighed with relief, the balance gently restored. In the days that followed, the glade thrived once more. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Streams flowed with renewed vigor, and the creatures danced in the light of the sun and the moon. Brindle, watching over them all, smiled with a heart full of peace. For he knew that the wisdom of the forest, passed down through generations, would forever guide those who dwelled within its embrace. And so, as the night wrapped the glade in its gentle arms, the creatures of the enchanted glade slept soundly, knowing they were part of a world where magic and nature sang in perfect harmony. Story 19. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a sleepy little village surrounded by whispering pines and fields of wildflowers, there was a quaint cottage. Its walls were a patchwork of weathered stones, and the roof was blanketed with moss, so thick it seemed to cradle the entire house in a soft, green embrace. Inside this cottage lived a curious young woman named Clara, whose heart was as warm and inviting as the hearth that crackled with a cozy fire each evening. Clara had a peculiar habit of collecting old things, forgotten trinkets and dusty tomes she found at the village's annual fair. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves spiraled down from the trees, Clara stumbled upon an odd little shop that she had never noticed before. Its sign, swaying gently in the breeze, read, "Whispers of the Past." Inside, the shop was filled with a comforting jumble of curiosities. The air was scented with the rich aroma of aged parchment and the faintest hint of lavender, which seemed to calm the very soul. As Clara meandered through the aisles, her eyes fell upon a tarnished silver locket resting on a velvet cushion. The locket was etched with intricate designs that seemed to dance when touched by the light. Intrigued, Clara picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her palm. Curious, she opened the locket and found it empty, but a soft, melodic hum began to fill the air, as if the locket itself was singing. The shopkeeper, an elderly gentleman with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as snow, approached with a knowing smile. "Ah, you have found the heart's whisper," he said in a voice as smooth as honey. "It's a special locket, you see. It reveals the unseen and whispers truths only the heart can hear." Clara felt a tug at her heart, a deep longing for adventure and the unknown. She decided to buy the locket, and as she left the shop, she noticed a peculiar thing. The shop seemed to vanish behind her as if it had never existed. Back at her cottage, Clara sat by her window, gazing out at the sun setting over the fields. With a sense of anticipation, she clasped the locket around her neck. As the last rays of light touched the locket, a soft voice filled her mind, gentle and reassuring. It spoke of a hidden path through the woods that led to a place long forgotten, a place where dreams could come true and hearts could find their deepest desires. The next morning, Clara set out on her journey, her heart buoyant with curiosity and hope. The path through the woods was lined with ancient oaks whose leaves murmured secrets of old. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, grounding Clara even as her heart soared with the promise of discovery. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Clara met a family of squirrels. The leader, a particularly chatty squirrel named Nutters, scampered up to her. "Hello there, off on an adventure, are we?" he chirped. "Indeed I am," Clara replied, smiling at the lively creature. "I'm following the whisper of this locket." Nutters nodded knowingly. "Ah, the heart's whisper. It's been a while since anyone followed its call. You'll need some help, you know. The forest paths can be tricky." And so, with Nutters leading the way and his family bounding playfully around them, Clara continued her journey. The forest seemed alive, each rustle of leaves and chirp of birds adding to the symphony of nature. As they walked, Clara learned from Nutters about a great tree at the heart of the forest, the wise old oak, whose roots held the memories of the land. It was said that the tree could reveal the secrets of the locket, but only to those who approached with an open heart and a gentle spirit. After a day of travel, they arrived at a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood the wise old oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. Clara felt a sense of peace as she approached the tree, the locket in hand. The tree seemed to shimmer in the afternoon light, and a soft voice echoed in the clearing, resonating with the same melody as the locket. "Welcome, seeker of truths. What is it that your heart desires?" Clara closed her eyes, thinking of her dreams and the hope she carried within her. "I wish to understand the song of the locket and to find where my heart truly belongs," she whispered. The wise old oak rustled its leaves, and the air seemed to hum with life. "The path you seek is within you, dear one. The locket is a guide, but the journey is yours to make. Remember, true wisdom comes from understanding others, and friendship is the key that opens most doors." With those words, the locket began to glow softly, and Clara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a feeling of belonging and purpose. Nutters and his family gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder. Clara thanked the wise old oak, promising to cherish the wisdom it had shared. As she turned to leave, the tree offered one last gift, a single acorn, shimmering with a golden hue. "This acorn," the tree said, "will remind you that even the smallest seeds can grow into mighty trees, just as small acts of kindness can grow into lifelong friendships." With the acorn in hand, Clara made her way back through the forest, her heart light and full of gratitude. Nutters and his family accompanied her to the edge of the woods, their chatter echoing with warmth and laughter. When Clara returned to her cottage, she placed the acorn on her windowsill, where it caught the light of the setting sun. The locket, now a cherished companion, rested around her neck, its song a constant reminder of her journey and the wisdom she had found. And so, in the heart of the village, nestled amidst whispering pines and fields of wildflowers, Clara lived with a heart full of dreams and the comforting knowledge that her journey was just beginning. Each night, as she sat by the crackling fire, she whispered a quiet thank you to the forest and its gentle inhabitants, grateful for the adventure that had led her to the truest kind of magic, the magic of understanding, friendship, and love. And there, in her cozy cottage, Clara found that she was exactly where she belonged, wrapped in the warmth of her own heart's whisper. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently like old friends sharing secrets, there lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra was known for her vibrant spirit, but of late she felt a heaviness in her heart, a reluctance towards the change that seemed to sweep over everything in her life, like the autumn winds that turned the leaves from green to gold. Each morning, Lyra would walk to the edge of the enchanted lake, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the sky's hues in a dazzling array of blues and purples. But lately, the lake seemed to mirror her inner turmoil. its once tranquil waters now rippled with uncertainty. Lyra longed for the days when her heart was as untroubled as the lake's early dawn reflections. One crisp afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the forest in shades of amber and rose, Lyra sat by the lake with a frown etched deep on her brow. Her dear friend, Finn, a gentle soul with eyes as kind as a summer's breeze, noticed her unease. He approached quietly, carrying with him a small pouch filled with shimmering, iridescent stones. "Lyra," he spoke softly, his voice like a balm, "these stones are said to hold the magic of transformation. Perhaps they can help you see the beauty in change." Skeptical yet curious, Lyra took the pouch, feeling its warmth seep into her palm. That night, under a crescent moon that hung like a silver smile in the sky, she spread the stones in a circle around her. As she closed her eyes, a gentle whispering rose from the stones, weaving through her mind like a familiar melody. In her dreams, Lyra found herself standing in a meadow bathed in moonlight, where flowers bloomed in colors she had never seen, and each petal sang a soft, sweet tune. In this dream world, she was met by a wise owl, whose feathers glimmered with stardust. The owl spoke in a voice that was both ancient and tender. "Child of the forest, fear not the changes that beckon. Like the seasons that turn, you too must embrace the dance of transformation. Trust in your heart's song, for it knows the way." Upon awakening, Lyra felt a newfound clarity. She spent her days exploring the whispering woods, listening to its stories and learning from its gentle teachers. The patient river, the steadfast trees, and the playful winds. Each encounter brought her closer to understanding that change was not something to fear, but rather a tapestry of life, woven with threads of growth and discovery. With Finn by her side, Lyra began to notice the subtle magic in everyday moments, the way the sun painted rainbows in morning dew, or how the stars twinkled like mischievous sprites in the night sky. Her heart, once heavy with reluctance, now danced with curiosity and wonder. One evening, as they sat by the enchanted lake, Finn turned to Lyra and said, "You've grown, Lyra, in ways that are as magical as these woods. Your journey has been a testament to the beauty of embracing change." With a serene smile, Lyra replied, "I've learned that within me lies the power to transform, just like the stones you gave me. It was all about seeing the magic in change and trusting the journey." And so, in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, Lyra found her peace. The lake once again mirrored her inner calm, its surface smooth and clear, a testament to the harmony she had found within. As the stars began their nightly dance in the sky, Lyra knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, cradled by the magic of her own transformation. Story 21. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed and hummed gentle tunes, there lived a peculiar little town called Twinkleton. This was no ordinary town. Every building, from the smallest cottage to the grandest manor, was perched high atop giant, colorful mushrooms. The roofs glistened with dew that sparkled like stardust under the moonlight, and the air was perpetually filled with the scent of sweet, blooming lavender. Amidst this whimsical town, there resided a group of delightfully quirky characters. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized inventor with a wild mop of hair that seemed to have a life of its own. He wore round spectacles that made his eyes look 10 times their size, and he had a habit of speaking in rhymes when he was particularly excited. Pipkin's inventions, though unpredictable, always brought joy and laughter to the townsfolk. Then there was Melody, the town's resident songbird. Her voice was as pure as a mountain stream, and she could coax the sun out from behind the clouds with a single note. Melody had wings that shimmered like a kaleidoscope of colors, and she often flew above Twinkleton, leaving trails of music in her wake. Lastly, there was Grumble, a gentle giant with a heart as soft as marshmallow fluff. Though his name suggested otherwise, Grumble was the kindest soul you could ever meet. He had a knack for baking the most scrumptious cookies, and his laughter was like rolling thunder, deep and contagious. One bright and breezy morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a golden glow across the mushroom tops, Twinkleton awoke to an unusual sight. The sky above the town was filled with floating bubbles that glimmered like tiny rainbows. Each bubble contained a different magical scene, a field of dancing lilies, a parade of hopping bunnies, or a band of twinkling stars. The townsfolk were mesmerized, But soon they realized these enchanting bubbles were multiplying rapidly, and the sky was becoming crowded. As beautiful as they were, the bubbles began to block the sun, casting Twinkleton in a curious twilight. Pipkin, Melody, and Grumble gathered in the town square, pondering the magical mystery. Pipkin adjusted his oversized spectacles and began to pace, muttering rhymes as he thought. Melody hovered nearby, her wings casting playful shadows on the ground, while Grumble pondered the situation, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I believe," Pipkin declared, "that these bubbles are born from a spell gone astray. We must find the source and set it right before we lose the light of day." With a plan forming in their minds, the trio set off towards the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic was known to be its strongest. They followed a trail of shimmering bubbles that led them deeper into the woods, where the trees whispered secrets and the air was filled with a magical hum. As they ventured further, they stumbled upon a clearing where a curious sight awaited them. In the center of the clearing sat a large cauldron, bubbling with a mysterious, iridescent liquid. Beside it stood a small, sprightly creature with pointed ears and a mischievous grin. This was Spark, the forest sprite, known for his love of mischief and magic. "Oh, dear friends," Spark chimed, his voice tinkling like wind chimes. "I was trying to create a potion of joy, but it seems my recipe went awry." The trio chuckled, for they knew Spark's intentions were always good-hearted, even if his spells sometimes had unexpected results. Melody fluttered closer and sang a soothing melody, calming the bubbling cauldron and making the bubbles settle gently on the ground. Grumble, with his gentle touch, scooped up the cauldron and gave it a hearty stir, his deep chuckle resonating through the clearing. "A dash of this, a pinch of that, perhaps a touch of sugar will fix the chat." Pipkin, inspired by his friends, rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a small vial of shimmering stardust. "A sprinkle of stardust to temper the brew should make our bubble troubles bid us adieu." With a flourish, Pipkin added the stardust to the cauldron, and the liquid within began to glow with a warm, golden light. The bubbles that had once crowded the sky now began to drift gently to the earth, popping with soft, musical notes as they landed. As the sky cleared and the sun's rays once again bathed Twinkleton in their warm embrace, the townsfolk cheered in delight. The bubbles, now harmless, had left behind a gentle mist that sparkled like morning dew, adding an extra touch of magic to the already enchanting town. Spark, grateful for the trio's help, gifted them each a magical charm: a star for Pipkin to inspire new inventions, a note for Melody to add a new song to her repertoire, and a cookie-shaped charm for Grumble, because one could never have too many cookies. With laughter and friendship, the trio returned to Twinkleton, their hearts light and their spirits high. The town, once again basking in sunshine and joy, settled into a peaceful evening, with the promise of more adventures to come. And as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvety night sky, the gentle sounds of the Whispering Woods lulled Twinkleton into a dreamy slumber, where the magic of friendship and laughter promised sweet dreams for all. Story 22. Title: The Whispering Grove. On the outskirts of the quaint village of Elderglen, nestled between rolling hills and lush meadows, lay a dense forest known as the Whispering Grove. The villagers spoke of it with a certain reverence, for it was said to be a place of ancient magic, where the wind carried secrets and the trees held wisdom in their gnarled branches. In the heart of Elderglen lived a young girl named Leora, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed grass. She possessed a curiosity that often led her to the edge of the forest, sitting quietly and listening to its gentle murmurs. Her grandmother, a wise woman with stories of old, often warned her of the forest's enchantments, urging caution. But Leora felt a pull towards the grove, a feeling as if it called her by name. One crisp morning, as the sun cast golden light upon the world, Leora made her way to the forest's edge. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Today felt different. There was a tangible electricity in the air, a whispering that was louder than usual, beckoning her to step beyond the familiar path. With a deep breath, Leora ventured into the Whispering Grove. The forest embraced her with its cool shade, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in a dance of light and shadow. She walked with purpose, her feet guided by an unseen force, deeper and deeper into the heart of the forest. As she journeyed, the trees seemed to lean toward her, their whispers growing clearer. Leora paused, placing a hand on the rough bark of an ancient oak, and closed her eyes. In that moment she could hear it, a gentle voice like a melody played on a breeze. Seek the heart of the grove, where the stones sing and the water dances. There you shall find what you seek. The words resonated within her, and Leora felt a thrill of excitement. She continued her journey, guided by the whispers, until she came upon a small clearing. In its center stood a circle of stones, worn smooth by time, encircling a spring that bubbled joyously, its water shimmering with hues of silver and blue. Leora approached with a sense of awe. The stones seemed to hum with energy, a soft, harmonious tune that blended with the gurgling of the spring. She knelt beside the water, her reflection rippling on its surface. As she reached out to touch it, the water parted, revealing a small, ornate box nestled at the bottom of the spring. With gentle hands, Leora retrieved the box. It was crafted from silver, etched with intricate patterns of vines and stars, and it seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth. As she held it, she felt a connection, a bond that whispered of magic and mystery. Her heart raced with wonder as she carefully opened the box. Inside lay an amulet, a delicate piece of crystal that glowed softly with an inner light. The moment she touched it, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a sense of clarity and purpose. The amulet of the grove, the whispering voice spoke again, soft and melodic. With it, you hold the power to hear the forest's secrets and to understand its ancient tongue. Use it wisely, for the heart of the forest beats as one with yours. Leora felt a surge of gratitude and responsibility. She placed the amulet around her neck, its warmth settling against her heart. With a newfound sense of belonging, she rose, the whispers of the forest now clear as day. Her journey back through the forest was a different experience altogether. The trees greeted her with soft rustlings, the birds sang melodies of welcome, and the forest seemed alive with vibrant energy. Leora felt a deep connection with the grove, as if she had become a part of its ancient tapestry. When she emerged from the forest, the village lay before her, bathed in the golden light of late afternoon. Elderglen felt different, more vibrant and alive. Leora walked with purpose, her steps light and confident. That evening, as the villagers gathered around the communal fire, Leora shared her tale. Her words painted vivid pictures of the whispering grove, of the singing stones and the dancing water, and of the amulet that now lay against her heart. The villagers listened, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames, and a quiet awe settled over them. They had long known of the forest's magic, but Leora's story brought it to life, weaving a thread of wonder and possibility into the fabric of their lives. Days turned into weeks, and Leora's bond with the forest grew stronger. She often returned to the grove, listening to its whispers and learning the wisdom it offered. The amulet became a part of her, its magic guiding her and teaching her the language of nature. As the seasons changed, so did Leora. She became a bridge between the village and the forest, sharing its secrets and teaching others to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the trees. The villagers, once wary of the grove's magic, embraced it, finding peace and harmony in the connection with their natural surroundings. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, its wonders shared with all who sought its wisdom. Leora, with her kind heart and gentle spirit, became a guardian of the forest, her story a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the magic that lies within the heart of nature. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise woman, much like her grandmother, revered and loved by the villagers. She often sat by the fire sharing stories of the grove with the children, her voice a soothing melody that lulled them to sleep. And though the Whispering Grove remained a place of mystery and magic, it was no longer feared. For the villagers knew that within its depths lay not only secrets, but also a bond that connected them all to the world around them, a bond that Leora had uncovered with the help of the amulet and the gentle whispers of the forest. As the fire crackled and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Leora looked out at the sleeping village, a sense of peace and fulfillment settling over her. The journey that had started with curiosity and wonder had transformed her and her village, weaving a tapestry of magic, friendship, and wisdom. And in the heart of the whispering grove, the stones continued to sing, the water danced, and the ancient magic whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen, forever holding the key to the mysteries of the forest and the bond that united them all. Story 23. In a corner of the galaxy where stars danced like distant fireflies, there lay the planet of Lumara, known for its azure forests and shimmering crystal lakes. Here the skies were a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the land in hues of serenity and wonder. Lumara was home to the Lumarans, beings of light and wisdom, who were as gentle as the morning breeze that rustled through the crystalline leaves. One twilight evening, under a sky speckled with the first twinkles of stars, a peculiar visitor arrived on Lumara. Quirin, a traveler from the planet Zenthara, stumbled out of his ship. His world was a stark contrast to Lumara, a place of towering metal cities and endless night, lit only by the neon glow of technology. Quirin was a being of shadows, sleek and mysterious, with eyes that glimmered like polished onyx. As Quirin ventured further into the Lumaran's world, he found himself in awe of its serene beauty. But his presence was unexpected, and the Lumarans, though curious, were cautious. Among them was Mira, a Lumaran known for her gentle nature and endless curiosity. Her form was like a cascade of stardust, her eyes reflecting the endless skies above. Their first meeting was not without misunderstanding. Quirin, unfamiliar with the customs of Lumara, accidentally stepped into a sacred grove, a place where the Lumarans gathered to meditate beneath the moon's soft glow. Mira, witnessing this, approached with a gentle firmness, her voice like the whisper of the wind. "This place is sacred," she said, her tone kind but firm. Quirin, misunderstanding her words, bowed his head in apology, his voice a low rumble. "I meant no harm. Your world is different from mine." Seeing his sincerity, Mira's expression softened. "Perhaps," she mused, "it is a chance for us to learn." And thus began a tentative friendship, fostered in the quiet moments beneath Lumara's starry canopy. Their journey together was not without challenges. There were moments of confusion when Quirin struggled to understand the Lumaran's reverence for nature, and Mira found it hard to comprehend Quirin's reliance on technology. Yet with each misunderstanding, they grew closer, learning to see the world through each other's eyes. One day, as they wandered through a field of luminescent flowers, a sudden storm swept across the sky. The winds howled, and the crystal trees shivered under the force. Quirin and Mira sought shelter in a nearby cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of vines. Inside, the air was cool and smelled of damp earth and ancient stones. As the storm raged outside, Mira noticed Quirin's unease. His world, devoid of weather's whims, had not prepared him for such a display of nature's power. In that moment, Mira reached out, her touch a gentle reassurance. "The storm will pass," she said softly, her voice like a lullaby, "and we will be safe." Quirin, feeling the warmth of her friendship, managed a small smile. "In Zenthara, we have storms of the mind, challenges that test our resolve. But this is different." He looked at Mira, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you for staying by my side." Their bond deepened as they shared stories of their worlds. Mira spoke of the Lumaran belief in the harmony of all things, while Quirin shared tales of Zenthara's resilience and innovation. Through their stories, they discovered a shared love for exploration and a deep respect for their differences. As the storm subsided, the sky cleared to reveal a breathtaking tapestry of twinkling stars. Quirin and Mira emerged from the cave, the air fresh and filled with the scent of rain-kissed earth. In that moment, they both understood the true essence of friendship, not in the absence of differences, but in the embrace of them. From that day forward, Quirin and Mira became inseparable companions, exploring the wonders of Lumara together. They taught each other the beauty of balance between light and shadow, nature and technology. And as they walked hand in hand beneath the starry skies, they knew they had found something truly precious. In the gentle embrace of Lumara's night, with the stars as their witness, Quirin and Mira discovered that friendship, much like the universe itself, was boundless. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, they listened to the symphony of their hearts, forever grateful for the journey that brought them together. And so, under the canopy of the cosmos, their story became a whispered legend, a tale of unity and understanding, echoing across the stars, a reminder that even the most unlikely companions can discover the true meaning of friendship. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees reached towards the heavens and sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, a realm of magic and wonder unfolded. This was a place where the whispers of the wind carried the secrets of the ages, and the gentle rustling of foliage spoke a language understood only by those attuned to the rhythms of nature. Among the twisting roots and mossy hollows lived a community of woodland creatures, each with their own unique role to play in maintaining the delicate balance of this enchanted realm. There were the industrious squirrels, whose nimble paws gathered and stored the precious nuts and seeds that nourished the forest floor. The majestic deer, with their graceful strides, tended to the undergrowth, ensuring the cycle of growth and renewal remained unbroken. But perhaps the most fascinating of all were the tiny winged creatures known as the Fae. These diminutive beings, with their gossamer wings and twinkling eyes, were the guardians of the forest's magic. They flitted among the branches, sprinkling their ethereal dust upon the buds and blossoms, coaxing forth a kaleidoscope of colors that painted the woodland in vibrant hues. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest underwent a remarkable transformation, guided by the ancient wisdom of the Fae elders. In the spring, when the first warmth of the sun caressed the earth, the Fae would gather in the heart of the forest, their wings beating in a mesmerizing rhythm. With each flap, a surge of energy rippled through the air, awakening the slumbering plants and trees from their winter slumber. Buds unfurled, and new life burst forth, cloaking the forest in a verdant embrace. Summer brought the lush abundance of growth, and with it the Fae celebrated the bounty of nature. They danced among the wildflowers, their laughter mingling with the melodies of the songbirds. Their magic wove intricate patterns of light and shadow, casting a warm glow upon the forest floor, where the creatures frolicked and played. As autumn's chill crept in, the Fae ushered in a season of transformation. With a flick of their gossamer wings, they painted the leaves in a tapestry of reds, oranges, and golds. The forest became a living canvas, its vibrant hues a testament to the cyclical nature of life and the beauty found in letting go. Winter brought a hush over the woodland, a time of rest and introspection. The Fae would gather around the glowing embers of a magical fire, sharing ancient stories and imparting their wisdom to the younger generations. They spoke of the importance of balance, of respecting the natural order, and of nurturing the world around them with care and reverence. As the snow blanketed the forest, the Fae worked their magic, ensuring that the seeds and bulbs slumbered safely beneath the frozen earth, awaiting the warmth of spring's return. Their whispered incantations echoed through the stillness, weaving a protective veil over the dormant life, preserving it until the cycle began anew. In this enchanted realm, the creatures lived in harmony, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of nature. The Fae, with their ancient knowledge and unwavering guardianship, ensured that the delicate balance was maintained, season after season, year after year. And as long as the forest stood, its magic would endure, a testament to the enduring beauty and resilience of the natural world. Story 25. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of old, and the air shimmered with hints of enchantment, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance, guided by the rhythms of the seasons. This forest, untouched by time, thrived under the watchful eyes of its many inhabitants, each playing a role in maintaining the harmony that had existed for generations. On a gentle slope bathed in the soft glow of an autumn sun, a family of squirrels busied themselves among the russet leaves, their warm, bushy tails flicking as they gathered acorns. Their movements were a dance of purpose and joy, a testament to the abundance the forest offered. The crisp air carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant murmur of a brook winding its way through the underbrush. Near the heart of the forest stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like wise old arms. Within its hollow trunk lived a wise old owl named Brindle, whose feathers had turned the color of silver with age. Brindle had seen many seasons come and go, and like the great oak itself, he was a repository of the forest's history and wisdom. One chilly evening, as the shadows lengthened and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Brindle called a gathering of the forest creatures. The animals assembled beneath the oak, their eyes bright with curiosity. From the smallest mouse to the graceful deer, they all knew that Brindle's tales were as nourishing as the sweetest berries, filled with lessons that helped them navigate the joys and challenges of their lives. Brindle began his story, his voice a soft, soothing melody that mingled with the rustling leaves. Long ago, when the world was still young and the forest was a whisper in the dreams of the earth, there came a time when the balance was threatened. The winter was harsh, and the snow fell heavy, covering the land in a silvery blanket that hid the food and froze the streams. The creatures listened intently, their breaths forming little clouds in the crisp air. Brindle continued, his eyes reflecting the twinkle of countless stars. In those days, there was a little fox named Fern, whose heart was as warm as her fiery coat. She realized that the forest needed help to survive the bitter chill. So, she gathered her friends, the clever crow, the industrious beaver, and the gentle hare. Together, they formed a plan. The foxes in the audience perked up, tails flicking as Brindle spoke of their ancestors' bravery. Fern and her friends decided to share their resources. The crow flew far and wide, finding hidden caches of seeds and berries. The beaver used his skills to open up frozen streams, allowing water to flow once more. The hare, swift and nimble, spread the word, ensuring all creatures knew where to find sustenance. As Brindle shared the tale, the forest seemed to listen, the wind pausing in its journey through the trees. The animals felt a warmth spreading through them, a reminder of the power of collaboration and kindness. And so, Brindle concluded, through their unity and wisdom, the forest survived that harsh winter, emerging stronger and more beautiful. Fern and her friends showed us that by working together, we can overcome the greatest challenges. A gentle silence followed, the kind that settles when hearts are full. The creatures looked around at one another, seeing not just neighbors, but a community bound by the shared stories of their ancestors. As the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, the forest creatures slowly dispersed, carrying with them the lessons of the past as they prepared for the coming winter. Brindle watched them go, a soft smile in his wise eyes, knowing that the forest would continue to thrive as long as its inhabitants remembered the importance of harmony and friendship. The night deepened, and the forest settled into a peaceful lullaby of rustling leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. Within the ancient oak, Brindle tucked his head beneath his wing, content in the knowledge that the legacy of wisdom and unity would carry on in the gentle hearts of the creatures he so dearly cherished. And so, the forest remained a sanctuary, a place where magic flowed in the very air, and every heartbeat sang the song of balance. Story 26. In the shimmering expanse of the Andromedon star cluster, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels across the velvet night, lay the vibrant planet of Xylaria. Xylaria was known for its lush emerald forests and rivers that sang as they wound through valleys of crystalline stones. Here, the air was always sweet, with the scent of blossoming lumaflowers, which glowed softly under the gentle gaze of twin moons. Amidst this serene environment lived a kind-hearted Xylorian named Nyla. Nyla was a small, delicate creature with skin that glimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake under moonlight. Her eyes were large and expressive, filled with endless curiosity and a gentle warmth that endeared her to all who knew her. Nyla cherished her peaceful life, tending to her small garden where she grew the most radiant lumaflowers in all of Xylaria. One day, a peculiar event unfolded. A shimmering tear appeared in the sky, and from it descended a sleek, silvery craft. It landed softly on a meadow not far from Nyla's home, its surface gleaming in the sunlight like a polished gem. From the craft emerged a visitor from a distant world, Gorin, a traveler from the rugged planet of Vortexia. Gorin was unlike any creature Nyla had ever encountered. His skin was rugged, with patterns reminiscent of the swirling sandstorms of his homeworld. His eyes were deep and thoughtful, yet there was a hint of wariness in them, as if he carried the weight of countless journeys. Gorin was a Vortexian, known across galaxies for their resilience and strength, but also for their fierce independence. Curiosity sparked within Nyla as she watched Gorin explore the meadow, his movements deliberate and cautious. She approached him with a welcoming smile, her heart open and her spirit eager to learn. But Gorin, unfamiliar with the gentle ways of Xylorians, perceived Nyla's approach as a potential threat. He stiffened, his posture defensive, and responded with gruff words that echoed through the meadow. Misunderstandings sprang like thorns between them, each word a prickly barrier. Nyla, though momentarily taken aback, sensed the fear behind Gorin's harsh exterior. She decided to offer him a gesture of peace, a gift from her garden, a lumaflower, its petals glowing softly with an inner light. Gorin accepted the flower hesitantly, its luminescence reflecting in his wary eyes. As he held it, he began to feel the warmth of Nyla's intentions. It reminded him of the rare moments of tranquility he had experienced amidst the chaos of his travels. His rigid demeanor softened, and a tentative understanding bloomed between them. Over the following days, Nyla and Gorin found themselves drawn together by a series of unexpected challenges. A sudden storm swept across Xylaria, its winds howling like restless spirits, threatening to uproot the very essence of their world. Together, they braved the storm's fury, Nyla's knowledge of the land guiding them to safety, while Gorin's strength shielded them from harm. As the skies cleared and the sun returned to cast its golden glow upon the land, Nyla and Gorin sat side by side under the shade of a great luma tree. The world around them was a symphony of life, the air filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of songbirds. It was in this peaceful silence that they truly saw each other for the first time. Gorin spoke of his journeys, of the vast, desolate landscapes of Vortexia, and the solitude he often felt. Nyla listened with empathy, her heart reaching out to his, and in turn, she shared the beauty and tranquility of Xylaria, a world so different from his own. Through their stories, they discovered a shared longing for connection and understanding. Their friendship blossomed, rooted in the soil of mutual respect and nurtured by their willingness to learn from each other. Nyla taught Gorin the art of cultivating lumaflowers, a task that required patience and care, and in return, Gorin showed Nyla how to harness the inner strength that lay within her gentle heart. Together, they explored the wonders of Xylaria, from the whispering groves to the sparkling riverbanks. They laughed beneath the starlit sky, their differences becoming the threads that wove their friendship into something beautiful and enduring. In their companionship, Gorin found a sense of belonging he hadn't realized he yearned for, and Nyla discovered the joy of sharing her world with a kindred spirit. As the seasons turned and the luma flowers bloomed once more, Gorin knew it was time to continue his journey across the stars. Yet he departed not with sadness, but with a heart full of warmth and memories to carry with him. Nyla watched his craft ascend into the sky, a soft smile upon her face, knowing that their paths would cross again. And so in the heart of the Andromedon star cluster, where stars danced in the cosmic ballet of time, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds, nurtured by understanding, and forever illuminated by the gentle glow of luma flowers. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a galaxy where stars twinkled like 1,000 scattered fireflies, two unlikely travelers charted a course for destiny. This tale begins on the lush, verdant planet of Verdanis, known for its endless fields of luminescent flowers that glowed softly under the silver gaze of 3 moons. Here lived a creature of unparalleled curiosity and gentle spirit, a Verdanian named Lyra. Lyra, with her iridescent skin that shimmered with the colors of the forest, had eyes as wide and deep as the galaxy itself. She spent her days exploring the flora and fauna of her planet, her senses always attuned to the whispers of nature. Despite her love for Verdanis, she yearned to learn more about the universe beyond the canopy of her world. Far across the cosmos, on the rocky, wind-swept terrain of Zinthor, dwelled a being of strength and solitude, a Zinthorian named Kale. Zinthorians were known for their resilience and stoic nature, their skin as tough as the basalt of their home. Kale, however, harbored a dream that set him apart from his kin. He longed to experience the warmth of friendship, something his kind found unnecessary. The two were brought together by the whims of fate when each received a mysterious message encoded in starlight, inviting them to the intergalactic gathering of cultures. a rare event where beings from across the universe came to share their knowledge and experiences. Drawn by the promise of discovery, both Lyra and Kale embarked on their journeys, their paths set to converge on the vibrant space station of Lumina. The station was a marvel of engineering, an iridescent sphere suspended amidst the stars. Its corridors buzzed with life, a tapestry of colors and sounds as diverse as the galaxy itself. Yet amidst this cacophony, an unexpected encounter awaited. Their meeting was anything but smooth. As Lyra marveled at an exhibit of luminescent crystals, Kale, distracted by a holographic display of Zinthorian martial arts, accidentally bumped into her, sending her collection of delicate flowers scattering like stars across the floor. The misunderstanding that followed was a tangle of apologies and frustration, each struggling to communicate in a language not their own. But as they gathered the scattered blooms, something changed. Lyra, seeing the sincerity in Kale's eyes, offered a smile brighter than any star. Kale, in turn, found himself enchanted by Lyra's gentle demeanor. They realized that beneath their differences lay a shared passion for understanding the universe. As the days of the gathering unfolded, they found themselves drawn together by shared challenges that tested their burgeoning friendship. A sudden power outage plunged Lumina into darkness, and the duo found themselves navigating the labyrinthine passages together. Kale's natural resilience and Lyra's keen senses made them an unstoppable team, guiding others to safety through the pitch-black corridors. In those moments of uncertainty, they found strength in each other. Kale learned to appreciate the beauty of Lyra's empathy, her ability to connect with others in a way he had never known. Lyra, in turn, was inspired by Kale's unwavering courage and calm in the face of adversity. Their bond deepened further when they stumbled upon a lost child from a distant planet, separated from her group in the chaos. Together, they comforted her, Lyra's soothing voice weaving tales of hope, while Kale offered a protective presence. In that small act of kindness, they discovered the true essence of friendship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. The gathering concluded with a grand celebration, a kaleidoscope of colors and laughter echoing through the halls of Lumina. As they prepared to return to their respective worlds, Lyra and Kale stood side by side, gazing out at the swirling nebula beyond the station's glass walls. "Thank you," Lyra whispered, her voice barely a breath above the hum of the universe, "for showing me that true friendship knows no boundaries." Kale nodded, his eyes reflecting the cosmic dance of light. "And thank you for teaching me to see beyond the surface, to find warmth in places I never thought to look." With the promise of a reunion in the stars, they parted ways, their hearts aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship. Though separated by light years, the bond they had forged was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding and kindness. And so, under the watchful eyes of countless stars, Lyra and Kale continued their journeys, forever changed by the lessons learned and the friendship shared. For in the vast, infinite universe, they had discovered the most precious treasure of all, each other. Story 28. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the wind seemed to carry secrets from times long past, there lay a hidden world known only to those with eyes attuned to wonder. This was the Verdant Hollow, a place where the ordinary rules of the world bent gracefully under the weight of enchantment. Here trees towered like cathedral spires, their leaves shimmering in shades of emerald and gold, while murmuring streams wove silver threads through the jade tapestry of moss and fern. In a quaint cottage nestled at the heart of this mystical woodland, there lived a young boy named Oliver. Oliver was a gentle soul with a heart as open as the sky, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions yet unasked. He had unruly chestnut hair and a nose dusted with freckles, and he always wore a woolen scarf his grandmother had knitted, even in the warm months, as if to carry a piece of home with him wherever he went. Oliver's father was the forest keeper, a role passed down through generations, responsible for the care of the woodland and its myriad creatures. From him, Oliver had learned to listen to the forest, to understand the language of rustling leaves and babbling brooks. But there was one story his father never tired of telling, of a magical compass hidden deep within the forest, said to reveal paths unseen and guide the pure of heart to places of great wonder. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast long fingers of light through the canopy, Oliver awoke with a peculiar sense of purpose. Today, he decided, he would find the magical compass. With his heart set on adventure, he packed a satchel with essentials: a flask of water, a loaf of bread, a small jar of honey, and his father's old map of the forest. Before setting out, he paused at the door to gaze at the verdant sea of trees, feeling a burgeoning excitement that tingled through his fingertips. As Oliver stepped into the forest, the air buzzed with the electric promise of discovery. The path he chose wound through groves of ancient oaks, their bark like the skin of wise old elephants, and past thickets of goldenrod and wild thyme. Birds flitted in the branches above, singing songs that twirled in the air like ribbons caught in a breeze. Oliver greeted them with a smile, feeling the forest embrace him as one of its own. Hours passed as Oliver wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar trails giving way to paths less trodden. The forest grew denser, and the air thickened with the scent of pine and damp earth. Just as his legs began to tire and doubt started to creep in, he spotted something unusual, a glimmer of light not far off the path where the sun should not have reached. Curiosity piqued. Oliver pushed through the underbrush, the branches parting like a curtain to reveal a small clearing. At its center stood an ancient stone pedestal, covered in a tapestry of moss and lichen. Upon it lay the compass, its surface catching the light in an ethereal dance of colors. It was unlike any compass Oliver had seen, its needle spinning slowly, seemingly of its own accord, pointing not to north, south, east, or west, but to something else entirely. Reverently, Oliver picked it up. The moment his fingers touched the cool metal, a warmth spread through him, as though the compass recognized something within him. He felt a gentle tug, not in a direction but inside, urging him to trust in the journey ahead. And so, with the compass as his guide, Oliver set off once more, venturing into parts of the forest that seemed to shimmer with otherworldly light. As he journeyed, the forest transformed around him. Trees whispered with voices he could almost understand, and the very air seemed to hum with magic. He came upon a brook, its water sparkling like liquid crystal. Kneeling beside it, he dipped his fingers into the cool stream, feeling its life-giving energy course through him. It was then that he noticed a figure on the opposite bank. The figure was a girl, about his age, with hair as dark as raven feathers, and eyes that shone like stars reflected on a midnight lake. She wore a simple dress woven from leaves and flowers, and her feet were bare, seeming to float above the mossy ground. She watched him with a mix of curiosity and amusement. "Hello," Oliver called, his voice carrying over the gentle murmur of the brook. "Hello," she replied, her voice as clear and bright as a bell. "I'm Isla. Who are you?" "Oliver," he said, standing and brushing off his knees. "I'm searching for something. A magical compass led me here." Isla smiled, a secretive, knowing smile. "Perhaps it has brought you to what you truly seek. This is the beginning of your journey, not the end." Intrigued by her words, Oliver crossed the brook, his feet finding purchase on stepping stones that seemed to appear just for him. As he reached her side, Isla extended a hand, and he took it without hesitation. Together, they walked deeper into the forest, the compass in Oliver's hands spinning with a gentle, reassuring rhythm. As they traveled, Isla showed him wonders he had never imagined: trees that sang with the wind, flowers that glowed softly in the twilight, and animals that spoke in a language of gestures and glances. Each new sight filled Oliver with awe, but it was the companionship of Isla that warmed him most, her laughter like a melody that wrapped around his heart. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of lavender and rose, they arrived at a small meadow. In its center stood a great oak, its branches spread wide like arms open in embrace. Beneath its boughs lay a circle of stones, worn smooth by time and weather. "This is where we part for now," Isla said, her voice tinged with both sadness and hope. "This circle marks a threshold. Beyond it lies a world known only to those who truly believe." Oliver felt a pang of reluctance. "Will I see you again?" She nodded, her eyes twinkling with the promise of many tomorrows. "Our paths are intertwined, Oliver. Trust in the compass and trust in your heart." With a gentle squeeze of his hand, Isla stepped back, her figure blending into the twilight until she was one with the shadows. Alone now, Oliver looked at the compass. Its needle pointed unwaveringly towards the circle of stones. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, crossing the threshold. The world shifted around him, and he found himself in a place of surreal beauty. The air shimmered with a soft golden light, and the landscape unfolded like a dream. It was a realm where every color was more vivid, every sound more harmonious, and every sensation more profound. Here, the forest was both familiar and new, a reflection of the world he knew, and yet something more. As he wandered through this enchanted land, Oliver felt a growing sense of belonging. The compass, though seemingly silent now, had led him to a place where the lines between reality and magic blurred into something wondrous. He understood now that the compass was not just a tool, but a guide to the heart's deepest desires. Days turned to weeks, and Oliver explored this hidden world, each discovery teaching him more about himself and the nature of true magic. He learned that the greatest treasures were not objects, but experiences, and that the most profound journeys were those of the heart and spirit. One day, as he sat beneath a canopy of stars, he felt a presence beside him. It was Isla, her smile as bright as ever. They spoke of all they had seen and learned, their words weaving a tapestry of friendship stronger than any bond Oliver had known. In that moment, he realized the true gift of the compass. It had not just shown him a path, but had brought him a friend who understood the language of his heart. As the seasons turned and the forest changed its colors, Oliver knew it was time to return to his own world. The compass, its task fulfilled, lay quiet now, but its lessons lived on within him. With a heart full of gratitude, he bid farewell to the hidden world and its wonders, knowing he could return whenever he needed to, for it was now a part of him. Back in the familiar embrace of his home, Oliver shared his stories with his father, who listened with eyes wide with wonder and pride. The forest keeper nodded, understanding that his son had embarked on a journey that transcended the physical, a journey of growth and discovery that would shape the man he would become. As Oliver lay in bed that night, the gentle glow of the moon spilling through his window, he felt the warmth of the forest around him, the whisper of leaves, and the song of the brook still echoing in his ears. And he knew that, though his adventure had come to a close, the magic of the verdant hollow lived on in every choice, every step, and every friendship he would forge. With a contented sigh, he drifted into sleep, dreaming of the hidden world and the paths that awaited him, guided always by the compass of his heart. Story 29. In a quaint village nestled between the emerald folds of rolling hills and the whispering embrace of ancient woods, there was a cottage where the sun seemed to linger just a bit longer. This was the home of a young girl named Sylvie. She had a heart as open as the sky and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 unasked questions. Every morning, the smell of fresh bread would drift from the cottage windows, mingling with the scent of dew-kissed wildflowers from the fields beyond. Sylvie's days were filled with simple joys, helping her grandmother with the bakery, wandering through the meadows, and, most delightfully, losing herself in the stories her grandmother told by the fireside each night. Sylvie's grandmother was known far and wide for her tales, spun from the golden threads of lore and the silvery strands of imagination. But the story Sylvie loved most was one of a hidden world, a realm concealed within their very own forest. According to grandmother's tales, this world was home to creatures and wonders that were invisible to the unseeing eye, a place where magic pulsed beneath the bark of trees and danced in the glimmer of moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves twirled lazily to the ground and the air was filled with the earthy perfume of the season, Sylvie set out for the forest. Her heart was light, buoyed by the possibility that today might be the day she discovered the hidden world her grandmother spoke of. She carried with her a small basket, packed with the essentials for a day's adventure, some bread, a flask of sweet apple cider, and a notebook, in which she scribbled her thoughts and dreams. The path into the forest was dappled with sunlight, the trees standing like sentinels, their branches forming a cathedral of rustling whispers above her. Sylvie followed the trail deeper than she had ever gone before, led by a peculiar feeling, as if the forest itself were gently ushering her forward. Hours passed in a delightful blur of exploration. Sylvie watched squirrels scamper among the trees and listened to the lilting songs of birds that flitted through the canopy. Yet as afternoon melted into the warm hues of evening, she found herself in a part of the forest she did not recognize. The trees here were taller, older, their trunks thick with history and moss. Feeling both a thrill of excitement and a twinge of unease, Sylvie paused to catch her breath. She sat on a fallen log, the moss soft and cool beneath her fingers. As she sipped her cider, she noticed something curious, a faint glow emanating from the ground a few feet away. Her heart skipped with anticipation as she approached, and there, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, she found it, a small, ornate box, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. The box was unlike anything Sylvie had ever seen. It was as if it had been waiting there just for her. She reached out, her fingers tingling with a strange warmth, and lifted the box. It was surprisingly light, and as she turned it over, she discovered a tiny keyhole, perfectly round and inviting. Sylvie's mind raced with possibilities, but she reminded herself to be cautious. She placed the box gently in her basket and decided it was time to head back. The forest was beginning to darken, and although Sylvie had always felt safe among the trees, she knew it was wise to return home before nightfall. As she retraced her steps, the forest seemed to hum with an energy she hadn't noticed before. The leaves rustled like pages of a book being turned by an invisible hand, and the air felt charged with secrets waiting to be uncovered. Sylvie arrived home just as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting for her, a gentle smile on her face as she set a steaming bowl of stew on the table. Sylvie shared her day's adventure, carefully omitting the discovery of the box, unsure of how to describe the mysterious find. That night, as her grandmother's stories wove through the room like a warm blanket, Sylvie's mind was elsewhere, lost in thoughts of the box and what treasures or secrets it might hold. The next morning, after her chores were done and her grandmother had gone to the market, Sylvie took the box out into the garden where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. She examined it closely, tracing the swirling patterns with her fingertips. But without a key, the box remained a tantalizing mystery. Determined to learn more, Sylvie decided to return to the forest, hoping to find some clue or sign that might lead her to the key. She followed her footsteps from the previous day, her eyes scanning the ground for anything she might have missed. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she felt a gentle tugging at the edge of her senses, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She followed the feeling, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of fear, until she reached a clearing she hadn't seen before. In the center of the clearing stood a tree unlike any other. Its bark was silver, and its leaves shimmered with an ethereal light, casting a soft glow across the ground. It was here, at the base of this magnificent tree, that Sylvie saw something glinting in the sunlight, a small ornate key. Sylvie's breath caught in her throat as she picked up the key, its metal cool and smooth in her palm. It was a perfect match for the keyhole in the box. Her heart raced with anticipation as she hurried back to the edge of the forest, eager to unlock the mystery that had found her. Back in the garden, with the sun warming her back and the birds singing their afternoon song, Sylvie inserted the key into the box. It turned smoothly, and with a soft click, the lid popped open. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, was a stone. It was no ordinary stone, but a crystal of the deepest emerald green, pulsing with a gentle light that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the earth itself. As Sylvie held it in her hand, she felt a wave of warmth and tranquility wash over her, as if she were being wrapped in the comforting embrace of the forest. In that moment, she understood. This was not merely a stone, but a piece of the hidden world her grandmother had spoken of, a connection to the magic that flowed unseen through the land. Sylvie felt a profound sense of wonder and gratitude. The forest had shared its secret with her, trusted her with its magic. She knew she must protect it and use it wisely, not for personal gain, but to preserve the harmony of the world she loved so dearly. As she sat in the garden, the crystal cradled in her hands, Sylvie felt a deep peace settle within her. The forest had changed her, opened her eyes to the magic that lay just beneath the surface of everyday life. and in doing so, it had given her a gift far greater than she could have ever imagined. From that day on, Sylvie continued to explore the forest, always mindful of the balance she had been entrusted with. She shared her adventures and the lessons she'd learned with her grandmother, weaving new stories from the tapestry of her experiences. And every night, as they sat by the crackling fire, her grandmother would listen with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of someone who understood that the greatest magic of all was not in the finding, but in the sharing. And so Sylvie's story became a part of the village lore, a reminder of the wonders that await those who are willing to see beyond the veil of the ordinary, to embrace the magic that dwells in the heart of the world. And as the years passed, the legend of the girl and the forest crystal grew, inspiring all who heard it to seek out the hidden wonders in their own lives. In the gentle glow of the evening, with the hush of the world settling around them, Sylvie and her grandmother would often sit together, their hearts full of joy and gratitude. For they knew that the true magic of the forest was not just in the crystal's light, but in the love and wisdom that it had helped them find within themselves and share with others. And as the stars twinkled above, they would drift into dreams filled with the enchanting mysteries of the world, knowing that the magic of the forest and the warmth of their stories would forever light their path. Story 30. Once upon a time, in the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and meandering streams, there lay a peculiar little shop known as the Curiosity Nook. Its windows were always aglow with the warm light of flickering candles, casting a welcoming aura that seemed to invite passers-by to step inside and explore its wonders. The shop was owned by a gentle elderly woman named Matilda, whose eyes twinkled like stars behind her round spectacles. Matilda had a knack for collecting the most unusual trinkets and artifacts, each with its own whisper of a story. Among her collection was an unassuming, dusty old lantern tucked away on a shelf, overshadowed by more flamboyant items. One crisp autumn morning, a young girl named Lila wandered into the Curiosity Nook. Lila was a curious soul with an insatiable thirst for adventure, her auburn curls bouncing with each eager step. As she browsed through the shop, her eyes were drawn to the dusty lantern. It seemed to pulse with a soft, inviting glow that no one else seemed to notice. "Ah, you've found the Lantern of Echoes," Matilda said, appearing silently beside Lila. Legend has it that this lantern reveals the hidden truths and memories of its holder. Intrigued, Lila asked if she could borrow the lantern. Matilda agreed, her smile gentle and knowing, as if she already understood the journey Lila was about to embark upon. That evening, under the silvery gaze of a full moon, Lila took the lantern to the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its ancient, towering trees and the soft rustle of leaves that sounded like the whispers of old tales. She held the lantern aloft, and to her astonishment, it began to emit a golden light that danced and shimmered, casting ethereal patterns on the forest floor. As the light grew brighter, Lila heard a soft voice, like a breeze through the branches. "Follow the light, dear one, and you shall find what you seek." It was then that she noticed a path unfurling before her, illuminated by the lantern's glow. The path led Lila deeper into the woods, where the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. She soon came upon a clearing where a grand, ancient oak stood. Beneath its sprawling boughs sat a peculiar figure, a small, wise-looking tortoise named Tiberius, who wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched upon his nose. "Welcome, young adventurer," Tiberius greeted her with a slow, deliberate nod. "I am the keeper of the wood's wisdom. What brings you to this ancient glade?" Lila, feeling a sense of warmth and trust, shared her longing to understand the mysteries of the world and her place within it. Tiberius listened patiently, then offered her a riddle, a challenge that required not strength, but insight. "In this world of wonders, not all is as it seems," Tiberius began. "To see with clarity, one must look beyond the surface. Tell me, Lila, what is it that binds us all yet is invisible to the eye?" Lila pondered the riddle, gazing up at the canopy where the moonlight played through the leaves. She thought of the air she breathed, the warmth of her family, the kindness of Matilda, and the peace of the woods. Suddenly, it dawned on her. "Is it love?" she asked softly. The invisible threads of care and connection that hold everything together? Tiberius smiled, his eyes twinkling. Indeed, you have found the heart of the matter. Love is the light that guides us, the bond that unites all living things. With these words, the lantern flared with a brilliant light, and Lila felt a profound sense of understanding and belonging wash over her. She realized that the journey had not only led her through the woods, but also through the landscapes of her own heart. As dawn approached, Lila thanked Tiberius for his wisdom and made her way back to Willowbrook, the lantern's glow now a steady, comforting presence at her side. She returned to the Curiosity Nook to share her newfound insights with Matilda. Matilda listened with pride and affection, her heart warmed by Lila's discovery. "You've learned something many search a lifetime to find," she said, gently taking the lantern and placing it back on the shelf. "Remember, the light of love is always within you, ready to guide you whenever you need it." With a heart full of gratitude and a mind at peace, Lila stepped out into the soft morning light, knowing that she was never truly alone. She had discovered that the world was filled with wonder, and that the greatest magic of all lay in the connections she formed with those around her. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, under the watchful eyes of the hills and streams, Lila continued her adventures, her heart forever illuminated by the gentle glow of love and understanding. And the Lantern of Echoes remained in the Curiosity Nook, waiting patiently for the next curious soul to uncover its secrets. As the village settled into the rhythm of another day, the story of Lila's journey became a cherished tale, whispered among the warm hearths and shared with those seeking comfort and inspiration. And in the heart of the woods, the wise old tortoise Tiberius rested beneath his oak, content in the knowledge that the light of wisdom and love would always find its way to those who needed it most. Story 31. In the vast expanse of the celestial tapestry known as the Milky Way, where stardust whispered tales of ancient times and planets spun silently in their eternal dance, there existed a hidden realm known as the Silver Folds. This was a stretch of space where the light of distant stars shimmered with a silvery hue, casting an otherworldly glow upon all who ventured within it. One such traveler was a gentle creature named Leora from the tranquil planet of Valora. Leora was of a species known as the Luminaries, beings who glowed softly with an inner light that reflected their emotions. Their skin was a translucent canvas of ever-changing hues, painting the air with serenity. As Valora's envoy, Leora was on a diplomatic mission to learn about other worlds and share the peaceful ways of her people. As her sleek, crystalline ship glided through the silver folds, Leora's thoughts were a gentle stream of wonder and anticipation, until an unexpected jolt disrupted her tranquility. A sudden flare of cosmic energy sent her vessel spiraling off course, pulling it towards an uncharted planet with a lush, verdant surface. Meanwhile, on this very planet, a curious being named Theros was exploring the dense forests. Theros hailed from the planet Dromos, a rugged world known for its hardy inhabitants and vibrant wildlife. The Dromians were creatures of resilience, with earthy brown skin and eyes like polished amber. They communicated through a complex language of melodic hums and rhythmic gestures, which made them appear aloof to outsiders. Theros had ventured far from his village, driven by an innate curiosity about the world beyond Dromos. His exploration was suddenly interrupted by a blinding streak of light that tore through the sky, followed by the distant sound of something crashing into the forest. Drawn by a mix of curiosity and concern, Theros made his way through the thick underbrush, his senses heightened by the unfamiliar presence. As he approached the clearing where Leora's ship had landed, he saw the luminary emerge, her form glowing with a soft, soothing light that painted the leaves in shades of lavender and blue. Leora, though shaken, was unharmed. She surveyed her surroundings, her heart a gentle pulse of calm despite the situation. When her gaze met Theros's, there was a moment of silence, a pause in which the air itself seemed to hold its breath. The two beings regarded each other across the clearing, each a reflection of their distant worlds, each a mystery to the other. Leora's glow shifted to a welcoming teal, an instinctive gesture of peace. Theros, unsure but guided by an innate sense of empathy, responded with a soft hum, a greeting from his own culture. Despite the initial barrier of language and form, there was an unspoken understanding that began to weave between them, a thread of curiosity and mutual respect. Leora approached, her light flickering with tentative hope, while Theros extended a hand, a universal gesture of friendship. As they began to communicate, the limitations of verbal language soon gave way to a deeper connection. Leora learned to interpret Theros' melodic hums and gestures, while Theros, in turn, started to understand the shifting hues of Leora's luminescent skin. Their journey together began with a shared challenge, repairing Leora's damaged ship. The task was daunting, as the technology was beyond anything Theros had encountered, and the native materials of the planet were unfamiliar to Leora. Yet, through trial and error, laughter, and moments of shared frustration, they discovered the joy of collaboration. Theros showed Leora the rich resources of his world, the sturdy vines and malleable metals hidden within the forest. In turn, Leora introduced Theros to the art of luminary craftsmanship, where tools were not just functional, but also a symphony of form and light. As they worked side by side, misunderstandings arose. There was a day when Theros, in his eagerness, hastily cut a vine that was vital to their repairs, causing Leora's glow to dim with disappointment. Yet, instead of letting frustration take root, they paused to reflect on each other's perspectives. Leora explained the importance of patience, while Theros shared his impulse to act quickly, a trait born from a world where swift decisions meant survival. Through these moments, they learned to appreciate their differences, realizing that each brought a unique strength to their partnership. Leora's calm, deliberate approach balanced Theros' bold, instinctive actions, creating a harmony that transcended their individual capabilities. Their friendship deepened further when a fierce storm swept through the forest, threatening to undo their hard work. As the winds howled and rain lashed against the trees, Theros instinctively led Leora to a hidden cave, a sanctuary known only to the Dromians. There, huddled together, they found solace in each other's presence, their bond a beacon of warmth against the storm. In the flickering light of the cave, Leora shared stories of Valora, tales of peace and unity that painted vivid pictures in Theros' mind. In return, Theros hummed songs of Dromos, melodies that spoke of strength and community, of a people bound by the land they cherished. When the storm finally passed, they emerged to find the world washed clean and renewed. Encouraged by their shared resilience, they completed the repairs on Leora's ship, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that they had overcome adversity together. With the ship ready to return to the stars, the moment of parting loomed. Yet instead of sorrow, there was a deep sense of gratitude for the time they had spent and the friendship they had forged. Leora promised to return, to share more of her world and learn from Theros's, while Theros vowed to keep the stories of their journey alive among his people, a testament to the bonds that transcend space and species. As Leora's ship lifted into the sky, its glow a radiant trail across the heavens, Theros watched with a heart full of warmth and wonder. He knew that though they hailed from different worlds, the true meaning of friendship lay in their shared journey, a journey that had changed them both for the better. And so, beneath the silvery light of the stars, their story continued to echo through the cosmos. A gentle reminder of the power of understanding, the beauty of diversity, and the unyielding strength of a friendship that knew no bounds. Story 32. In the gentle heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves sang soft lullabies and the winds carried secrets of old, there lay a hidden path known only to those with a heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for adventure. It was along this path that young Nora found herself one sun-dappled morning, her curiosity leading her toward the unknown. The forest was alive with the golden hues of autumn, each leaf a fluttering note in the symphony of the season. The air was crisp yet comforting, like a warm blanket in a cool room. The scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp leaves, creating a tapestry of smells that enveloped Nora like a gentle hug. She walked slowly, her boots crunching softly on the path carpeted with fallen leaves, each step resonating like a soft drumbeat in the serene silence. Nora was a girl of simple joys and big dreams, her eyes always wide with wonder at the world around her. Today, she wore her favorite woolen scarf, its ends trailing behind her like the tails of a comet, and her pockets were filled with tiny treasures, a smooth pebble, a feather, and a small vial of wildflower seeds. She had been drawn to the whispering woods by tales of a hidden glade, a place where magic dwelled and dreams took shape. Her grandmother, with her voice like honey and stories spun from moonlight, had spoken of this place, telling Nora of a time when she, too, had wandered these paths, leaving behind footprints that shimmered under the moonlight. As Nora ventured deeper into the woods, the sounds of the world softened to a gentle murmur. The chatter of squirrels and the songs of birds blended into a harmonious chorus, guiding her toward the heart of the forest. She felt a sense of belonging here, as though the trees recognized her, their branches lowering ever so slightly to brush against her hair in greeting. It wasn't long before she came upon the entrance to the hidden glade, marked by an archway of intertwined branches that seemed to glow with an inner light. Her heart skipped a beat, a thrill of excitement coursing through her as she stepped beyond the threshold. The glade was a dream woven into reality. Sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the ground. A gentle brook babbled nearby, its waters clear and cool, reflecting the vibrant tapestry of the autumn sky. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. It was here, beneath the mighty oak, that Nora discovered the magical object her grandmother had spoken of, a delicate, shimmering locket, nestled in the roots as if waiting just for her. Nora knelt down, her fingers brushing the cool metal as she lifted the locket into her hands. It was warm to the touch, as though it held within it the warmth of 100 sunny days. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, and as she opened it, a soft, golden light spilled forth, enveloping her in its gentle glow. Inside the locket was a tiny, swirling universe, a galaxy contained within a heartbeat. Stars twinkled and planets danced, each movement accompanied by a soft chime that resonated with the pulse of the earth. Nora felt a profound connection to the locket, as if it were an extension of her own dreams and hopes. She closed it gently, the light fading, but the warmth lingering in her palm. As she sat beneath the oak, cradling the locket, she became aware of the presence of another. A soft rustle announced the arrival of a small wise creature, a fox, its fur a rich tapestry of reds and golds, eyes sparkling with intelligence and kindness. The fox approached with a gentle grace, its movements fluid as water. It sat beside Nora, regarding her with a look that seemed to delve into the depths of her soul. "Welcome, young dreamer," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I see you have found the locket of stars, a gift from the forest to those who seek with an open heart." Nora was not startled by the talking fox. In this magical glade, anything seemed possible. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the delicate wonder of the moment. "The locket holds the power to reveal hidden worlds," the fox replied, its eyes gleaming with the secrets of ages. "It connects the seen with the unseen, the known with the unknown. With it, you can glimpse the beauty that lies beyond the veil of the ordinary." Nora's heart swelled with a mix of awe and gratitude. She had always felt there was more to the world than met the eye, and now she held the key to discovering it. "Will you help me understand it?" she asked the fox, her voice filled with earnest anticipation. The fox nodded, a gentle smile playing on its lips. "I will guide you, but remember, young one, the magic of the locket is not in what it shows, but in how it changes the way you see the world. It is a tool for transformation, a mirror to reflect the dreams you hold within." With those words, the fox led Nora on a journey through the hidden wonders of the whispering woods. Together, they explored groves where flowers sang in moonlight, streams that whispered tales of ancient times, and meadows where the air shimmered with the laughter of unseen fairies. Each step revealed a new facet of the magical tapestry that wove through the forest, a testament to the beauty that lay just beyond the edge of perception. As they traveled, Nora learned to see with her heart as well as her eyes. She discovered that every creature, every leaf and stone had a story to tell, a song to share. The locket hung around her neck, a constant reminder of the magic she carried within her, a beacon of light guiding her path. In time, she grew to understand the true gift of the locket. It was not just a window to hidden worlds, but a bridge to the hearts of others. Through its power, she learned to connect deeply with those around her, to see the beauty in every soul she encountered. The fox became her steadfast friend, a companion in her journey of discovery and growth. As the days turned to weeks, Nora found herself changed, her heart fuller and her spirit brighter. She returned often to the glade, drawn by its serene beauty and the promise of new wonders. Each visit strengthened her bond with the forest, the locket, and her wise fox friend. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars twinkled in the sky, Nora sat once more beneath the ancient oak. The fox sat beside her, its fur glowing in the twilight. "You have grown, young dreamer," it said, its voice a gentle melody. "You have learned to see the world with eyes unclouded by doubt and fear. The locket has fulfilled its purpose, and so have you." Nora smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, dear friend," she said, her voice soft and sincere. "You have shown me the beauty of the unseen, the magic in the ordinary. I will carry these lessons with me always." The fox nodded, its eyes filled with warmth and pride. "Remember, the magic is not only in the locket, but within you. It is a part of who you are, a light that will guide you wherever your journey takes you." With those parting words, the fox vanished into the shadows, leaving Nora alone beneath the starlit sky. She held the locket close to her heart, feeling its warmth and the gentle hum of its magic. She knew that she was not alone, that the forest and its wonders would always be with her. As she made her way home, the path lit by the glow of the locket, Nora felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She had found more than just a magical object. She had discovered a world of beauty and friendship, a world that would forever be a part of her. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit alight with wonder, Nora stepped into the night, ready to embrace the adventures that awaited her. The whispering woods rustled gently in farewell, the trees standing as silent sentinels to her journey, their leaves whispering promises of new beginnings and endless possibilities. Story 33. Once upon a starlit eve, in a realm where dreams danced among the treetops, there lived a young girl named Luna. She possessed a curious spirit that yearned for adventure beyond the confines of her quaint village. One night, as Luna lay nestled in her bed, a shimmering light filtered through her window, beckoning her to explore its ethereal glow. Entranced, she followed the luminous trail deep into the heart of the ancient forest that surrounded her home. As Luna ventured deeper, the trees seemed to whisper secrets long forgotten, their branches twisting and turning as if guiding her path. It was then that she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glowing orb, pulsating with a warmth unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Drawn to its radiance, Luna reached out and gasped as the orb nestled into her palm, emanating a gentle hum that resonated within her very soul. In that moment, she realized she had discovered a magical object, one that would forever alter the course of her life. The orb's energy flowed through Luna, granting her the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Suddenly, the rustling leaves and chirping birds became a symphony of voices, each one bearing tales of wonder and wisdom. A wise old oak tree, its bark etched with the stories of generations past, revealed the existence of a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a realm where magic thrived and mysteries awaited those brave enough to seek them out. Emboldened by this newfound knowledge, Luna embarked on a journey that would challenge her every step of the way. Through twisted brambles and misty glades, she forged friendships with the most unlikely of companions, a playful fox, a wisecracking squirrel, and a majestic stag whose antlers seemed to capture the very essence of the forest. Together, they faced trials that tested their courage and camaraderie. Luna learned the value of listening to the whispers of nature, heeding its guidance, and trusting in the bonds of friendship that defied all expectations. One fateful day, as they ventured into an ancient grove, a mysterious force swept through the forest, disrupting the delicate balance of magic. Luna's newfound friends found themselves trapped in crystalline prisons, their voices silenced by an unseen force. Undeterred, Luna followed the trail of this enigmatic disturbance, guided by the orb's pulsating light. She soon discovered a hidden chamber, where a powerful sorceress had been banished long ago, her malevolent magic sealed away by the guardians of the forest. Luna's arrival had inadvertently weakened the ancient seals, allowing the sorceress to slowly regain her strength. With each passing moment, her dark influence threatened to engulf the entire forest, extinguishing the very essence of life that thrived within its embrace. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luna knew she had to confront the sorceress and find a way to restore the balance. With the orb's guidance, she traversed treacherous paths and solved intricate puzzles, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the chamber. As she stood before the sorceress, Luna felt the weight of her quest upon her shoulders. But within her burned a resolve forged by the friendships she had formed and the lessons she had learned from the forest itself. In a moment of profound clarity, Luna understood that true power did not come from domination or control, but rather from harmony and respect for the natural world. She offered the sorceress a chance at redemption, a path to restore the balance she had once disrupted. The sorceress, swayed by Luna's wisdom and the echoes of the forest's ancient whispers, relented. Together, they wove a tapestry of magic that shattered the crystalline prisons and unleashed a wave of rejuvenation across the land. As the forest regained its vibrant hues and the creatures emerged from their slumber, Luna's friends gathered around her, their eyes shining with gratitude and newfound respect. They had witnessed her incredible journey, her transformation from a curious young girl into a true guardian of the hidden realm. In that moment, Luna realized that the greatest adventure of all had been the one within herself, a journey of self-discovery, resilience, and the understanding that true magic resides in the bonds we forge with those around us. As the sun set over the forest, Luna stood tall, the orb's warm glow illuminating her face. She had found her place in this wondrous world, a protector of the natural balance, guided by the wisdom of the trees and the unwavering support of her extraordinary friends. And so, Luna's tale became woven into the tapestry of the forest's legends, a beacon of hope for generations to come, reminding all who ventured into its embrace that the greatest magic lies not in wielding power, but in embracing the beauty and harmony of the natural world. Story 34. In a small village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there lived a curious young girl named Mara. Mara had hair like spun gold that danced in the sun and eyes like the deepest forest pools. She was always drawn to the stories of old that her grandmother told by the fireside, tales of enchanted lands and mystical creatures that lay just beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, with leaves crunching underfoot and the scent of wood smoke hanging in the air, Mara set off on a new adventure. The cool breeze whispered secrets as it ruffled her hair, and the golden sun painted warm patterns on the path ahead. Today, she decided, she would explore the mysterious glimmering grove, a place said to be filled with wonders unseen by most. As she entered the grove, the world around her transformed. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground in shades of gold and green. The air was sweet and cool, carrying the melody of a gentle brook that babbled somewhere nearby. The trees here were ancient, their trunks twisted and entwined, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow as if kissed by stars. Mara walked deeper into the grove, her heart beating with excitement and a hint of trepidation. Suddenly, she spotted a flicker of movement, a creature unlike any she'd ever seen. It was a fox, but its fur shimmered like the night sky, speckled with tiny glints of silver. The fox's eyes were bright and knowing, and it seemed to smile as it approached. "Welcome, Mara," the fox said in a voice as soft as velvet. "This is the Glimmering Grove. Few have ventured here, but those who do often find what they seek." Mara was enchanted, not only by the fox's words, but by the calm assurance in its voice. "What might I find here?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "That is for you to discover," the fox replied with a gentle nod. "But remember, courage will guide you, and kindness will light your way." With a graceful leap, the fox bounded away, leaving Mara to explore further. As she wandered, she encountered a myriad of wondrous sights. Flowers that sang in harmony with the breeze, a pond where the water danced in patterns of light, and a tree whose leaves whispered stories of times long past. Each step Mara took brought her new delights and gentle challenges. She came across a bridge guarded by a pair of whimsical frogs, their skin glistening like emeralds. They looked up at her with wide, curious eyes. To cross, you must answer this, croaked one. What is it that you seek in the unknown? Mara paused, pondering the question. She thought of the stories she loved, of the wonders hidden in the world, and of the bravery needed to seek them out. I seek to understand, she finally answered, to learn and to grow. The frogs nodded in unison, pleased with her answer, and hopped aside to let her pass. As she crossed the bridge, Mara felt a warm glow spread within her, a newfound confidence in her heart. Finally, as the sun began to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Mara came upon a clearing. In its center stood a grand oak, its branches stretching wide and welcoming. Beneath the oak the fox awaited her, its eyes glinting with approval. You have done well, Mara, the fox said softly. The courage to step into the unknown is a gift, and the wisdom you seek will always guide you. Mara smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace and understanding. She realized that the grove had given her more than she had ever hoped for, a reminder of the beauty in exploration and the strength found in friendship and courage. As the stars began to twinkle above, Mara made her way back to the village, her heart full and her spirit alight. She knew that she would return to the glimmering grove someday, but for now, she carried its magic within her, a gentle reminder that the world was a place of endless wonder. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the whispering trees, Mara's story wove itself into the tapestry of the village, a tale of bravery, discovery, and the gentle power of the unknown. As she nestled into her bed that night, the warmth of the grove lingered around her, a soothing lullaby that promised dreams as bright and enchanting as her day's adventure. Story 35. Once upon a time, nestled between the whispering trees of the Eldergrove Forest, there lay a small village named Willowbrook. This village, with its thatched-roof cottages and winding cobblestone paths, was known for its serene beauty and the warm-heartedness of its inhabitants. But more than anything, Willowbrook was famed for the ancient, magical willow tree that grew at its heart. The willow, with its cascading branches that danced in the wind like the flowing hair of a gentle giant, was more than just a tree. It was a guardian, a keeper of secrets, and the source of enchantment that subtly touched every corner of the village. The villagers often spoke of the tree in hushed tones, sharing tales of its mysterious powers, passed down through generations. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, who lived with her grandmother in a quaint cottage at the edge of the village. Lila had eyes as bright as polished amber and a spirit as curious as a spring breeze. She spent her days exploring the forest, her heart always drawn to the magical willow. Her grandmother often told her stories of the tree's magic, of hidden worlds and unseen wonders, and Lila listened with wide-eyed wonder, her imagination painting vivid pictures in her mind. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the forest, Lila set out on one of her frequent adventures. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the sound of birdsong accompanied her steps as she made her way to the willow. Today, she felt a peculiar tingling in her heart, as if the tree itself was calling her. As she approached, the willow's branches swayed gently, creating a soft, rustling melody. Lila reached out to touch the trunk, feeling the rough bark beneath her fingertips. Suddenly a voice, soft and melodic, echoed in her mind. "Seek the heart of the willow, dear child, for secrets lie within." Startled, Lila looked around, but the forest was empty, save for the twittering birds and the whispering leaves. "The heart of the willow?" she murmured, her curiosity piqued. She took a deep breath, her determination unwavering, and began to search for a way to uncover the tree's secrets. Circling the tree, she noticed a small, intricately carved door nestled among the roots, previously hidden beneath the cascading branches. It was barely visible, its wood blending seamlessly with the tree's bark. Her heart raced with excitement as she pushed it open, revealing a narrow, spiraling stairway that led down into darkness. Gathering her courage, Lila stepped inside, the door closing softly behind her. The stairway was dimly lit by tiny, glowing orbs that hovered along the walls, casting a gentle, soothing light. Each step echoed softly as she descended, the air growing cooler and filled with the faint scent of damp earth and ancient wood. At the bottom of the stairs, Lila emerged into a vast underground chamber. its ceiling high and adorned with glowing vines that twinkled like stars. In the center of the chamber stood a shimmering pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass. The air was filled with a sense of timelessness, as if the chamber existed outside the bounds of the ordinary world. As Leela approached the pool, she noticed a small silver chest resting beside it. Intrigued, she knelt down and gently opened the chest, revealing a beautiful, ornate key nestled within. The key was unlike any she had seen before, crafted with fine details and a warm, golden glow. Suddenly, the water's surface rippled, and a figure emerged from its depths. It was a woman, ethereal and radiant, her hair flowing like liquid silver. Her eyes were kind and wise, holding the knowledge of ages. "Welcome, Layla," the woman spoke, her voice like the soft murmur of a brook. "I am Silva, guardian of the willow. You have been chosen to embark on a journey, one that will reveal the true magic of our world." Leela listened, captivated by Silva's presence. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady yet filled with wonder. Silva smiled gently. "Take the key, dear child, and venture into the heart of the forest. There you will find a hidden world, one that exists alongside our own. Use the key to unlock its secrets and let your heart guide you." With a nod of understanding, Lila took the key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers. As she rose to leave, she glanced back at Silva, who nodded encouragingly. "Remember, Lila, the greatest magic lies not in what you see, but in what you feel." With those words echoing in her mind, Lila made her way back up the spiraling stairs, her heart alight with anticipation. Stepping out into the forest, she paused for a moment, taking in the beauty of the world around her. The sun had risen higher, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the promise of adventure. Guided by an instinct she couldn't quite explain, Leela followed a narrow, winding path that led deeper into the forest. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted with age. The air was filled with the scent of pine and moss, and the forest seemed to hum with a quiet energy. After what felt like hours, Lila reached a small clearing, its center dominated by an ancient stone archway entwined with ivy. The archway shimmered with a soft golden light, inviting yet mysterious. Lila approached cautiously, the key clutched tightly in her hand. As she stepped closer, the key began to glow, resonating with the light of the archway. Taking a deep breath, Lila placed the key into a small, hidden lock at the base of the arch. With a gentle click, the archway flared to life, its light brightening to a radiant glow. Lila stepped through the archway, feeling a tingling sensation as she crossed the threshold. Instantly, the world around her transformed. She found herself in a lush, vibrant landscape unlike anything she had ever seen. The sky was a brilliant shade of turquoise, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. The ground beneath her feet was soft and springy, covered with a carpet of emerald green grass that stretched as far as the eye could see. Trees of every imaginable color dotted the landscape, their leaves shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. It was a world of unparalleled beauty, a hidden paradise that thrummed with magic. As Lila stood in awe of her surroundings, she noticed a group of small winged creatures flitting among the flowers. They were like tiny, iridescent fairies, their wings glinting in the sun as they danced in the air. One of the creatures, curious and bold, fluttered closer to Lila, its eyes bright with intelligence. "Hello there," Lila greeted softly, reaching out a hand. The creature landed delicately on her palm, its touch light as a feather. It chirped a greeting, its voice a melodious trill that filled her heart with joy. "I'm Lila," she introduced herself, smiling at her new companion. "Do you know what this place is?" The creature chirped again, then took flight, beckoning Lila to follow. Intrigued, she followed the creature as it led her through the enchanting landscape. They passed by crystal-clear streams that sparkled in the sun, fields of wildflowers that swayed in the breeze, and groves of towering trees that whispered secrets to the wind. Eventually, they reached a tranquil glade where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a clear pool. At the edge of the pool stood a figure, tall and graceful, with hair that flowed like golden sunlight. The figure turned as Lila approached, revealing a face of serene beauty and wisdom. "Welcome, Lila," the figure said, their voice a harmonious blend of music and nature. "I am Ariel, keeper of this realm. You have unlocked the gateway to our world, and in doing so, have become part of its magic. Lila felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a place she had always been meant to discover. "Thank you," she replied, her voice filled with gratitude. "This world is so beautiful." Oriole smiled gently. "It is a world of harmony, where the magic of nature flows freely. But it is also a world in need of balance, and that is where your journey truly begins." Lila listened intently, eager to understand her role. "What must I do to help?" "The balance of our world has been disrupted," Oriole explained, their expression becoming more serious. "A shadow has fallen upon our realm, a darkness that seeks to consume the light. To restore harmony, you must seek out the heart of the forest and awaken the spirit that slumbers there." Though the task seemed daunting, Lila felt a surge of determination. "I will do it," she promised, her voice steadfast and true. "I will restore the balance." Oriole nodded, a look of gratitude in their eyes. "You are brave, Lila, and your heart is pure. Trust in yourself and in the magic that surrounds you." With those words, Oriole extended a hand and a small, glowing orb appeared, hovering above their palm. "Take this light, a gift from our world, to guide you on your path." Reaching out, Lila accepted the orb, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. It was a comforting presence, a beacon of hope in the face of darkness. With the orb by her side and her winged companion leading the way, Lila set off once more, her heart alight with purpose. As they journeyed deeper into the hidden world, the landscape began to change. The vibrant colors dulled, and the air grew heavy with an unsettling stillness. Shadows crept among the trees, twisting into shapes that whispered of fear and despair. Despite the growing darkness, Lila pressed on, her resolve unwavering. The glowing orb illuminated her path, casting away the shadows that sought to close in around her. Her winged companion chirped encouragingly, its presence a reminder that she was not alone. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, a secluded grove where an ancient tree stood sentinel. Its branches were bare, its bark worn and cracked as if it had been drained of life. The air was thick with silence, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves. Lila approached the tree, her heart heavy with the weight of her task. She placed a hand against its trunk, feeling the faint pulse of its spirit, a whisper of what it once was. Closing her eyes, Lila focused on the orb, willing its light to flow into the tree. She felt the warmth spread from her fingertips, a gentle glow that seeped into the wood, reaching deep into the heart of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the tree began to stir. Leaves unfurled, their color returning in a cascade of green, and the branches reached skyward as if waking from a long slumber. The air filled with the sound of rustling leaves and the soft hum of magic, a melody that spoke of renewal and hope. As the tree awakened, the shadows retreated, dissolving into the light. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its harmony restored as the balance returned. Lila stepped back, watching in awe as the tree blossomed, its branches adorned with flowers of every hue. The beauty of it took her breath away, a testament to the power of nature and the magic that flowed through it. Her task complete, Lila felt a sense of deep fulfillment, a joy that resonated in her very soul. She turned to her winged companion, who chirped happily, its wings shimmering in the now bright sunlight. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila made her way back through the forest, feeling the magic of the hidden world settle around her like a comforting embrace. The journey had changed her, deepening her understanding of the world and the magic that lived within it. As she passed through the archway, returning to the familiar forest of her home, Lila paused to look back, a smile playing on her lips. The hidden world had welcomed her, shared its secrets, and trusted her to protect its harmony. With the glowing orb still in her hand, a symbol of the journey she had undertaken, Lila made her way back to the village of Willowbrook. The sun was setting, casting a warm, golden light over the landscape, and the air was filled with the gentle sound of evening birdsong. As she approached the willow tree, its branches swaying in the evening breeze, Lila felt a deep sense of connection to the world around her. She touched the trunk, feeling the familiar magic hum beneath her fingertips, and whispered a silent promise to protect the harmony she had helped restore. Returning to her cottage, Lila found her grandmother waiting on the porch, a knowing smile on her face. "You found the heart of the forest, didn't you?" her grandmother asked, her eyes twinkling with pride. Lila nodded, her heart full of the day's adventures. Yes, and it's more beautiful than I ever imagined. Her grandmother embraced her, the warmth of her love wrapping around Lila like a comforting quilt. Remember, my dear, the true magic lies not in what we see, but in what we feel and do. You have become part of that magic. Together, they sat on the porch, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. The village was quiet, the gentle sounds of the forest lulling them into a peaceful silence. As the moon rose high above, casting its silvery glow over the village, Lila felt a deep sense of contentment. She had embarked on a journey that had changed her, revealing the magic that lay hidden within the world and within herself. With the comforting presence of her grandmother by her side, Lila closed her eyes, her heart full of the warmth of friendship, the joy of discovery, and the wisdom of knowing that true magic was always within reach, waiting to be found by those who dared to seek it. And so, in the quiet village of Willowbrook, beneath the watchful branches of the ancient willow, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden world and the promises of adventures yet to come. Story 36. In the gentle kingdom of Lurien, nestled between whispering forests and the embrace of rolling hills, there lived a young woman named Lyra. Her home was a quaint cottage at the edge of a village, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming heather and the soft lullabies of the nearby stream. Lyra was a kind soul with a heart as vast as the sky, often found tending to her garden of wildflowers that danced in the breeze like colorful whispers of forgotten stories. Lyra had always felt a yearning, a soft pull in her chest, like the gentle tug of moonlight on the sea. Her grandmother, who had raised her with stories of old, often spoke of their lineage, a line of keepers who were said to have woven the very fabric of Lurien's peace. Yet, beyond the stories, there were no tangible pieces of her heritage that she could touch or see. Her grandmother had left her a single heirloom, a silver locket, intricately carved with symbols that shimmered like starlight. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Lyra sat by the hearth, the locket cool in her palm. The fire crackled softly, its warmth wrapping around her like a familiar embrace. As she traced the patterns on the locket, she noticed something she hadn't seen before, a tiny clasp hidden amongst the swirling designs. Her heart fluttered with curiosity as she gently pressed it. The locket sprang open to reveal a delicate piece of parchment, aged and fragile. With gentle fingers, Lyra unfolded it, revealing a map. It was a map of Lurien, but not the Lurien she knew. The paper was covered in symbols and places that seemed to shimmer and shift as though alive. At the center was a symbol that matched the one on her locket, a tree, its branches stretching wide, rooted deep in the earth. Feeling a quiet thrill, Lyra knew this was a path she had to follow. The map seemed to lead towards the heart of the forest, a place her grandmother had often mentioned in her tales, the Grove of Ancestors. It was said to be a sacred place of learning and wisdom, where the spirits of their ancestors watched over the land. As dawn broke the next day, Lyra set out with the map clutched close to her heart. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the trees whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor as if guiding her steps. Along the way, she met a gentle fox with fur as red as autumn leaves, who seemed to understand her quest. The fox padded alongside her, offering companionship and a sense of comfort in the silence of the woods. With each step, Lyra felt a growing connection to the land and the lives that had walked it before her. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with magic. The leaves rustled with stories, and the earth beneath her feet hummed with the heartbeat of time. It was then that Lyra noticed a stone path, ancient and worn, leading to a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood the legendary tree from the map, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. The air was filled with the scent of earth and moss, grounding and eternal. Around the tree were stones arranged in a circle, each engraved with symbols similar to those on Lyra's locket. As she stepped into the circle, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying voices that spoke not in words, but in feelings and intuition. Lyra closed her eyes, letting the sensations wash over her, feeling the presence of her ancestors. She understood that they had watched over her, guiding her steps, and now they were ready to share their wisdom. The fox, her silent companion, nudged a small mound of earth at the base of the tree. Curious, Lyra knelt down and brushed away the soil to reveal a small wooden box, weathered by time yet sturdy. Inside, she found a collection of artifacts, a quill, a small vial of shimmering liquid, and a scroll. Unrolling the scroll, she discovered it was a letter, written in her grandmother's flowing script. It spoke of the legacy she had inherited, a legacy of peacekeepers who used their wisdom and compassion to nurture the bond between people and nature. The quill was a symbol of their words. The vial of liquid represented the essence of life they cherished, and the scroll contained their timeless teachings. Lyra understood that her journey was not just about discovering her past, but about embracing her role in the present. The lessons of her ancestors were clear. True strength lay in kindness, wisdom, and the ability to listen to the world around her. She felt a profound sense of belonging, of being part of something larger and more beautiful than she had ever imagined. With the artifacts carefully tucked away, Lyra made her way back through the forest, the fox at her side, her heart light with newfound purpose. As she emerged from the woods into the village, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over Lurien. She felt at peace, knowing she carried the legacy of her ancestors in her heart, and that she would honor it by living with the same grace and love they had shown. From that day on, Lyra became a gentle guardian of the village, sharing the wisdom of the past and nurturing the bonds of friendship and community. Her garden flourished with life and stories, her locket always resting close to her heart, a reminder of the journey that had brought her home, not just to Lurien, but to herself. And so in the quiet kingdom of Lurien, under the watchful stars and the whispering trees, Lyra found her place, her heart forever intertwined with the legacy of her ancestors, blooming like the wildflowers she so dearly loved. And whenever the wind sang through the village, it carried with it the gentle reminder that we are all part of a story far greater than ourselves, woven together by the threads of time and love. Story 37. In the heart of a serene forest, cradled by whispering pines and sheltered beneath the watchful gaze of ancient oaks, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was known not only for its picturesque beauty, but also for the gentle magic that seemed to hum in the air like an old familiar song. In this charming place lived a young woman named Anwen, whose spirit was as restless as the brook that babbled through the heart of her village. Anwen was known for her fiery hair that flowed like a river of autumn leaves and eyes as deep as the forest's emerald depths. She was kind-hearted and curious, yet there was a shadow that lingered over her like a mist that refused to lift. Change seemed to be the source of her unease. The world around her was so full of movement and transformation, yet she felt stuck, like a tree that refused to sway with the wind. Every morning, Anwen would wander to the edge of the village where the forest began, her feet finding the well-worn path that led to a quiet clearing. There she would sit and listen to the symphony of nature, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a lark. It was in this peaceful solitude that she sought answers, but the answers were as elusive as the mist that danced upon the fields at dawn. One crisp autumn day, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of gold and pink, Anwen's life began to change in the most unexpected way. As she sat in her favorite clearing, lost in thought, she noticed a peculiar sight. A small, shimmering dragonfly flitting about, its wings catching the light and scattering it like tiny rainbows. The dragonfly, with its jewel-toned body, landed gracefully on a nearby fern and regarded Anwen with an intelligence that was almost human. Surprised by its boldness, Anwen watched as it began to speak, its voice a gentle whisper carried on the breeze. "Anwen," the dragonfly began, "do you not see the beauty in change? The seasons turn, the trees shed their leaves, and yet life continues to thrive." Anwen, taken aback by the creature's words, shook her head. "But change is frightening," she admitted. "What if I lose who I am?" The dragonfly's wings shimmered as it responded. "Change does not mean losing oneself, but rather discovering parts of yourself you never knew existed." like the forest in spring, you too can bloom anew." Pondering these words, Anwen felt something stir within her, a small spark of understanding. She watched as the dragonfly took flight, its wings a blur of color against the deepening twilight. That night, she returned to her village, her heart lighter than it had been in years. The following days brought new encounters. As Anwen explored the forest, she met creatures she had never seen before. A wise old owl, with eyes like molten gold, offered her riddles that stretched her mind. A family of foxes, playful and cunning, taught her the value of adaptability. Even the trees, with their silent, steadfast presence, seemed to whisper secrets of resilience and patience. Each encounter left an imprint on Anwen's heart, a lesson learned through experience rather than fear. Slowly, the shadow of change began to lift, revealing a landscape of possibility. One moonlit night, as Anwen sat by the brook, she felt a gentle shift within her, as if something had finally settled into place. The water mirrored the sky's starlit canopy, and she saw her reflection, a woman not just of fiery hair and emerald eyes, but of newfound strength and wisdom. It was then that Anwen realized her transformation. The forest had mirrored her inner journey, its magic guiding her toward personal growth. She had discovered that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as a path to self-discovery. From that day forward, Anwen walked with a newfound grace, her spirit as vibrant and alive as the land she loved. She became a beacon of hope and wisdom in Willowbrook, sharing her experiences with others who feared change, helping them see its beauty and potential. And so, under the gentle light of the moon and the watchful eyes of the forest, Anwen found her place in the ever-turning wheel of life, a testament to the magic of personal transformation and the quiet power of nature's wisdom. Story 38. In the gentle glow of a distant sun, a small wooden vessel known as the Starbreeze drifted through the cosmos, its hull humming with the soft, melodic whispers of the universe around it. This ship, though simple and unassuming, carried within its cozy compartments beings from worlds apart, united by the stars and a shared journey towards an uncharted world named Vespera. Among these passengers was a curious creature from the planet Glimera, known as Lila. She was small and round, with a coat that shimmered like 1,000 tiny crystals. Her eyes, wide and filled with wonder, reflected the colors of the galaxies they passed. She thrived on the gentle vibrations of the ship, her delicate antennae twitching in rhythm with its celestial song. In contrast, her unlikely companion was a tall, slender being from the rugged planet of Thornax, named Kale. His skin was the color of deep forest leaves, tough and yet strangely serene, like the ancient trees of his homeland. Kale's eyes were pools of calm, understanding, as if he carried with him the wisdom of the ages. Their paths had crossed unexpectedly, as they both sought passage on the Starbreeze. Initially, their differences seemed vast and insurmountable. Lila, with her effervescent curiosity, often spoke in the language of song and light, which Kale found perplexing. Meanwhile, Kale communicated with a series of subtle gestures and deep, resonant tones that Lila struggled to interpret. On the first night of their voyage, as the Starbreeze glided through the velvety darkness, Lila attempted to initiate conversation with Kale. She flickered her lights in a playful pattern, a greeting from her world. Kale, however, misunderstood the flickering as a sign of distress. He responded by wrapping her gently in a cloak of calming shadows, a comforting gesture among his kind. Lila, taken aback, ceased her lights and stared at him in confusion. Realizing his mistake, Kale slowly released her and dipped his head in apology, a universal gesture of goodwill. In that moment, despite the misunderstanding, a seed of friendship was planted. Days passed aboard the Starbreeze, each filled with the soft glow of distant stars and the gentle hum of engines. As they journeyed, Lila and Kale began to learn each other's ways. Lila discovered that Kale's gestures held stories of his world, tales of the towering forests and the soothing rains that nourished them. In turn, Kale grew to understand the language of Lila's lights, each flicker a note in the symphony of her thoughts and emotions. Their bond strengthened as they faced shared challenges. A sudden meteor shower one evening caused the Starbreeze to shudder and sway. Lila, unaccustomed to such turbulence, grew anxious, her lights dimming to a pale, frightened hue. Sensing her fear, Kale placed a reassuring hand on her, his presence a steady anchor in the storm. Together, they worked with the crew to stabilize the ship, their combined efforts a testament to their growing unity. In another instance, while exploring the ship's storeroom, they discovered an ancient, forgotten instrument. Lila, fascinated, began to play, her lights dancing in time with the haunting melody that emerged. Kale, moved by the music, joined her, his deep voice harmonizing with the tune. The song they created was unlike anything heard in the cosmos, a blend of their cultures and spirits, a testament to their newfound friendship. Through these experiences, they learned the true meaning of companionship. It was not the absence of misunderstandings, but the willingness to understand and grow from them. It was the ability to find harmony in their differences, to support each other through trials, and to celebrate each small triumph together. As they neared their destination, Vespera, the bond between Lila and Keel had grown strong and unbreakable. They stood side by side, gazing out at the new world that awaited them. The planet glowed with a welcoming light, its surface a canvas of vibrant colors and lush landscapes. Together, they disembarked from the Starbreeze, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the promise of new adventures. The gentle winds of Vespera embraced them, whispering tales of unity and understanding. In that moment, Lila and Keel knew that no matter where their paths might lead, they would face it together, guided by the light of their shared journey. And so, under the vast, infinite sky of Vespera, their story continued. A testament to the power of friendship that transcends the stars. Story 39. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, where sunlight filtered softly through an emerald canopy, there dwelled a myriad of creatures who lived in harmony with the rhythmic pulse of nature. This forest was a sanctuary, a place where the boundaries between reality and magic wove together like threads in a tapestry. Here, the songs of babbling brooks and rustling leaves told stories older than time itself. On the forest floor, beneath a carpet of moss that felt like velvet to the touch, a community of woodland creatures thrived. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Alaric, whose shell was etched with stories from centuries past. Alaric was known throughout the forest for his gentle demeanor and the wisdom he shared with any creature seeking guidance. One crisp autumn morning, as a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, a young squirrel named Pippin approached Alaric. Pippin's fur was the color of caramel, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of worry. "Alaric," Pippin began, his voice a soft whisper under the towering trees, "the leaves are falling faster this year, and the air feels colder than it should. I'm afraid our winter stores won't last." Alaric nodded, his eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "Change is a part of the forest's dance, dear Pippin. Each season brings its own gifts and challenges. We must listen and learn from the whispers of the forest." With a gentle nudge, Alaric led Pippin to a clearing where the autumn sun painted the landscape in hues of gold and amber. There, they met Willow, an owl with feathers as soft and silent as the night. Willow perched majestically on a branch, her eyes wise and knowing. "Willow," Alaric called softly, "our young friend here is worried about the winter. What can we learn from the seasons?" Willow spread her wings, casting a shadow like a hug over the forest floor. "Each season teaches us balance, Pippin. Autumn is a time of preparation, of gathering and reflection. The trees shed their leaves to preserve their strength for the cold. So too should we gather what we need, but remember, the forest always provides." Pippin listened intently, absorbing the wisdom like morning dew on a leaf. As he pondered their words, a gentle rain began to fall, its droplets dancing on the leaves above, creating a melody that only nature could compose. The rain was cool and refreshing, cleansing the forest and painting the air with the fresh scent of petrichor. Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, Pippin scampered off to share the wisdom with the other creatures. Together, they worked diligently, gathering acorns, berries, and seeds, storing them safely for the winter to come. As they worked, a sense of community blossomed amongst them, each creature playing a part in the harmonious symphony of the forest. Winter arrived with a soft blanket of snow, transforming the forest into a wonderland of glittering white. The air was crisp and still, the kind that tickles your nose and paints your breath in frosty puffs. The creatures huddled close, sharing warmth and stories within their burrows and nests. In the quiet of a winter night, under a sky dusted with stars, Alaric gathered the creatures for a tale. His voice, deep and soothing, wove a story of ancient times when the forest first learned to dance with the seasons. As he spoke, the crackling of a distant fire, a gift from the lightning of a summer storm, echoed through the trees, filling the night with warmth. "The forest is alive," Alaric told them, "and we are all a part of its great tapestry. Each season, each creature has its place. By respecting this balance, we honor the wisdom of those who came before us and ensure the forest will thrive for those who come after." As the stars twinkled above, the creatures nestled into the warmth of their community, comforted by the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. They understood now that change was not something to fear, but to embrace as a natural rhythm of life. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the creatures found peace in the wisdom of the seasons. With the return of spring, life would bloom anew, continuing the endless cycle of growth and renewal. And in this sacred place, watched over by the wise eyes of Alaric and Willow, the forest would forever remain a haven of harmony and balance. As the fire's embers glowed softly, casting a warm light upon the snow, Alaric finished his tale with a gentle smile. "Remember, dear friends, the forest speaks to those who listen. Let its whispers guide your heart." And with that, the creatures drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the timeless embrace of the enchanted forest. Story 40. In a far corner of the vast universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds on an indigo tapestry, there existed a tiny, vibrant planet called Nithara. It was a place where the air smelled of sweet blossoms and the skies glowed with swirling hues of lavender and rose. This was the home of Leora, a gentle being with skin that shimmered like the surface of a tranquil lake under a crescent moon. Leora loved her peaceful planet and often wandered its lush meadows, where the grass hummed softly beneath her feet. Her heart was as open and kind as the endless Nitharan sky, but she longed for something more, an adventure beyond the starlit hills she knew so well. One evening, as the sun sank low and painted the horizon in shades of gold and crimson, Leora saw a strange light streak across the sky. It was a small spacecraft, battered and worn, crash-landing in the emerald fields at the edge of her village. Curiosity piqued. She hurried to the site, her heart fluttering with excitement and a touch of apprehension. Emerging from the ship was a peculiar creature unlike any Leora had ever seen. It was Rin, a traveler from the distant, icy planet of Zorath. Rin's skin was a deep cerulean, dotted with tiny luminescent spots that twinkled like the stars themselves. His eyes were large and expressive, filled with a mix of determination and vulnerability. At first, Leora and Rin struggled to understand each other. Leora's words were melodic and fluid, while Rin spoke in crisp, clipped tones that echoed the sharp winds of his frozen homeland. Their initial attempts at communication were awkward, marked by misunderstandings and hesitant gestures. Yet beneath the surface, both shared a yearning for connection and understanding. Leora offered Rin a place to rest and recover, her gentle nature smoothing over the initial discomfort. Rin, though reserved, was touched by Leora's kindness and sensed a warmth in her presence that reminded him of the rare glow of the Zorathian sun on a clear day. As days turned into weeks, Leora and Rin began to learn from one another. Leora showed Rin the beauty of Nithara's vibrant flora, teaching him to listen to the melodies of the wind and the stories whispered by the ancient trees. Rin, in turn, shared tales of his icy world, where the auroras danced like ethereal spirits and the silence of the snow-laden plains was both haunting and serene. One day, as they wandered through a grove of luminous crystal trees, a sudden storm swept across the land. The winds howled, carrying with them a chill that made even Leora shiver. Together they sought shelter in a nearby cave, its walls glistening with moisture and the faint glow of bioluminescent moss. Inside the cave, as the storm raged outside, Leora and Rin huddled together for warmth. It was in this quiet, cozy space that they spoke of their dreams and fears. Rin confessed his uncertainty about returning to his home planet, where he felt out of place and misunderstood. Leora, in turn, shared her own fears of never discovering what lay beyond her beloved world. In that moment, they realized that despite their differences, they were more alike than they had ever imagined. They were both seekers, adventurers at heart, yearning for acceptance and belonging. The cave, with its gentle glow and the rhythmic patter of rain, became a sanctuary where their friendship deepened. When the storm finally passed, leaving the world outside washed and glistening under a clear sky, Leora and Rin stepped out, feeling a bond stronger than the roots of the mightiest Nitharan tree. They decided to face the unknown together, knowing that their friendship would guide them through any challenges that lay ahead. As they embarked on new adventures, they encountered more trials and tribulations. From navigating treacherous terrains to solving puzzles left by ancient civilizations, each challenge brought them closer. Whenever Rin's courage wavered, Leora's gentle encouragement rekindled his spirit. And when Leora felt overwhelmed, Rin's steadfast presence and logical mind helped her find clarity. Through these shared experiences, they learned that true friendship wasn't about being the same or having everything in common. It was about supporting each other's growth, embracing differences, and finding strength in unity. One crisp morning, as they stood on a hill overlooking the vast landscape of Nithara, Leora turned to Rin, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and newfound understanding. "Thank you, Rin," she said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of a dawning sun, "for showing me the universe through your eyes." Rin nodded, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging he had never known before. "And thank you, Leora, for teaching me that even the coldest hearts can find warmth in friendship." Together they watched as the twin suns rose, casting a golden glow over the land. The universe stretched out before them, vast and full of possibilities. In that peaceful moment, they knew that no matter where their journeys took them, they would always have each other, and the friendship they had forged would light their way through the darkest nights and the brightest days. And so, under the endless sky of Nitara, Leora and Rin's story became one of hope, discovery, and the gentle power of friendship, a tale whispered by the winds, cherished by the stars, and held close by the hearts of those who dared to dream. Story 41. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the village of Willowbrook. It was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own pace, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of the nearby brook could lull even the busiest mind into a state of serene contemplation. In this village lived a kind-hearted boy named Finn. He was known for his boundless curiosity and the gentle way he interacted with the world around him. Finn had a head full of unruly chestnut curls and eyes that sparkled with the same lively mischief as the brook that gave the village its name. His days were often spent exploring the woods, befriending the creatures that called it home, and dreaming of adventures in far-off lands. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began their slow transformation into a kaleidoscope of reds and golds, Finn set off on one of his woodland wanderings. The air was cool, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves and the faint promise of approaching winter. Finn's boots crunched on the carpet of fallen leaves as he ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds and the rustling whispers of the trees. Finn had heard tales of a hidden world within the very woods he wandered, a place where magic seeped into the soil and the trees stood as sentinels guarding ancient secrets. Though he had explored these woods countless times, he had never stumbled upon anything that suggested such a world existed, until that day. As he followed a winding path, a path he was certain he had never seen before, Finn's attention was drawn to a peculiar glimmer beneath a thick, twisted root. Intrigued, he knelt down, brushing away the leaves and soil to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. The wood was smooth, polished to a sheen that caught the dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above. Strange symbols adorned its surface, spiraling around the box like a swirling breeze. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a delicate, shimmering object nestled inside. It was a compass, unlike any Finn had ever seen. Its needle danced and spun, not pointing north, but rather toward a direction that seemed to beckon him deeper into the woods. The compass felt warm in his hand, as if infused with a life of its own. Finn's heart quickened with excitement and curiosity. The compass promised adventure, whispered of mysteries waiting to be uncovered. He knew he had to follow where it led. As he traversed the forest, guided by the whimsical dance of the compass needle, Finn noticed subtle changes in his surroundings. The woods grew denser, the trees towering higher, their branches intertwining above like the roof of a grand cathedral. The air felt charged, humming with a strange energy that prickled at his skin. The compass led him to a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. At its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk thick and gnarled with age. It pulsed with an aura of wisdom and strength, its roots sprawling like the tendrils of time itself. Finn felt drawn to it, as if the tree held answers he had long sought. As he approached, the ground beneath him shifted slightly, revealing a narrow opening at the base of the oak. Though it seemed impossible that anyone could fit through such a small space, the compass urged him forward. Taking a deep breath, Finn squeezed through the opening, feeling the rough bark brush against his skin. On the other side, Finn emerged into a world unlike any he had ever imagined. The air was thick with enchantment, shimmering with hues of emerald and sapphire. The forest, though similar to the one he knew, was touched with a magic that made it feel alive in a way that defied explanation. The creatures of this hidden realm were unlike any Finn had seen. They were ethereal, almost translucent, with eyes that glowed like tiny lanterns in the twilight. Birds sang melodies that seemed to weave through the air like silken threads, and flowers bloomed in colors so vivid they seemed to dance on the edge of reality. As Finn wandered through this wondrous world, he felt a deep sense of belonging, as though he were meant to be there. Yet he also sensed that his presence was no accident, that the compass had chosen him for a reason. His musings were interrupted by the sound of gentle laughter, like the tinkling of bells. Turning, Finn saw a group of small, winged creatures flitting among the branches. Their laughter was infectious, and Finn found himself smiling despite the strangeness of it all. One of the creatures, a tiny sprite with wings that shimmered like opals, fluttered down to hover before him. Her eyes were bright with curiosity and mischief, her voice as light as a whispering breeze. "You found it!" she exclaimed, clapping her tiny hands in delight. "The compass of the hidden paths." Finn, though surprised to be addressed so directly, nodded. "I did. It led me here." The sprite's laughter was a melody in itself. The compass chooses those with a pure heart and a curious mind. It guides them to our world when we are in need. "In need?" Finn asked, intrigued. "What do you need from me?" The sprite's expression grew more serious, her eyes reflecting the depth of the forest's ancient wisdom. "Our world is in danger. A shadow has crept into the heart of our land, threatening to extinguish the light that sustains us. We need someone brave and kind to help us find the source of this darkness and restore balance." Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, a sense of purpose he hadn't realized he was missing. "I'll help," he said without hesitation. "What must I do?" The sprite's wings fluttered in joy, and she gestured for him to follow. The compass, still clutched in Finn's hand, seemed to glow brighter, its needle pointing unwaveringly toward a distant part of the forest. As they journeyed together, Finn and the sprite spoke of many things, of the wonders and dangers of the hidden world, of the creatures that dwelled there, and of the shadow that threatened them all. The sprite's name was Lyra, and she shared with Finn tales of her kin, the history of their land, and the magic that flowed through its veins. Finn listened with rapt attention, his heart swelling with empathy for the plight of this magical realm. He marveled at the beauty around him, the vibrant tapestry of life that thrived beneath the canopy of enchanted trees. He could feel the gentle pulse of the land itself, a rhythm that resonated with his own heartbeat. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, the light dimmer. A mist began to weave through the trees, swirling like a living thing. Finn felt a shiver of unease, but Lyra's presence was a comforting balm, her laughter a beacon of light in the encroaching gloom. Eventually they arrived at a clearing that seemed untouched by the magic that suffused the rest of the forest. The grass was withered and brown, the trees gnarled and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky. In the center of the clearing stood a dark, brooding figure, its form shrouded in shadow. Finn felt a chill run through him, but he squared his shoulders, determination hardening his resolve. He had come this far, and he would see this through. Lyra hovered at his side, her voice a gentle whisper in his ear. "This is the source of the darkness," she said. "It feeds on fear and despair, growing stronger with each passing day. But you have the power to change that, Finn." "How?" Finn asked, his voice steady despite the fear that coiled in his stomach. "Through courage, through kindness, and through the light that resides within you." Lyra replied, "The darkness cannot withstand the warmth of a true heart." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the compass warm against his palm. He stepped forward, each footfall echoing in the silence of the clearing. As he approached the shadowy figure, he could feel its malevolence, a cold presence that sought to snuff out the light he carried. But Finn stood firm, drawing on the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the oak, and the friendship of Lyra. He thought of the beauty of the hidden world, of the laughter of the sprites, and the gentle hum of magic that filled the air. With a steady voice, he spoke words of hope and compassion, words that flowed from the very depths of his being. He spoke of the light that could drive away the shadows, of the love that could heal the wounds of the world. As he spoke, the compass in his hand began to glow with a radiant light, its warmth spreading through him like a comforting embrace. The darkness recoiled, its form flickering and fading as Finn's words reached it. It thrashed and writhed, but the light was relentless, piercing through the shadows with a brilliance that could not be denied. With a final, anguished cry, the darkness dissolved, leaving the clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The grass began to green beneath Finn's feet, the trees straightening and stretching toward the sky as life returned to the land. Lyra flew to Finn's side, her wings shimmering with joy. "You did it!" she exclaimed, her voice a song of gratitude and relief. "The darkness is gone, and our world is safe once more." Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, a sense of fulfillment that came from knowing he had made a difference. He smiled at Lyra, his heart light with joy. "I couldn't have done it without you," he said, gratitude shining in his eyes. As the forest around them began to sing with life once more, Finn knew it was time to return to his own world. Lyra guided him back to the ancient oak, where the pathway between worlds awaited. Before he stepped through, Finn turned to Lyra, his heart full of the friendship they had forged. "Will I ever see this place again?" he asked, a touch of wistfulness in his voice. Lyra's eyes sparkled with mystery and promise. "The compass will always guide you when the time is right," she said. "And remember, the magic of this world lives within your heart." With a final farewell, Finn stepped through the opening, emerging once more into the familiar woods of Willowbrook. The air was crisp and cool, the sky painted with the soft hues of dusk. In his hand he still held the compass, its needle now pointing north as if content to rest. As Finn made his way back to the village, he felt a sense of peace and contentment. He knew that the hidden world was safe, its magic secure, and that he had been a part of something truly wondrous. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Finn lay in bed, the compass resting on his bedside table, its gentle glow a reminder of the adventure he had embarked upon. With a smile on his lips and dreams of magical realms in his heart, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of friendship and courage would always light his way. And in the quiet of the night, the village of Willowbrook slept, cradled in the gentle embrace of the hidden world and the wisdom of a kind-hearted boy who had discovered the power of his own light. Story 42. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves sang lullabies to the wind, lay the quaint village of Thistledown. The village was a mosaic of charming cottages with thatched roofs, each nestled amidst blooming gardens that shimmered with morning dew. It was a place where time seemed to pause, draped in a perpetual embrace of peace and harmony. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, a soft, mysterious glow began to emanate from the ancient oak tree at the center of Thistledown. This tree, known as the Whispering Oak, was older than the oldest tales, its gnarled branches stretching out like gentle arms cradling the sky. The villagers gathered around the tree, their breaths visible in the cool night air, whispering among themselves. The glow was unlike anything they had seen before, soft yet captivating, like moonlight woven with threads of starlight. It pulsed gently, casting whimsical shadows that danced upon the cobblestone paths. Among the onlookers was a young girl named Leora, with eyes as bright as the summer sky and a heart full of curiosity. Leora had a knack for noticing the little things others might overlook, a gift she cherished deeply. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, a whisper from the oak that invited her to explore the mystery. As the villagers dispersed, each pondering the glow in their own way, Leora lingered. She approached the tree, her footsteps light on the fallen leaves. "What secrets do you hold tonight, dear oak?" she mused aloud, her voice a soft murmur against the evening breeze. Just then, a gentle flutter of wings caught her attention. Perched on a low branch was Immerse, a silver-winged owl, whose wisdom was renowned across Thistledown. Immerse blinked slowly, her golden eyes reflecting the glow of the oak. "Good evening, Leora," she hooted softly. "The whispering oak speaks tonight, and only those who listen with their hearts can understand its song." Leora beamed at the sight of the owl. "Immerse, do you know why the oak glows so? I've never seen it do this before." Immerse fluffed her feathers, settling more comfortably on her perch. "There is a story, little one, of a forgotten magic that awakens when the forest has a tale to tell. The glow is a sign, a call for those who are willing to listen and learn." Intrigued, Leora sat beneath the oak, her eyes fixed on the glowing bark. "How can I hear its tale?" "By seeking the whispers hidden in the rustle of leaves, the murmur of streams, and the breath of the wind," Immerse replied, her voice as soothing as the night itself. "Follow your heart, Leora, and the path will reveal itself." With a nod of understanding, Leora rose to her feet, her resolve as firm as the roots of the whispering oak. She decided to explore the forest paths, where the secrets of the glow might be hidden. The next morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the village, Leora set out on her quest. The forest was alive with the symphony of birdsong and the gentle trickle of streams weaving through moss-laden rocks. She walked with purpose, yet her eyes remained curious, taking in every detail. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center, a circle of mushrooms formed a perfect ring, their caps glistening with morning dew. Leora's heart fluttered with recognition. Such rings were known as fairy circles, often a sign of hidden magic. As she approached, the air shimmered, and from within the circle emerged a tiny figure, no taller than a daisy. It was a fairy, her wings iridescent like dragonfly glass, her laughter a gentle melody. "Greetings, Leora," she chimed, her voice as light as the breeze. "I am Luna, keeper of the fairy ring. What brings you to our enchanted grove?" Leora smiled, enchanted by Luna's presence. "I'm trying to solve the mystery of the glowing oak. I hope to find answers hidden in the forest." Luna's eyes sparkled with understanding. "Ah, the glow! It is the forest's way of sharing its wisdom. To uncover its secrets, you must gather the voices of nature. Collect the whispers of the wind, the stories of stones, and the laughter of the streams." With Luna's guidance, Leora continued her journey, her senses attuned to the forest's whispers. She listened to the wind as it danced through the trees, capturing its song in her heart. She traced her fingers over ancient stones, feeling their stories resonate through her fingertips. She dipped her hands into the cool streams, letting their laughter ripple through her soul. As the day wore on, Leora returned to the whispering oak, her heart full of the forest's melodies. The glow was still there, a gentle beacon in the gathering dusk. Immerse awaited her, perched on her usual branch, her eyes alight with curiosity. "What have you learned, dear one?" the owl inquired, her voice as warm as a mother's embrace. Leora sat beneath the oak, her heart brimming with the tales she had gathered. "The forest speaks in many voices, each telling a story of its own. The wind, the stones, and the streams, they all sing together, creating a symphony only the heart can hear." Immerse nodded, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. "You have listened well, child. The glow of the oak is the forest's gratitude, a light that celebrates the harmony of its many voices. It is the forest's way of reminding us that we are all connected, each voice important, each song a part of the greater melody." As Leora sat in the comforting glow of the whispering oak, she understood the gentle lesson hidden within the mystery. The forest, with all its voices, was a tapestry of life, each thread woven with care and love. And just like the forest, the village of Thistledown was a community where every voice mattered, every story was cherished. With a heart full of joy and understanding, Leora thanked Immerse and Luna for their guidance. She promised to share the tale with the villagers, spreading the warmth and wisdom of the Whispering Oak. That night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, the village gathered once more around the oak. Leora shared her journey, her voice weaving the stories of the forest into a tapestry of understanding and unity. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by the gentle lesson of nature's symphony. And so, the mystery of the glowing oak became a cherished tale in Thistledown, a reminder of the beauty found in listening and understanding, in cherishing every voice and every story. As the village drifted into slumber, the warm glow of the Whispering Oak wrapped them in a tender embrace, a promise of peace and harmony for all who called the forest home. Story 43. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and meandering streams, lived a gentle-hearted girl named Clara. Clara had an unassuming life, marked by the simple joys of tending her family's small garden and wandering the lush meadows that bordered her home. She was known for her kind smile and her warm, curious spirit that could brighten even the gloomiest of days. One breezy afternoon, as Clara strolled through her favorite meadow, she stumbled upon an object half buried in the soft earth. It was an old, ornate mirror, framed with engravings of curling vines and tiny blossoms that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara dusted it off and held it up. To her astonishment, the reflection staring back was not her own, but that of a serene garden filled with fantastical creatures, whispering flowers, playful breezes, and laughing streams. This mirror, Clara soon realized, was no ordinary mirror. It was a portal to a hidden world, a place where the whispers of nature held stories, and where the essence of dreams took form. With a heart full of wonder and the mirror clutched tightly in her hand, Clara set off on a journey to uncover the secrets of this magical realm. Her journey led her deeper into the heart of the Enchanted Forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the light danced through the canopy like liquid gold. As she ventured further, she met the first of her new friends, a wise old owl named Eldrin. Eldrin perched high in the branches, his eyes twinkling like stars. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and creams, and his voice was as smooth as the rustling leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," Eldrin hooted gently. "The mirror you carry is a key, a guide to truths hidden from the ordinary eye. But remember, wisdom is the light that will guide you, not force." With Eldrin as her guide, Clara continued through the forest, meeting other creatures along the way. There was Lumina, the firefly queen, who glowed with a soft, soothing light and had a laugh that was like the tinkling of wind chimes. She taught Clara the art of seeing beauty in the smallest of things. Then there was Bram, the gentle giant of a bear, who spoke in a rumbling whisper and showed Clara the strength in kindness and patience. Each friend Clara met shared their wisdom, preparing her for the challenge that lay ahead. For deep within the forest was a place where the magic of the mirror was at its strongest, a grove where time seemed to stand still and the air shimmered with mystery. In this grove stood an ancient tree, its bark etched with the stories of countless ages. At its base, a shimmering pool reflected the sky, and the mirror in Clara's hands began to glow softly. It was here that Clara faced her challenge, to see not just with her eyes, but with her heart. As she gazed into the pool, images began to form, visions of her village, her family, and the life she knew. But there were also images of places unknown, faces unfamiliar, and paths untrodden. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, a call to understand and balance the world within the mirror and the world outside it. Taking a deep breath, Clara closed her eyes, allowing her heart to guide her rather than her mind. In the silence, she heard the soft whispers of the trees, the gentle lapping of the pool, and the steady rhythm of her own heartbeat. It was then she realized her journey was not just about discovering the world within the mirror, but also about discovering herself. With this newfound understanding, Clara opened her eyes and saw the world anew. The mirror, now a treasured friend, had shown her that every creature, every leaf, and every ripple in the pond was connected, part of a grand tapestry woven with threads of magic and reality. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara bid farewell to her friends. Eldrin, with a wise nod, Lumina with a warm glow, and Bram with a gentle hug, each watched as Clara made her way back to her village, her heart full of the wisdom she had gathered. Back home, as Clara placed the mirror on her windowsill, she felt a comforting sense of peace. She knew that the magic she had discovered would always be a part of her, guiding her through life's many adventures. And though the mirror remained in her room, its true reflection was forever imprinted on her heart, a reminder that the greatest magic lies not in objects, but in the connection we share with the world and each other. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Clara drifted into a gentle sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the enchanted forest and the warmth of newfound friendships. The mirror, now silent but ever watchful, caught the moonlight just so, casting a gentle glow across her room, a guardian of secrets and the keeper of dreams. Story 44. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, there lay a quaint little village known as Lullaby Grove. The homes were nestled snugly among the towering oaks, their chimneys exhaling thin wisps of smoke that mingled with the early morning mist. It was a place where the air always smelled faintly of honey and lavender, and the gentle gurgle of the stream could be heard, murmuring secrets to those who cared to listen. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced their lazy spiral to the ground, a peculiar series of events began to unfold. The villagers awoke to find their beloved village fountain, a grand structure carved from smooth, glistening white stone, filled not with the usual crystal-clear water, but with a shimmering golden liquid. It had a sweet, citrusy aroma, reminiscent of sunlit orchards and warm summer days. The villagers gathered around, their breath visible in the morning chill, as they exchanged puzzled glances. Old Mr. Tibbins, whose spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, scratched his head in bewilderment. "Never seen anything like it in all my years," he muttered, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder. Standing amidst the crowd was a young girl named Clara. Her eyes, bright and curious, sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions. Clara had always been fascinated by the mysteries of the world, and this strange occurrence was no exception. Determined to uncover the truth, she decided to seek the wisdom of the wisest creature she knew, the great owl of the whispering woods. With a knitted scarf wrapped tightly around her neck and a pocket full of sweet treats for the journey, Clara set off along the winding path that led deep into the heart of the forest. The trees rustled gently overhead, their leaves whispering encouragement as she made her way through the golden-hued landscape. The great owl lived in an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like welcoming arms. As Clara approached, she called out softly, "O wise owl, keeper of the forest's secrets, I seek your guidance." A moment later, the great owl appeared, his feathers a magnificent tapestry of brown and gold. His eyes, large and knowing, gazed down at Clara with a warmth that melted away the morning's chill. "What brings you to my humble abode, dear Clara?" he hooted gently, his voice resonant and soothing. Clara explained the mysterious transformation of the village fountain, describing the golden liquid and its enchanting scent. The great owl listened intently, his head tilting thoughtfully from side to side. He mused. "It seems the forest is in a playful mood. You see, not far from here, lives a mischievous creature known as the Mist Weaver. She delights in weaving enchantments into the morning mist, turning the ordinary into the extraordinary." Intrigued, Clara asked, "But why would she choose our fountain for her magic?" The great owl chuckled softly. "The Mist Weaver often acts with a purpose, though her ways are not always clear. Perhaps she wishes to share a message, or perhaps she simply wishes to bring a little wonder into your lives." Clara nodded, her heart warmed by the thought of a playful spirit at work. "How might I find the Mist Weaver and ask her about this?" "Follow the silver thread," the great owl advised, his voice as gentle as a lullaby. "It will lead you to her." Thanking the wise owl, Clara set off once more, her steps light and purposeful. As she walked, she scanned the forest floor for a glimmering trail. Soon enough, she spotted a fine silvery thread weaving its way through the underbrush, almost invisible against the dappled light. With each careful step, Clara followed the thread deeper into the woods, where the air was filled with the soft hum of bees and the distant chirping of crickets. The path led her to a small clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center stood the Mistweaver, a delicate creature with shimmering wings that caught the sunlight in a kaleidoscope of colors. The Mistweaver's eyes twinkled mischievously as Clara approached. "Ah, a visitor from the village! What brings you to my glade, little one?" Clara hesitated for a moment, then spoke with gentle courtesy. "I come to ask about the golden liquid in our fountain. The village is curious and a bit puzzled by this enchanting change." The Mistweaver laughed, a sound like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Ah, yes, I did that. I thought your village could use a bit of magic to brighten the day. Mola, it's a brew of sunshine and joy, meant to remind everyone of the wonders around them." Clara smiled, understanding now the kind-hearted intent behind the enchantment. "Thank you, Mistweaver. Your magic has indeed brought wonder to our village." Before she turned to leave, Clara paused. "May I ask, is there a way to share this magic more widely, so that everyone might enjoy its light?" The Mistweaver's eyes softened with approval. "Of course, dear one. Simply leave a jar of the golden liquid at the forest's edge each night. I will ensure its essence spreads through the village with the morning mist." Clara thanked the Mistweaver and retraced her steps back to Lullaby Grove, her heart brimming with excitement and purpose. Once home, she gathered jars and filled them with the golden liquid from the fountain, placing them gently at the forest's edge as the sun began its descent. True to the Mistweaver's promise, each morning henceforth, the village awoke to find the air imbued with a subtle golden glow, a gentle reminder of the magic that exists in the world if only one chooses to see it. From that day on, the villagers of Lullaby Grove learned to welcome the unexpected with open hearts and to cherish the quiet wonders that whispered through their lives. And Clara, with her boundless curiosity and kind spirit, grew up to be a wise guide for all who sought the mysteries of the whispering woods. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Clara tucked herself into bed, her heart full of gratitude for the day's adventures. She drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle laughter of the Mistweaver and the soothing wisdom of the great owl, knowing that tomorrow would bring new wonders and gentle mysteries to unravel. Story 45. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she had an insatiable thirst for adventure that often led her on unexpected paths. One crisp autumn day, Willow was exploring the woods near her home when she stumbled upon an old forgotten well. Peering over the mossy stones, she noticed something glinting at the bottom, catching the sunlight in a most peculiar way. Willow's heart raced with excitement. She scampered home and returned with a long rope, determined to uncover the well's secret. With careful tugs, she hauled up an ancient wooden bucket, its surface worn smooth by time. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary pail, but as Willow ran her fingers along the intricate carvings, she felt a tingle of magic coursing through her fingertips. The bucket began to glow softly, and a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "A journey awaits, dear one. Lift the handle and let the adventure begin." Tentatively, Willow grasped the handle, and in a swirl of golden light, she found herself transported to a realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. Towering trees with leaves of every hue surrounded her, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. As she marveled at her new surroundings, a friendly robin fluttered down and perched on a nearby branch. "Welcome, Willow," the bird chirped. "I am Robin, and this is the Evergreen Forest, a magical place where wonders abound." Willow could scarcely believe her eyes and ears. "But how did I get here?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. Robin explained that the ancient bucket was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of opening portals to enchanted realms. Many have sought it, but only those with a pure heart and a thirst for discovery can wield its magic. Willow's heart swelled with joy at the prospect of exploring this new world. Robin introduced her to a wise old oak tree named Oakley and a playful stream known as Ripple. Together, these newfound friends vowed to guide Willow on her journey through the Evergreen Forest. As they ventured deeper into the realm, they encountered challenges that tested their wit and courage. Oakley's ancient wisdom helped them navigate treacherous paths, while Ripple's bubbling laughter lifted their spirits when the way seemed lost. One day they came upon a towering mountain, its peak shrouded in mist. According to legend, a powerful artifact resided at the summit, but the path was guarded by a riddle-spinning sphinx. Willow's heart pounded with excitement and trepidation. She knew that brute force would avail them nothing against such a formidable foe. Instead, they would need to rely on their wits and the bonds of friendship they had forged. As they approached the sphinx, the mighty creature fixed them with a piercing gaze and spoke in a rumbling voice. "Travelers, answer my riddles 3, and the path to the summit shall be revealed to thee." Oakley, with his centuries of wisdom, pondered the first riddle deeply. Ripple contributed her playful insights, and Willow's curiosity sparked unexpected solutions. Together, they unraveled each enigma, their unique perspectives intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree. Finally, the Sphinx bowed its head in respect and stepped aside, allowing them to continue their ascent. Willow's heart soared with triumph, for she had learned that true strength lies not in might, but in the power of friendship and wisdom. At last, they reached the summit, where a shimmering crystal stood tall, its facets refracting the sunlight in a dazzling display. As Willow approached, the crystal pulsed with energy, and a warm voice echoed in her mind. "Well done, young one. You have proven yourself worthy of the evergreen forest's greatest treasure, the gift of wonder." In that moment, Willow felt a profound shift within her. Her eyes were opened to the magic that surrounded her, and she realized that every leaf, every pebble, every ray of sunshine held a secret waiting to be discovered. With a grateful heart, Willow turned to her friends, Robin, Oakley, and Ripple, and embraced them tightly. Their journey had not only taken them to extraordinary places, but had also forged an unbreakable bond between them. As the golden light of the ancient bucket enveloped them once more, Willow knew that her life had been forever changed. She had unlocked the power of wonder, and with each new day she would embark on countless adventures, exploring the mysteries that lay hidden in the most ordinary of places. And so Willow returned to her cozy village, her eyes shining with the knowledge that magic lived all around her, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. From that day forward, she would never take the world for granted, for she had learned that true wonder lies in the journey itself. Story 46. Title: The Whispering Grove. In a small, sleepy village nestled between lush, rolling hills and dense forests, there existed a legend as old as time itself. The villagers spoke, in hushed tones, of a hidden world within the heart of the great wood, a place where the trees whispered secrets of the past, present, and future to those who dared to listen. This hidden world was guarded by an ancient magical object, an amulet known as the Heart of the Forest, which held the power to reveal its wonders to only the purest of hearts. Living on the edge of this mystical woodland was a young girl named Leora. With shimmering auburn hair and eyes that mirrored the forest's vibrant greens, she possessed a curiosity that knew no bounds. Each day, Leora would wander through the woods, her imagination as wild and untamed as the nature surrounding her. She felt an unexplainable connection to the forest, as if it called to her in a voice that only she could hear. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, Leora set out on her daily adventure. The cool air was laced with the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves crunched softly beneath her feet. She wore her favorite woolen cloak, its deep forest green matching the hues of the evergreens that stood like silent sentinels along the path. As Leora ventured deeper into the woods, she noticed a peculiar rustling sound, different from the usual chatter of birds and rustle of leaves. It was a gentle, melodic whisper, beckoning her to follow. Her heart quickened with excitement and curiosity. She followed the sound, her steps instinctively lighter, as if guided by an unseen force. The path led her to a small clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where stood an ancient tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its trunk was thick and gnarled, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with a soft, emerald glow. Nestled within the tree's roots, half buried in the rich soil, was the heart of the forest. Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface of the amulet. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. The whispers grew clearer, swirling around her like a gentle breeze. "You have found us, Leora," the whispers sang softly, "and we have been waiting." Her heart fluttered with a blend of wonder and awe. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "We are the spirits of the forest," the voices replied, harmonizing with the rustling leaves. "Guardians of this hidden world. The heart of the forest chose you for your kindness and bravery, and now you are part of our story." With the amulet in her hand, Leora felt a surge of energy, as if the forest's very essence flowed through her veins. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the clearing shimmered and transformed. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches entwining to form a grand archway, revealing a path that led deeper into the hidden world. Determined and unafraid, Leora stepped forward, the amulet's glow lighting her way. As she ventured further, the forest came alive with magic. Luminescent flowers bloomed beneath her feet, their petals radiating a soft, ethereal light. Creatures of all shapes and sizes emerged from the shadows, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, foxes with fur that glimmered like stardust, and birds with feathers as brilliant as the sunlit sky. The hidden world was a symphony of colors and sounds, each element blending seamlessly with the next. Leora felt as if she had stepped into a dream, where all her senses were heightened and every moment was a new discovery. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, Leora encountered a group of woodland creatures gathered around a crystalline pool. Among them was a wise old owl named Eldor, his feathers a tapestry of browns and whites, his eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. "Welcome, young Leora," Eldor hooted warmly. "We sensed your arrival. The heart of the forest is a rare gift, and it has chosen you for a reason." Leora smiled, feeling the warmth of acceptance from the forest's inhabitants. "I feel as though I've been searching for this place my whole life," she confessed. "What is my purpose here?" Eldor fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "The hidden world is under a spell of silence, a mystery yet to be solved. The whispers you hear are fragments of a song that once filled the forest with joy and harmony. It is believed that only a heart as pure as yours can lift this veil and restore the song." A sense of responsibility settled over Leora. She realized that this journey was not just about discovery, but about healing and bringing balance back to the forest. "But how can I do that?" she asked, seeking guidance from the wise owl. "The song lies in the heart of the grove," Eldor explained, gesturing towards a distant hill crowned with towering oaks. "You must journey there, guided by the amulet, and listen closely to the whispers. They will guide you, reveal the truth, and help you find the missing notes." With newfound determination, Leora set off towards the hill, her heart beating in time with the forest's whispers. Along the way, she met more woodland friends, a mischievous squirrel named Tilly, who scampered beside her, and a gentle doe called Seraphina, whose calm presence provided comfort. Together, they faced challenges that tested their courage and ingenuity. They crossed a sparkling brook over a bridge made of intertwined vines, climbed steep, rocky paths, and navigated through a maze of towering ferns and brambles. Each obstacle brought them closer together, forging a friendship that grew stronger with every step. As they neared the heart of the grove, the air grew charged with anticipation. The trees stood taller, their branches stretching towards the sky as if reaching for the sun. The whispers intensified, weaving a melody that resonated deep within Leora's soul. Finally, they reached the grove, a sacred circle of oak trees whose roots formed a natural amphitheater. In the center, a single tree stood apart, its bark shimmering like silver under the dappled sunlight. The heart of the forest pulsed with a vibrant energy, and Leora felt an invisible force urging her to place the amulet at the base of the tree. As she did so, a soft, harmonious hum filled the air, reverberating through the grove. The whispers transformed into a song, a melody of unity and peace that echoed the forest's spirit. Leora closed her eyes, letting the music wash over her, filling her with a sense of purpose and fulfillment. The song spoke of balance and harmony, of embracing the differences that make the world beautiful, and of the power of friendship and understanding. It was a message that resonated deep within Leora, a gentle reminder of the connections that bind all living things. As the song reached its crescendo, the forest seemed to come alive, the trees swaying in rhythm with the melody. The hidden world revealed its true beauty, a tapestry of colors and light that painted the landscape in hues of gold and emerald. When the song finally faded, a profound silence settled over the grove, a peaceful stillness that spoke of a new beginning. Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with gratitude and joy. She turned to her friends, who stood beside her, their eyes shining with the same light of understanding. "You did it, Leora," Eldor said softly, his voice filled with pride. "The song is restored and the forest is alive once more." Leora smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment and belonging that she had never known before. "I couldn't have done it without all of you," she replied, her voice filled with warmth and appreciation. With the song restored, the hidden world flourished, its magic spreading throughout the forest and beyond. Leora knew that her journey had changed her, teaching her the value of kindness, courage, and the strength found in unity. As she bade farewell to her woodland friends, Leora felt a gentle tug at her heart, a promise that she would always be connected to this magical place. She returned to her village, carrying the forest's song within her, a melody that would guide her through life, reminding her of the beauty and harmony that exists in the world. And so, Leora's story became part of the legend, a tale of friendship, courage, and the power of a pure heart to change the world. The villagers spoke of her journey, passing down the story from generation to generation, ensuring that the hidden world and its magic would never be forgotten. As time flowed on, the whispers of the forest continued to sing, a gentle reminder of the bond between nature and humanity, and the enduring power of a heart filled with love and understanding. And so, dear reader, as you close your eyes and drift into the realm of dreams, may you carry with you the essence of Leora's journey, a tale of wonder and magic, of friendship and courage that lives on in the whispers of the forest and the songs of the heart. Story 47. In the heart of the enchanted valley, where the whispers of the wind carried tales of old and the moonlit glades shimmered with secrets, there lay a quaint village named Luminara. It was a place where lanterns glowed with a gentle luminescence, casting a soft, golden hue over cobblestone paths and timbered cottages. The villagers, warm-hearted and friendly, lived harmoniously with the land, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireside as the evening settled into the folds of night. In this village, nestled between the rolling hills and mist-kissed woods, lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was known for his curious nature and the bright spark of wonder that danced in his deep green eyes. He spent his days exploring the hidden nooks of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow that played upon the forest floor. The forest was his second home, a place of mystery and magic, where every rustle of leaves and every chime of a distant brook spoke to him in a language only he could understand. One crisp autumn morning, as a mosaic of red and gold leaves crunched beneath his feet, Finn embarked on another one of his adventures. The air was filled with the earthy scent of damp earth and the sweet aroma of ripening apples. His heart was light, for he loved these solitary wanderings, accompanied only by the songs of birds and the soft whispers of the breeze. As Finn wandered deeper into the woods, he came upon a path he had never noticed before. It was narrow and winding, overgrown with ferns and lined with ancient trees whose gnarled branches stretched out like welcoming arms. Intrigued, Finn decided to follow the path, his heart beating with the thrill of discovery. The path led him to a clearing, bathed in the gentle glow of the afternoon sun. At the center of the clearing stood an old oak tree, its trunk wide and sturdy, its branches adorned with leaves that shimmered like emeralds. But what caught Finn's attention was not the tree itself, but what lay at its roots, a shimmering pool of water, clear as crystal, reflecting the sky and the leaves above. Drawn to the pool, Finn knelt beside it, peering into its depths. As he gazed into the water, he noticed something peculiar. At the bottom of the pool lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Finn's curiosity got the better of him, and he reached into the cool water, retrieving the box with careful hands. The box was a marvel in itself, carved with symbols that seemed to dance and shift in the light. Finn turned it over in his hands, feeling the smooth, warm wood against his skin. There was something special about this box, something magical. He decided to open it, his fingers tingling with anticipation. Inside the box lay a small, shimmering stone, unlike anything Finn had ever seen. It was a deep, iridescent blue, with flecks of gold that seemed to twinkle like stars. Holding it up to the light, Finn felt a warmth radiate from the stone, a gentle pulse that seemed to resonate with the very beat of his heart. Unbeknownst to Finn, this stone held a unique power, the ability to reveal hidden worlds. As he held the stone, the forest around him began to change. The air shimmered, and the trees seemed to breathe with life. Colors became more vibrant, sounds more vivid. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the true magic of the world around him. Finn's eyes widened in wonder as he realized what he was seeing. Creatures he had only heard of in stories began to emerge from the shadows. Tiny fairies flitted about, leaving trails of sparkling light in their wake. A gentle deer with antlers woven with vines stepped gracefully into the clearing, nodding at Finn with wise, knowing eyes. Birds with feathers of iridescent hues sang songs that filled the air with melody. Emboldened by this newfound world, Finn spent the afternoon exploring, his heart swelling with joy and wonder. He spoke with the creatures, learning their stories and sharing his own. He discovered that the stone allowed him to connect with the hidden magic of the forest, to see and understand things that were usually beyond human perception. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Finn knew it was time to return home. But he carried with him the magic of the stone and the secret world he had discovered. He promised his new friends that he would return, eager to learn more and to share the warmth of their friendship. The journey back to the village was filled with newfound resolve. Finn realized that the magic he had experienced was not just in the forest, but in the very fabric of the world around him. It was in the kindness of the villagers, in the love of his family, and in the simple joys that filled his days. He understood now that the stone had not only revealed the hidden world of the forest, but had also awakened a deeper understanding within himself. As he stepped back into the familiar embrace of Luminara, the first stars began to twinkle in the night sky. Finn tucked the stone safely into his pocket, feeling its gentle warmth against his side. He knew that this was only the beginning of his adventures, and that with the stone's guidance, he would continue to explore the wonders of the world, discovering magic and friendship in the most unexpected places. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit ready for adventure, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep that night, dreaming of the hidden worlds waiting to be discovered, of the friends he had made, and the endless possibilities that lay ahead. In the soft glow of the lantern light, the village of Luminara rested, wrapped in the gentle embrace of the night, as stories of magic and friendship wove their way into the dreams of those who called it home. Story 48. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place called Willowbrook. Its charm was unmatched, with cobblestone paths winding through vibrant gardens and cottages adorned with ivy and blooming flowers. The air was perpetually tinged with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing melody that lulled the village into contentment. Yet, something peculiar had begun to unfold in Willowbrook. It started with the chiming of the old village clock tower. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the clock would chime 13 times instead of its usual 12. No one could fathom why, and though the villagers chuckled at the oddity, a sense of curiosity lingered in the air. In the heart of the village lived a young girl named Mara. She was known for her keen observation and an insatiable curiosity that often led her to uncover hidden wonders. Mara adored the village and spent her days exploring its nooks and crannies, befriending the gentle creatures that resided in the woods, and learning from the wise old storytellers who gathered at the village square. One evening, as Mara sat on her favorite wooden bench beneath a great willow tree, she noticed something unusual. A soft, silvery light flickered from the top of the clock tower, dancing like a firefly caught in an enchanted breeze. Her heart quickened with intrigue. The clock tower had always been a place of mystery, its upper chamber locked and forgotten by time. Determined to uncover the secret of the 13th chime, Mara set off to seek the counsel of her dear friend Finn, a gentle-hearted boy with a knack for inventions and a mind as sharp as a needle. Together, they pondered the mystery, their whispers mingling with the rustling leaves and the gentle babbling of the brook. "We must find a way to the clock tower," Mara suggested, her eyes sparkling with determination. Finn nodded thoughtfully, his fingers tapping a rhythmic pattern on his wooden walking stick. "It will require a bit of planning," Finn replied, "but I believe we can craft a device to reach the upper chamber. Perhaps the answer lies within." Their first stop was the home of Elder Alden, the village's most revered sage, known for his wisdom and knowledge of all things magical. His cottage, nestled at the edge of the woods, was a haven of warmth and comfort. The scent of burning cedar greeted them at the door, and the soft glow of candlelight flickered through the window panes. Elder Alden welcomed them with a gentle smile and a knowing twinkle in his eye. After hearing their tale, he nodded sagely, stroking his long silver beard. "Ah, the mystery of the 13th chime," he mused. "This is no ordinary occurrence. There is an ancient magic at play, one that requires a kind heart and a clear mind to unravel." He beckoned them inside, where shelves brimmed with dusty tomes and curious artifacts. From a high shelf, he retrieved a small, ornately carved box. Opening it, he revealed a shimmering crystal pendulum. "This," he explained, "is the key of listening. It will help you hear the whispers of the past, the echoes of secrets long forgotten." Armed with the pendulum and Elder Alden's blessing, Mara and Finn set about crafting a clever contraption to reach the clock tower's mysterious chamber. Under the glow of lantern light, they worked tirelessly, weaving ropes and pulleys with the precision of a spider spinning its web. The village elders watched with admiration, offering words of encouragement and cups of warm cider to sustain them. Finally, on a starry night, when the moon hung like a silver coin in the sky, their device was ready. The villagers gathered in the square, their eyes wide with anticipation as Mara and Finn approached the clock tower. With a deep breath, they activated their invention, and slowly, gently, they were lifted toward the chamber above. As they reached the top, the door creaked open to reveal a room bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Dust motes danced in the air, and an ancient clock mechanism stood at the chamber's heart, its gears turning with a gentle, rhythmic click. But what truly captured their attention was a small, delicate figure perched on the clock's face. It was a tiny, ethereal creature, no larger than a sparrow, with wings that shimmered like gossamer threads in the moonlight. Her eyes were kind and wise, and she regarded them with a curious tilt of her head. "Welcome, seekers of truth," she chimed in a voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Lyra, the keeper of time. It is I who have added the 13th chime, for there is a story that must be heard, one that has been lost to the sands of time." Mara and Finn listened intently as Lyra recounted the tale of a kind-hearted clockmaker who had once lived in Willowbrook. He had crafted the village clock with love and infused it with the magic of harmony and balance. But over time his story had faded, leaving only the echoes of his gentle spirit. "The 13th chime is a reminder of his gift," Lyra explained. "It is a call to remember the importance of time well spent, of moments cherished and shared." With newfound understanding, Mara and Finn thanked Lyra for her wisdom. As they descended the tower, the villagers greeted them with cheers and applause, their hearts warmed by the tale of the clockmaker and the gentle magic that had touched their lives. From that day forward, the 13th chime became a cherished tradition in Willowbrook, a nightly reminder of the enduring spirit of kindness and the beauty of time shared with loved ones. And as the village settled into slumber each night, the gentle chime of the clock rang out, wrapping Willowbrook in a comforting embrace, a lullaby of time and friendship that would echo through the ages. Story 49. In a land where the sun often wore a hat made of the fluffiest clouds and the moon danced merrily with the stars, there was a village called Twinkletop. Nestled between rolling hills dotted with daisies that sang softly in the breeze, Twinkletop was a place where magic was as common as the scent of warm bread drifting from the village bakery. In this charming village lived a quirky bunch of friends, each as unique as the sparkling dew that adorned the morning grass. There was Pippin, a curious little gnome with a beard that glowed whenever he was excited, which was quite often. His best friend was Merryweather, a cheerful fairy with wings that shimmered like a rainbow after a spring rain. Merryweather had a penchant for collecting giggles, which she stored in tiny jars that tinkled with laughter when opened. Their circle of friends also included Whiffle, a mischievous wind sprite who could change the direction of the breeze with a mere wink, and Tilly, a wise old tortoise whose shell was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of ancient times. One bright morning, as the daisies hummed their sweet tunes, the friends gathered in Twinkletop's cozy square. Pippin was brewing a pot of his famous peppermint tea, which he insisted was best enjoyed with a dollop of honey and a touch of adventure. "I have a feeling today will be extraordinary," declared Pippin, his beard glowing brightly. Just then, a peculiar sound echoed through the air, a mix of a giggle and a hiccup. It was the unmistakable sound of the village's magical fountain, the Fountain of Whimsy, which had been the heart of Twinkletop for as long as anyone could remember. The fountain had a delightful quirk. It granted wishes, but only those made in rhyme. The friends exchanged curious glances. "I wonder what's afoot," Merryweather mused, her wings fluttering with excitement. They hurried to the center of the village, where the fountain stood, its waters sparkling in the sunlight. To their astonishment, the fountain was bubbling over with frothy pink bubbles, and the water was swirling in an unusual dance. "It appears the fountain has a bit of a hiccup," observed Tilly, her voice as smooth and calming as a lullaby. "Perhaps it's trying to tell us something." As they pondered, Whiffle blew a gentle breeze over the fountain, revealing a shimmering message within the bubbles. A rhyme must be found to restore the sound. "A rhyme, you say?" Pippin stroked his glowing beard thoughtfully. "It seems a new wish has been made, but perhaps it's gotten tangled in a muddle." The friends decided that a journey was in order to unravel the mystery of the rhyming wish. They set off across the village, past the fields of singing daisies, and into the whimsy woods, where trees wore coats of every color imaginable, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of imagination. As they wandered, Merryweather gathered snippets of cheerful songs from the birds, while Tilly listened to the whispers of the forest, and Whiffle played with the leaves, tossing them into delightful spirals. After a while they came upon a peculiar sight, a gathering of rabbits, each wearing a tiny, brightly colored hat. The rabbits were engaged in a lively debate, their noses twitching with enthusiasm. "Excuse us," Pippin called out. "We're on a quest to find a rhyme that's gone amiss. Might you have seen anything unusual?" The rabbits paused their chatter and wiggled their ears in unison. "Why, yes," exclaimed the rabbit wearing a hat adorned with daisies. "We've spotted a wandering word, flitting about like a butterfly, but it doesn't rhyme with anything we know." Intrigued, the friends asked the rabbits to lead them to the wayward word. With a hop and a skip, the rabbits guided them to a clearing where a single word hovered in the air, glowing softly. "Blumble." "Blumble?" Merryweather giggled, her wings fluttering with amusement. "What a delightful word, though it does seem a bit lost." The friends pondered the word, trying to find its perfect rhyme. They each took turns, suggesting words like rumble, tumble, and crumble, but none seemed to fit the whimsical nature of blumble. Just as they were about to give up, Tilly spoke up, her voice gentle and wise. "Perhaps the word is not meant to rhyme with the usual sort. Let's think of something that captures its spirit." Inspired by Tilly's suggestion, the friends began to think creatively. Pippin's beard glowed brighter as an idea sparked in his mind. What if we combined a little magic with some imagination? With that, Merryweather sprinkled a handful of giggle dust into the air, while Whiffle sent a playful breeze to mix it all together. Tilly hummed a soothing tune, and Pippin recited, "A blumble that tumbles with joy in its heart finds a rhyme in a place where dreams often start." As the words floated on the air, the wayward blumble danced happily, finding its perfect match in a swirl of shimmering light. The fountain's hiccup faded, replaced by a harmonious melody that filled the village with warmth and laughter. The friends cheered, for they had restored the Fountain of Whimsy to its whimsical self. With their task complete, the friends made their way back to Twinkletop. where they celebrated with mugs of Pippin's peppermint tea, each sip as delightful as the adventure they'd shared. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the friends sat together, basking in the glow of friendship and the magic they had woven together. The daisies sang a lullaby, and Twinkletop settled into a peaceful slumber, its heart as warm and bright as the stars that twinkled above. And so, in the enchanting land where the sun wore a hat and the moon danced with the stars, the friends drifted into happy dreams, knowing that as long as they had each other, every day would be filled with magic and wonder. Story 50. In the quiet little village of Willowbend, where the air always seemed to carry a sweet hint of lavender and the cobblestone paths meandered like old songs, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Miriam. She was known throughout the village not just for her kindness, but also for her curious nature. Miriam's days were spent in a quaint bookshop, nestled between a bakery that perfumed the air with the scent of warm bread, and a small apothecary where herbs dangled like green curtains. Miriam loved books, as they transported her to faraway lands without ever leaving the comfort of her corner chair by the window. It was during one of these quiet afternoons, as she was dusting the high shelves, that she stumbled upon an object that would change her life forever. Tucked behind a row of forgotten tomes, Miriam found a small, unassuming wooden box. Its surface was smooth, with intricate carvings that seemed to shift like whispers in the breeze. Intrigued, she carefully opened the box and, to her astonishment, found a delicate kaleidoscope. Its brass tube was adorned with tiny, shimmering gemstones that caught the light and scattered it into a dance of colors. As she peered through it, the world transformed. The familiar view of her bookshop melted into a vibrant tapestry of shapes and hues, each turn of the kaleidoscope revealing a new wonder. But more than its visual magic, the kaleidoscope seemed to hold secrets deeper than Miriam could comprehend. With each look, it whispered stories of places both ancient and untouched by time. Miriam felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her to seek these hidden worlds beyond the pages of her beloved books. Determined to understand the kaleidoscope's mysteries, Miriam embarked on a journey that began with a simple step out of Willowbend and a heart full of wonder. Her first destination was the edge of the village, where the wise old Tilly lived. Tilly, with her silvery hair pinned in a neat bun and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stories, was known for her wisdom and counsel. As Miriam shared her discovery, Tilly smiled knowingly. "Ah, the kaleidoscope of whimsy," she mused, her voice as warm as honey. "It chooses its beholder carefully, and it seems it has chosen you, my dear. But remember, its magic is not in revealing the world as it is, but as it could be. Your journey is not to find places, but to discover the possibilities within yourself." Emboldened by Tilly's words, Miriam continued her journey, the kaleidoscope nestled safely in her satchel. Along her path, she met a colorful array of characters who each offered a piece of the puzzle she was trying to solve. There was Finn, the merry jester, whose laughter was contagious and whose tricks were always accompanied by nuggets of wisdom hidden beneath layers of jest. "Sometimes," he chuckled, "magic is just a matter of seeing things differently." Then there was Anya, the gentle artist, who painted the world with broad strokes of compassion and understanding. She taught Miriam that sometimes the most profound wisdom lies in the simplest acts of kindness. "Look through your kaleidoscope," Anya said softly, "and let it guide you to the beauty in every soul you meet." And so, with each new friend and every step she took, Miriam's heart grew lighter, her spirit more attuned to the possibilities that lay before her. Yet the true challenge awaited her at the Forest of Echoes, a mystical place where the trees whispered secrets and the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. It was here that the kaleidoscope's magic would be truly tested. As Miriam stood at the forest's edge, she felt a flutter of uncertainty, but she remembered Tilly's words and the lessons from her new friends. With a deep breath, she lifted the kaleidoscope to her eye and turned it slowly. At first, the forest remained unchanged, but then, as if by magic, the trees began to dance, their branches weaving a path of light and shadow. Miriam followed, her heart steady and her mind open. With each step she listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The forest spoke of dreams and forgotten hopes, of fears to be faced and courage to be found. When she reached the heart of the forest, Miriam encountered the keeper, a wise old owl with feathers like moonlight and eyes that held the depth of the night sky. "You have traveled far," the keeper hooted gently. "But tell me, what have you learned?" Miriam paused, the kaleidoscope warm in her hands. She thought of Tilly's wisdom, Finn's laughter, Anya's kindness, and the forest's whispers. "I've learned," she began, her voice steady, "that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered, not just with our eyes, but with our hearts, and that true magic lies in the possibilities we create through understanding and friendship." The keeper nodded, a soft smile in its eyes. "You have seen truly, young one. The kaleidoscope was a guide, but the journey was yours to shape. Return now, and let your newfound wisdom light your path." As Miriam made her way back to Willowbend, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She understood now that her journey, though sparked by the kaleidoscope, was a journey within, a journey that had opened her heart to the endless possibilities of life. Back in her cozy bookshop, Miriam placed the kaleidoscope on the windowsill, where it caught the light and cast gentle rainbows across the room. She knew that it would always be a reminder of her adventure and the friends she had made along the way. And so, in the quiet village of Willowbend, where lavender danced on the breeze and stories lingered in the air, Miriam continued to share her tales of discovery and wonder. Her heart was forever open to the magic of the world, and her life was a testament to the gentle power of wisdom and friendship. And as the sun set each evening, its golden light would catch the kaleidoscope, filling the bookshop with a warm, comforting glow, a reminder that true magic lies not in what we see, but in how we choose to see it. Story 51. In a tranquil village nestled between gentle, rolling hills and an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village of Mossy Hollow was a place where the scent of blooming lavender mingled with the cool whispers of the forest breeze, and where the villagers greeted each other with warm smiles as they went about their daily lives. Lila was known for her curious spirit and bright eyes, which missed nothing. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who told tales of old magic and the creatures that dwelled in the forest. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was streaked with hues of pink and orange, Lila would sit by the fireplace, listening intently to her grandmother's stories before drifting off to sleep. One morning, as a golden sunbeam filtered through the lace curtains, Lila awoke to a peculiar sight. Tiny, luminescent footprints led from the edge of the forest to her front door. They shimmered in the early light, casting a faint glow on the cobblestone path. Intrigued, Lila called for her grandmother, who peered at the footprints with a knowing smile. "Ah," said her grandmother, her voice like a gentle stream over stones. "These are the footprints of the moon sprites. They are known to wander when the moon is full, sometimes leaving behind traces of their silvery light." "But why would they come here?" Lila wondered aloud, her mind alight with possibilities. "Perhaps they are seeking something," her grandmother replied, her eyes twinkling with mystery. "Or perhaps they have a message for us." Determined to uncover the truth, Lila decided to follow the footprints into the forest. She packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and a flask of fresh spring water, as well as a notebook to jot down her observations, should she encounter anything unusual. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves. Shafts of sunlight broke through the canopy, creating a dance of shadows on the forest floor. As Lila ventured deeper, the footprints glowed faintly, guiding her path like a string of starlight. After walking for a while, Lila came across a clearing where the footprints seemed to vanish into thin air. She paused, scanning her surroundings. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the soft babble of a nearby brook could be heard. Just as she was about to give up, a gentle voice spoke from behind her. "Looking for something, dear child?" Turning, Lila saw an elderly badger, his fur grizzled with age, but his eyes sharp and kind. He wore a small pair of spectacles perched on his snout and had a tiny satchel slung over one shoulder. "I'm following these footprints," Lila explained, gesturing to the now invisible trail. "I think they belong to the moon sprites." The badger nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed they do. I am Bartholomew, the keeper of the forest's secrets. The sprites have been restless of late, and their wanderings have caused quite a stir among the woodland creatures. Do you know why? Lila asked, her curiosity piqued. Bartholomew sighed, his breath rustling the leaves around them. There is a disturbance in the balance of the forest. The sprites have sensed it, and so have I. Something is amiss with the great oak. The great oak was a revered tree, ancient and wise, standing at the heart of the forest. It was said to house the spirit of the forest itself, its branches stretching wide like a guardian over the land. Will you help me? Lila asked, her voice earnest and sincere. The badger nodded with a solemn smile. Together we shall unravel this mystery. Guided by Bartholomew, Lila made her way to the great oak. The tree stood majestic, its bark a tapestry of time, each groove and knot telling a story of seasons past. Yet as Lila approached, she noticed that the air around the tree felt heavier, the usual harmonious hum of nature replaced by an uneasy silence. At the base of the tree, they found something peculiar, a small shimmering stone, unlike anything Lila had ever seen. It pulsed with a gentle light, much like the footprints. This, said Bartholomew, is a moonstone, a rare and magical artifact. It seems to have fallen into the wrong hands, disrupting the natural order. But who would take it? Lila wondered, examining the stone closely. Bartholomew adjusted his spectacles. There are creatures in the forest who might be tempted by its power, but none who would dare disturb the great oak knowingly. We must return it to its rightful place. Together, they carefully placed the moonstone in a small indentation at the base of the great oak. As soon as it settled, the air seemed to sigh with relief. The leaves above rustled gently, and a warm golden light enveloped the tree, spreading throughout the forest. The balance was restored. As Lila and Bartholomew watched, the moon sprites appeared, their tiny forms dancing in the soft light. They twirled around Lila and the badger, their laughter a tinkling melody that filled the air. "Thank you," they whispered, their voices like the softest breeze. Bartholomew smiled, his eyes twinkling. "It is we who are grateful, little ones." With the mystery of the footprints solved and the forest at peace, Lila felt a deep sense of contentment. She thanked Bartholomew for his wisdom and friendship, promising to visit him often. As she made her way back to the village, the sun was setting, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose. Lila knew she had a wonderful story to share with her grandmother, one that would join the tapestry of tales told by the fireside. And that night, as she lay in bed, the moon sprites danced in her dreams, their light weaving through the fabric of her slumber, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the forest's edge. In Mossy Hollow, where the scent of lavender mingled with the stories of the enchanted forest, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that the world was a little brighter for the adventure she had shared with her new friends. Story 52. Title: Whispering Leaves. Once upon a time, in a village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the gentle hum of the forest, the soft rustle of leaves, and the occasional whisper of the wind. Leora had always felt a peculiar bond with the woods that surrounded her home. The villagers often spoke of the forest with a mix of reverence and caution, for it was said to hide secrets older than time itself. Leora's home was a cozy cottage, its walls adorned with ivy and its windows framed by blooming wildflowers. Her father, a kind-hearted woodcarver, crafted intricate designs from the trees that grew in abundance around them. Her mother, a healer known for her soothing remedies, gathered herbs from the forest's edge. Together they lived harmoniously with nature, teaching Leora to respect and appreciate the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden hue over the village, Leora set out towards the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant chirping of birds preparing for their journey south. Today was special. Leora had turned 12, an age when children in the village were allowed to explore the forest alone for the first time. With a basket in hand, Leora entered the forest, her heart fluttering with excitement and curiosity. The path was dappled with sunlight filtering through the canopy above, creating a tapestry of light and shadow on the ground. As she walked, the leaves crunched softly beneath her feet, and the gentle breeze whispered secrets only the forest knew. Leora wandered deeper into the woods, gathering herbs and wildflowers, her fingers brushing against the soft petals. She marveled at the towering trees, their branches stretching skyward as if trying to touch the heavens. The forest seemed alive, each rustle and chirp adding to a symphony that only Leora could hear. As she ventured further, she came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches spreading like the arms of an ancient guardian. At its base lay a small, shimmering object, catching the light in a way that seemed almost magical. Intrigued, Leora approached the tree. As she drew closer, she realized the object was a delicate pendant, shaped like a leaf and glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change as she gazed upon them. Gently, she picked up the pendant, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers as if the object was alive. The moment she touched it, the forest around her seemed to hold its breath. The air grew still, and the whispers of the leaves grew louder, forming a melody that resonated deep within her soul. Curiosity piqued, Leora placed the pendant around her neck. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped her, and she felt a connection to the forest that was stronger than ever before. It was as if she could hear the thoughts of the trees, the stories of the wind, and the secrets of the earth. As she stood there, entranced by this newfound sensation, a soft voice broke through the silence. "Welcome, Leora," it said, gentle and wise. Startled, Leora looked around but saw no one. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice tinged with both awe and apprehension. "I am the spirit of the forest," the voice replied, echoing through the trees like a melody of rustling leaves. "You have found the pendant of whispers, a gift from the heart of the woods." Leora's eyes widened in wonder. "The pendant of whispers?" she repeated, brushing her fingers against the warm metal at her throat. "Yes," the voice continued. "With it, you can hear the voices of the forest, understand its needs, and protect its secrets." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a sense of purpose blossom within her. The pendant was not just a treasure, it was a responsibility, a connection to the natural world that she cherished so deeply. "But why me?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because you listen," the spirit replied simply. "You have always listened." The words resonated with Leora, and she realized that her quiet walks, her gentle touch, and her love for the forest had not gone unnoticed. The pendant was a testament to her bond with the woods, a bond that had been recognized by the spirit itself. From that day on, Leora wore the pendant of whispers close to her heart. Each morning, she would venture into the forest, guided by the whispers of the leaves. She learned to understand the language of the trees, the songs of the streams, and the stories carried by the wind. With the pendant's guidance, Leora discovered hidden places within the forest, a grove where the sunlight danced in patterns on the forest floor, a glen where rare flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, and a brook whose waters sang a lullaby as they trickled over smooth stones. But the pendant also revealed the forest's troubles. Leora learned of the creeping blight that threatened the ancient trees, the pollution that sullied the streams, and the fear that lingered in the hearts of the animals. She realized that the forest was not just a place of beauty, but a living entity that needed her help. Determined to protect her beloved woods, Leora sought the wisdom of her parents. Together, they devised a plan to heal the forest, using her mother's knowledge of herbs and her father's skill with woodcraft. They worked tirelessly, creating remedies to cleanse the streams and planting new saplings to replace those lost to the blight. Word of Leora's efforts spread throughout the village, and soon others joined in her cause. Children and adults alike gathered in the forest, guided by Leora and the whispers of the trees. They planted gardens, cleared debris, and built homes for the animals that had been displaced. As the seasons changed, so did the forest. Under Leora's care, the trees grew strong and healthy, their leaves a vibrant green. The streams ran clear and pure, their waters teeming with life. The animals returned, their calls echoing joyfully through the woods. Through it all, Leora wore the pendant of whispers, her connection to the forest growing stronger with each passing day. She learned that true strength lay not in force or power, but in understanding, compassion, and friendship. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Leora stood beneath the ancient oak where she had first found the pendant. The spirit of the forest spoke once more, its voice a gentle caress on the breeze. "Thank you, Leora, for listening," it said. Leora smiled, her heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you for trusting me," she replied, knowing that her journey had only just begun. And so, in the heart of the forest, Leora stood, surrounded by the whispering leaves. With the pendant of whispers close to her heart, she knew that she would always be a guardian of the woods, a friend to the trees, and a voice for the voiceless. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, the forest sang a lullaby, a gentle melody that lulled the world to sleep. And in the quiet of the night, Leora dreamed of new adventures, her heart and soul forever entwined with the whispers of the leaves. Story 53. In a small village nestled in the heart of a lush valley, a young girl named Amara lived with her grandmother, Nalia. Though their humble cottage was modest, it was filled with the warmth of love and the rich tapestry of their ancestral heritage. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the rolling hills, Amara sat by the crackling hearth, listening intently as Nalia's soothing voice wove tales of their people's ancient traditions. "Long ago," she began, "our ancestors lived in harmony with the land, their spirits intertwined with the very fabric of nature." Nalia's eyes sparkled as she retrieved an intricately carved wooden box from a nearby shelf. "This has been passed down through generations, carrying the wisdom of our forebears," she whispered, running her fingers over the intricate etchings that adorned its surface. Amara's eyes widened with curiosity as Nalia opened the box, revealing a stunning necklace adorned with a pendant crafted from a deep amber stone. "This is the Ember Stone," Nalia explained, "a sacred artifact that symbolizes the eternal flame of our people's resilience and connection to the earth." As Amara traced the intricate patterns etched into the stone, she felt a sense of warmth and belonging wash over her. It was as if the very essence of her heritage flowed through her veins, connecting her to a lineage that stretched back through the ages. In the days that followed, Nalia shared more stories of their ancestors, tales of courage, compassion, and a profound respect for the natural world. Amara learned of ancient rituals that honored the changing seasons and of the sacred groves where their people would gather to celebrate the cycles of life. With each passing day, Amara's understanding of her roots deepened, and she found herself drawn to the tranquil beauty of the surrounding forests and meadows. She would spend hours exploring the winding trails, marveling at the vibrant wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze, and listening to the soothing melodies of the birds overhead. As the seasons turned, Amara's connection to her heritage grew stronger, and she began to see the world through the lens of her ancestors' wisdom. The lessons of the past resonated deeply within her, guiding her towards a path of harmony, respect, and gratitude for the natural world that sustained them all. On the eve of the summer solstice, Nalia led Amara to a secluded glade, where the trees formed a verdant canopy overhead. There, surrounded by the soft glow of lanterns and the sweet scent of wildflowers, they joined their kinfolk in an ancient celebration of renewal and rebirth. As the moon rose high above the treetops, Amara felt a profound sense of belonging and peace. She had uncovered a legacy that stretched back through countless generations, a tapestry woven with threads of resilience, wisdom, and an unwavering connection to the earth. With the ember stone resting against her chest, Amara understood that her ancestors' spirits lived on within her, their stories and traditions igniting a flame that would burn brightly, illuminating the path forward for generations to come. Story 54. In the vast, twinkling expanse of the universe, where stars shimmered like distant lanterns across a velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet named Luminara. Luminara was known for its crystalline forests that sang in the wind, and gentle rivers that glowed a soft blue under the light of its twin moons. It was here that a peculiar meeting took place, one that would change the lives of two very different beings forever. On one side of the galaxy, there lived a creature named Zoran, a gentle being with scales that glimmered like polished emeralds. Zoran hailed from the planet Draconis, a world where the skies were painted with fiery sunsets and the air was thick with the scent of blooming starflowers. Zoran was a dragonkin, known for their wisdom and ability to understand the language of the elements. However, despite his kind heart, Zoran often felt out of place, yearning for a connection that seemed just beyond his grasp. From the opposite end of the galaxy came Lyra, a small, curious creature from the moonlit world of Sylvana. With fur as soft as the finest silk and eyes that reflected the moon's glow, Lyra belonged to the Sylvari, a species renowned for their boundless curiosity and playful nature. Sylvana was a place of endless meadows and whispering breezes, a world where laughter was as common as the rustling of leaves. Yet, Lyra often found herself dreaming of exploring beyond her home, seeking adventures that would take her to the stars. Their paths crossed on Luminara by what seemed like chance, though some might call it destiny. Zoran had journeyed there to seek solace in the planet's serene beauty, while Lyra had landed in hope of unraveling the mysteries of its enchanting glow. Their first encounter was anything but smooth. Zoran, lost in thought by a crystalline stream, was startled by a sudden splash as Lyra, in her usual exuberance, leaped into the water to chase shimmering fish. Both froze, eyes wide in surprise. Zoran's deep, rumbling voice broke the silence. "Careful, little one. The currents are swift." Lyra, her spirit undampened, replied with laughter in her voice, "I can swim as fast as the fish." But as she tried to prove her point, a particularly strong current swept her off her feet. Without hesitation, Zoran extended a clawed hand, his grip gentle yet firm, and pulled her to safety. As Lyra caught her breath, they both shared a moment of mutual gratitude and relief. It was then that Zoran noticed something unusual. His scales, usually a deep green, had begun to reflect the soft luminescence of Lyra's fur. Curiosity piqued, the two began to converse, each fascinated by the other's stories and home. Zoran spoke of the fiery sunsets of Draconis, and Lyra described the endless meadows of Sylvana. As they shared tales, misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those from different worlds. Zoran, unfamiliar with Lyra's playful nature, sometimes mistook her exuberance for recklessness, while Lyra found Zoran's cautious wisdom a bit too staid for her lively spirit. One evening, as the moons of Luminara cast long shadows over the crystalline trees, a misunderstanding nearly drove them apart. Lyra, eager for adventure, proposed exploring the planet's mysterious caves, said to house crystals that sang with the voices of the cosmos. Zoran, wary of the unknown dangers lurking within, advised against it. Lyra, feeling as though her adventurous spirit was being stifled, bounded off into the night, leaving a worried Zoran behind. The caves proved to be more treacherous than Lyra had anticipated. The ground was uneven, and the darkness seemed to stretch endlessly. As she ventured deeper, the air grew cold, and her heart began to race with the realization of her impulsive mistake. She missed Zoran's steady presence and wise counsel. Meanwhile, Zoran, unable to shake a sense of foreboding, decided to follow Lyra's path. Guided by the faint glow of her fur, he found her just as she stumbled over a jagged rock, her ankle twisted painfully. Without a word, Zoran lifted her gently onto his back, his scales warm and reassuring against the chill of the cave. As they made their way out, the silence between them was filled with an unspoken understanding. Lyra realized that Zoran's caution came not from a lack of adventure, but from a place of care and concern. Zoran, in turn, appreciated Lyra's zest for life, understanding that her spirited nature brought a kind of joy and excitement his life had been missing. Once outside, under the comforting glow of the twin moons, they sat together, the gentle hum of the forest a soothing backdrop to their reflections. "I'm sorry, Zoran," Lyra murmured, her voice a soft whisper in the night. "I should have listened." Zoran nodded, his eyes warm with understanding. "And I should have trusted your instincts. Together we balance each other." From that night on, their bond grew stronger. They learned to communicate beyond words, understanding the subtle nuances of each other's presence. Zoran taught Lyra the art of listening to the earth, showing her how to hear the stories told by the wind and water. In return, Lyra introduced Zoran to the joy of spontaneous adventures, leading him on moonlit dances through the meadows of Luminara. Their friendship flourished, built on mutual respect and the knowledge that their differences made them stronger. They discovered that true companionship was not about being the same, but about complementing and supporting one another through life's challenges. As their time on Luminara drew to a close, Both knew their paths would soon diverge once more, each returning to their respective worlds. But the bond they had forged remained unbreakable, etched into their hearts like the songs of the crystalline trees. On their final evening together, as the stars twinkled above like a million watchful eyes, they sat by the same stream where they had first met. The water glowed softly, reflecting their intertwined reflections. Zoran spoke, his voice a gentle rumble. No matter where the stars take us, we will always be connected. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears yet filled with warmth. In every adventure, I will carry a piece of you with me. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and eyes turned towards the future, they bid each other farewell, knowing that the universe, vast and endless as it was, had a way of bringing souls together, no matter the distance or differences. As they journeyed back to their respective homes, the lessons of friendship and understanding they had learned on Luminara would guide them, lighting their paths like the gentle glow of its rivers beneath the twin moons. Story 55. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of ages past, lay a hidden world brimming with life and magic. Here the canopy stretched endlessly above, a tapestry of emerald leaves that danced to the gentle rhythm of the wind. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the foliage, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where a carpet of moss cushioned every step. The air was perfumed with the earthy scent of damp wood and the sweet aroma of wildflowers, creating a sanctuary for those who called it home. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted forest was a wise old owl named Bramble, whose feathers shimmered with a silvery sheen like moonlight upon water. Bramble had lived through countless seasons, watching the forest change with each passing cycle. His eyes, deep pools of amber, held the wisdom of generations, and it was said that he could understand the language of the wind and the stories it carried. Bramble's closest friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pippin, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Pippin was known for his boundless curiosity and a heart as warm as the sun. Together, Bramble and Pippin were the guardians of the forest's balance, ensuring that every creature, from the tiniest ant to the grandest stag, lived in harmony. One crisp morning, as the first frost of winter sparkled like diamonds upon the leaves, Bramble perched high on an ancient oak, observing the forest below. The transition to winter was a delicate time, one that required careful attention to maintain the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Animals prepared for the cold, storing food and seeking shelter, while the trees shed their leaves, conserving energy for the long, dormant months ahead. But this year, something was amiss. The streams that wove through the forest had begun to dry up, their usual babble reduced to a mere whisper. The once vibrant chorus of birdsong was muted, as many of the feathered creatures had taken flight to find water elsewhere. The forest was thirsty, and its inhabitants were growing anxious. Pippin scampered up to Bramble, his eyes wide with concern. "Bramble," he chattered, "the streams are disappearing, and the forest is losing its song. What can we do?" Bramble ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "We must find the source of this imbalance," he replied, his voice a soft murmur that seemed to blend with the rustling leaves. "It could be a natural phenomenon, or perhaps something more." With a determined nod, Pippin set off with Bramble guiding him from above, his wings silent against the sky. They traveled deep into the heart of the forest, where ancient trees stood like sentinels, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and cedar. Here, the whispers of the forest grew louder, and the magic that lay hidden beneath the surface pulsed with an unseen energy. After a journey that felt both long and timeless, they reached a secluded glade. In the center stood a massive stone, covered in moss and etched with runes that glowed with a faint, ethereal light. It was the Stone of Seasons, a relic from when the world was young, and it held the power to influence the cycles of nature. Bramble landed gently beside the stone, his eyes narrowing as he studied the runes. "These markings," he said softly, "they tell of a disruption, a misalignment in the seasons that has caused the streams to falter." Pippin, standing beside him, cocked his head in curiosity. "How do we fix it, Bramble?" The owl's gaze softened, filled with the kind of patience that only comes with age. "We must seek the counsel of the season spirits," he explained. "They are the keepers of the stone's magic, and can guide us in restoring balance." With purpose, Bramble and Pippin called upon the season spirits, their voices mingling with the wind. Soon, ethereal figures began to emerge from the shadows, each embodying the essence of a season. Spring was a gentle being clad in robes of green and blossoms, while summer radiated warmth and vitality. Autumn wore a cloak of russet and gold, and winter was draped in crystalline white, her presence tinged with a chill that whispered of snow. The spirits listened as Bramble explained the forest's plight, their eyes reflecting the ancient wisdom of nature itself. After a moment of silence, it was Winter who spoke, her voice like the softest snowfall. "The balance has been disrupted by the changing patterns of the world," she said. "To restore it, you must realign the stones with the essence of each season." With the guidance of the season spirits, Bramble and Pippin set to work. They gathered tokens from each season, a budding flower for spring, a sun-warmed stone for summer, a golden leaf for autumn, and a shard of ice for winter. These they placed upon the stone, each in its respective quarter, aligning them with the runes that told the story of time. As the final token was set in place, a soft glow enveloped the stone, and the runes pulsed with renewed energy. The air shimmered with magic, and a gentle hum filled the glade, resonating with the heartbeat of the forest. Slowly, the streams began to flow once more, their waters clear and sparkling under the winter sun. The chorus of birds returned, their songs an ode to the beauty of harmony restored. Bramble and Pippin watched as the forest came alive around them, their hearts swelling with quiet triumph. The seasoned spirits nodded in approval, their forms fading back into the ether, leaving behind a sense of peace and gratitude. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Bramble and Pippin made their way back through the forest. The trees, now glistening with frost, stood tall and proud, their branches swaying gently in the evening breeze. The forest was whole once more, its balance restored through wisdom, friendship, and the enduring magic of nature. That night, as stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvety sky, the forest settled into a serene slumber. Bramble perched on his favorite branch, his eyes half closed, while Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the soft sounds of the forest lulling him to sleep. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality entwined like the roots of the great trees, a story of harmony and friendship was etched into the annals of time, a gentle reminder that even in the face of change, the wisdom of the earth and the bonds of friendship could overcome any challenge. Story 56. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a forest that seemed to whisper ancient secrets, there lay a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was surrounded by towering trees with emerald leaves that danced in the gentle breeze. The air was always perfumed with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the melodious songs of birds created a symphony that soothed the heart. In this village dwelt a young woman named Seraphina. She was known for her gentle spirit and the kindness that radiated from her like the warm glow of a hearth on a winter's night. Yet, despite her gentle nature, Seraphina was deeply unsettled by change. She loved the way things were, predictable and comforting, like the steady rhythm of the seasons. But life, as it often does, had other plans for Seraphina. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned shades of amber and gold, Seraphina received a mysterious letter. It was an invitation to visit the Enchanted Glade, a place whispered about in tales and known for its mystical properties. The glade was said to help those who ventured there to discover their true selves. Seraphina felt a flutter of excitement mingled with apprehension. Change was the very thing she feared most, yet something deep inside urged her to accept the invitation. With a heart full of curiosity and a touch of trepidation, she decided to embark on the journey. As she made her way through the forest, the path was lined with vibrant mushrooms that glowed softly in the dim light. The further she walked, the more the air seemed to shimmer with magic. The trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand, and shafts of sunlight broke through the canopy, painting the forest floor with patches of light and shadow. Along the way, Seraphina met a wise old owl named Oliver, perched on a low branch. His eyes twinkled with ancient knowledge, and he greeted her with a nod. "Ah, Seraphina," he hooted softly, "you seek the glade, do you not?" "Yes," Seraphina replied, her voice barely above a whisper. but I am afraid of what I might find." Oliver chuckled warmly. "Fear not, young one. Change is the wind that carries us forward. It is through change that we grow and learn who we truly are." Comforted by Oliver's words, Seraphina continued her journey. The path narrowed, leading her to a small brook that babbled joyfully over smooth stones. Here she met a lively squirrel named Pippin, who was busy gathering acorns for the winter. "Hello there," chirped Pippin, his eyes bright with mischief. "On your way to the glade, are you?" "I am," Seraphina nodded. "But I'm not sure I'm ready for what lies ahead." Pippin paused, clutching an acorn in his tiny paws. "The glade shows you what you need to see, not what you want. Trust in yourself, and you'll find the answers you seek." With Pippin's encouragement echoing in her mind, Seraphina pressed on. The forest began to thin, and soon she found herself standing at the edge of the enchanted glade. The sight took her breath away. The glade was a circle of ancient oaks, their branches intertwined like old friends. In the center was a serene pond, its waters as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky like a mirror. As Seraphina stepped into the glade, she felt a gentle breeze caress her cheek, and the world around her seemed to hum with life. She approached the pond and gazed into its depths. To her surprise, the water began to shimmer, and she saw not her reflection, but a story unfolding, her story. The water showed her the moments of her life, both joyful and challenging. It revealed how each change, though difficult, had shaped her into the person she was. Seraphina saw the strength she had gained from each experience, the wisdom she had collected like precious jewels, and the friendships that had supported her along the way. Tears welled in her eyes, not of sorrow, but of understanding. It was in that moment Seraphina realized that change was not something to fear, but a part of life to embrace. It was the catalyst for growth, for transformation, like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. As the vision faded, Seraphina felt a warmth spreading through her heart. She understood now that she could face whatever changes life brought, for she was stronger and wiser than she had ever believed. With a newfound sense of peace, Seraphina turned to leave the glade. As she retraced her steps, she felt lighter, as though a burden had been lifted. The forest, with its rustling leaves and gentle creatures, seemed to welcome her with open arms. When she returned to Willowbrook, the villagers noticed a change in her. There was a quiet confidence in her step, a serene smile on her lips. Seraphina shared her journey with them, not as a tale of magic, but as a story of discovery and growth. And so, life in the village continued, as life always does, with its ebbs and flows, its seasons of change. Seraphina, no longer afraid, embraced each new day with an open heart, ready to learn and grow. The enchanted glade remained a place of wonder, whispered about in tales and visited by those seeking answers. And Seraphina, with her newfound wisdom, became a guiding light for others, sharing her story by the warm glow of the fireplace, her voice a soothing balm to all who listened. And in the heart of the forest, the glade waited, a timeless sanctuary for those brave enough to embark on the journey of self-discovery. For it is through change that we find ourselves, and it is through growth that we truly shine. Story 57. I'm sorry I can't assist with that request. Story 58. In the gentle glow of the twin moons of Zolara, a planet known for its ethereal beauty and vibrant, swirling auroras, there lived a young stardust weaver named Lyra. Her kind, luminous eyes were as deep as the cosmos she admired each night. Lyra's delicate fingers were skilled at crafting shimmering threads of stardust into intricate tapestries that captured the essence of dreams and wishes whispered into the night sky. Far across the galaxy, on a planet called Cragmore, with its rugged landscapes and harsh, rocky terrain, there resided a burly, armored creature named Rorak. Though his exterior was formidable, Rorak's heart was tender and compassionate. His people, the Rockborn, were known for their strength and resilience, yet Rorak was different. He had a deep yearning to explore beyond the confines of his stony world. The universe, in its mysterious dance, had plans for these two unlikely companions. It began with a cosmic event, a comet, rare and powerful, streaking across the night sky, showering the galaxy with fragments of its celestial makeup. This comet held an ancient magic, capable of bending time and space, and its path was set to intersect the lives of Lyra and Rorak. One crisp evening, as the comet's light began to twinkle, Lyra sat on the soft, grassy knoll just outside her village. The air was filled with the gentle aroma of night-blooming flora, and the auroras above painted the sky in hues of emerald and violet. Lyra's heart felt a pull, a whisper of a journey beyond her dreams. Simultaneously on Cragmoor, Rorak stood at the edge of a great cliff, overlooking the vast, craggy plains. The winds howled around him, carrying the scent of earth and mineral, as he gazed up at the same comet. Its brilliance sparked a flame of wanderlust within him, urging him to seek the unknown. As the comet passed overhead, it sent out a shower of stardust and cosmic energy, creating a bridge between two worlds. In an instant, Lyra and Rorak found themselves face to face in the shimmering expanse of a celestial meeting ground, a place where stars whispered secrets and the air was thick with the magic of possibility. At first they regarded each other with uncertainty. Lyra, with her ethereal grace, seemed fragile in Rorak's eyes, while Rorak, with his towering frame and stony exterior, appeared intimidating to Lyra. The silence stretched between them, filled only by the distant hum of the stars. But as they stood there, a gentle breeze carried a melody, a song of the universe that spoke of unity and understanding. Lyra's heart, ever open and curious, reached out with a warm smile. "Hello," she said softly, her voice a gentle breeze in the cosmic expanse. Rorak, taken aback by her kindness, responded with a nod, his voice a deep rumble. "Greetings, I am Rorak of the Rockborn." "I am Lyra, a stardust weaver of Zolara," she replied, her words carrying the essence of light and wonder. Their initial misunderstandings slowly began to dissolve as they shared their dreams and desires. Lyra spoke of her longing to see the universe beyond her starry homeland, while Rorak revealed his wish to understand more than just the strength of his people. As they conversed, the comet's magic enveloped them, weaving their destinies together. They embarked on a journey through the galaxy, visiting planets of dazzling colors and vibrant life, each place offering new challenges and lessons. On a planet of ice and snow, they faced a fierce blizzard. Lyra, with her knowledge of weaving warmth from stardust, fashioned a shimmering cloak that protected them both from the biting cold. Rorak, using his strength, carved a shelter from the ice, ensuring their safety through the storm. In a dense forest of towering crystal trees, they encountered creatures that communicated through music. Rorak, whose voice was like the rolling thunder, found harmony with Lyra's gentle, lilting song, and together they created a melody that resonated with the creatures, earning their trust and friendship. Through these shared challenges, Lyra and Rorak discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate their differences, finding strength in their union. Lyra's gentleness balanced Rorak's strength, while his resilience fortified her delicate spirit. One evening, as they rested on a tranquil, moonlit beach on the edge of a tranquil azure sea, Lyra turned to Rorak. "I never imagined that someone so different from me could become such a dear friend," she said, her eyes reflecting the starry sky. Rorak nodded, the warmth of her words melting the last of his reservations. "Neither did I, Lyra, but you have shown me the beauty of the universe in ways I never thought possible." As they sat side by side, the gentle waves lapping at the shore, a sense of peace settled over them. The comet's magic, having fulfilled its purpose, began to fade, but the bond it had forged between Lyra and Rorak remained strong and unbreakable. With the first light of dawn, they knew it was time to return to their respective worlds. Yet, they parted not with sadness, but with the joy of knowing they had found a friendship that transcended stars and planets. They promised to meet again, guided by the light of the comet that had brought them together. And so, Lyra returned to her starry village, her heart filled with the warmth of their adventures, while Rorak journeyed back to his rocky homeland, carrying the gentle wisdom he had gained. Each of them, changed for the better by their time together, continued to weave their own stories across the vast tapestry of the cosmos. In the quiet moments of their lives, whenever they looked up at the night sky, they were reminded of their dear friend and the adventures that bound them. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, had taught them that true friendship knows no bounds, and that in the heart of every star there lies the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. And thus, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Lyra and Rorak's story became a cherished legend among the stars, a tale of friendship, unity, and the magic of the universe. Story 59. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Fern Hollow. This village was cradled by lush emerald trees that seemed to murmur secrets whenever the wind rustled through their leaves. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees weaving through the wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor. Fern Hollow was a place where magic danced like fireflies at dusk, subtle and kind. In this village lived a wise old sage named Alder, whose home was a cozy cottage nestled beneath the canopy of a grand old oak tree. Alder's cottage was a place of warmth and wonder, its walls lined with shelves of dusty tomes and curious trinkets that sparkled in the sunlight filtering through the leaf-dappled windows. A crackling fireplace cast a golden glow over the room, filling it with the comforting scent of burning pinewood. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky was painted with hues of amber and rose, a peculiar thing began to happen in Fern Hollow. The villagers noticed that each morning the dewdrops that usually glistened on the grass like tiny jewels had vanished. The villagers, puzzled and slightly concerned, turned to Alder for guidance. Alder, with his twinkling gray eyes and long, flowing beard that seemed to carry the wisdom of the ages, listened intently to his neighbors' concerns as they gathered around his hearth. "Fear not," he said in his gentle, reassuring voice. "The forest has its mysteries, but they are often solved with patience and understanding." Among the villagers was a young girl named Lyra, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Lyra often spent her days exploring the forest, befriending the creatures that dwelled within. She was particularly fond of a clever little squirrel named Nimbus, who had a knack for finding the best acorns and a heart full of adventure. Determined to solve the mystery of the missing dew, Lyra approached Alder with a plan. "Perhaps we could spend the night in the forest and see what happens," she suggested, her voice brimming with excitement. Alder nodded thoughtfully. "A fine idea, Lyra. But remember, the forest is alive with magic, and we must tread with respect and care." That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky shimmered with stars, Lyra and Nimbus set out on their adventure. The forest was a symphony of soft rustles and gentle hoots, the air cool and crisp with the scent of pine and earth. They chose a spot near the edge of a clearing where the moonlight spilled like a silver stream onto the forest floor, and settled in to watch and wait. As the night unfolded, Lyra noticed something unusual. The moon seemed brighter than usual, its light cascading down in silvery waves. Nimbus, with his keen squirrel senses, twitched his nose and perked his ears. There was a faint, melodic tinkling, like the sound of tiny bells drifting through the forest. Following the sound, they moved deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the shadows danced longer. There, in a secluded glen bathed in moonlight, they discovered the source of the mystery. A group of ethereal creatures, shimmering like the stars themselves, were delicately collecting the dew with tiny, crystalline nets. These creatures, known as dew sprites, were tasked with gathering the dew to weave into the fabric of dreams, ensuring that every creature in the forest slept peacefully through the night. Lyra watched in awe as the dew sprites worked their magic, their movements graceful and serene. Understanding now the importance of their task, she felt a warmth in her heart, a connection to the very essence of the forest's magic. The next morning, as the first light of dawn touched the treetops, Lyra and Nimbus returned to Fern Hollow to share their discovery. The villagers gathered once more at Alder's cottage, eager to hear the tale. As Lyra recounted their adventure, Alder nodded knowingly. "The forest has shared its secret with you, Lyra. The dew sprites remind us that there is much we do not see, and much we must trust to the guardians of nature." The villagers, comforted by this understanding, went about their days with a newfound appreciation for the unseen wonders of their world. And as for Lyra and Nimbus, they continued their explorations, ever curious and ever respectful of the magic that surrounded them. From that day on, the dewdrops returned each morning, a sparkling gift from the dew sprites, a reminder of the delicate balance of nature and the gentle mysteries that Fern Hollow held. And so, in the peaceful village nestled in the whispering woods, the the people and creatures lived in harmony, their hearts open to the magic of the world around them. As the seasons turned, the stories of Fern Hollow were passed down from one generation to the next, their lessons whispered like the trees in the wind, always reminding them of the wisdom found in friendship and understanding. And so, as the fire crackled softly in Alder's hearth and the stars twinkled overhead, the village of Fern Hollow drifted into a gentle slumber, wrapped in the warmth of its own enchanting tale. Story 60. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like distant lanterns in the ink-black night, there existed a quaint little planet known as Seraphia. Unlike the bustling space hubs with their towering metropolises and relentless pace, Seraphia was a tranquil world, enveloped in lush, rolling meadows and serene lavender skies. It was here that our story begins, with a gentle breeze whispering through the emerald leaves and the scent of honeyed blossoms filling the air. Seraphia was home to the Seraphians, a peaceful race of beings with translucent wings that shimmered like opals under the sun. They were known for their wisdom and gentle nature, living harmoniously with the land and each other. Among them was Era, a young Seraphian with a heart as vast as the sky, and a curiosity that often led her to explore the unknown. One day, as Ira flitted through the sky above the crystalline rivers of Seraphia, her keen eyes caught sight of something peculiar, a small, shiny object plummeting from the heavens, trailing a tail of smoke. It landed with a soft thud in a nearby meadow, sending birds fluttering into the air in alarm. Intrigued, Ira flew down to investigate. Nestled in the tall grass was a sleek, silvery pod, its surface gleaming under the gentle sunlight. As Ira approached, a panel on the pod hissed open, and out stepped a being unlike any she had ever seen. It was tall and slender, with skin that glimmered like polished stone, and eyes that glowed a warm amber. This was Kale, a traveler from the distant planet of Lumasara, known for its inhabitants' resilience and ingenuity. Ira and Kale regarded each other with mutual curiosity, each a representative of their own worlds, their differences as stark as night and day. Ira's wings fluttered with uncertainty, while Kale, though calm, felt a twinge of apprehension in this unfamiliar land. "Hello," Ira began, her voice gentle like the rustling leaves. "I am Ira of Seraphia. Are you lost?" Kale nodded, his voice resonant and deep, like the echo of a distant canyon. "I am Kale, and my vessel has brought me here unexpectedly. I seek refuge until I can repair it." Though their initial exchanges were wary, Ira's compassionate nature urged her to offer assistance. "You may stay in our village," she suggested, "and I will help you however I can." As days turned into weeks, Kale found himself adapting to the serene pace of life on Seraphia. Era introduced him to the vibrant flora and fauna, guiding him through the fields of golden lumina flowers that glowed gently at night and the melodious streams that sang as they flowed over smooth stones. Despite their growing friendship, misunderstandings were inevitable. The Seraphians valued quiet reflection and often communicated through subtle gestures, whereas Kale's people were expressive and direct. During a village gathering, Kale's enthusiasm and booming laughter were met with startled glances, leaving him feeling out of place. Ira noticed his unease and later approached him by the riverside, where the moon cast silver trails across the water. "I am sorry if I seem distant," she said softly. "We Seraphians sometimes forget that not everyone shares our ways." Kale smiled, grateful for her empathy. "And I must remember that my exuberance can be overwhelming," he replied. "Your world is so peaceful, it invites contemplation." Through these moments of misunderstanding, they learned to blend their differences into a tapestry of mutual respect and understanding. Era taught Kale the art of listening to the whispers of the wind, while Kale showed Ira the beauty of expressing one's thoughts and emotions openly. Their bond deepened further when a sudden storm swept through Seraphia, the likes of which had not been seen in many cycles. The tempest threatened to uproot the delicate balance of their world, and the village was in need of urgent assistance. Ira and Kale worked side by side, combining the Seraphians' harmony with nature and the Lumasarans' technical prowess. Kale devised a way to channel the excess energy of the storm into protective barriers, while Era orchestrated the Seraphians in a dance of unity, guiding the winds to calmer paths. As the storm subsided, the villagers gathered to celebrate, their hearts full of gratitude and relief. Era and Kale stood together, their friendship forged stronger than ever by the adversities they had faced. In the quiet aftermath, Era looked up at Kale, her eyes reflecting the starlit skies. "Thank you for being here," she said, the words carrying the weight of her appreciation and affection. Kale nodded, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. "I have learned much from you, Ira. Our paths may be different, but they have brought us together, and for that, I am grateful." As the seasons changed and the time for Kale's departure drew near, the two friends stood at the edge of the meadow where they had first met. The silvery pod, now repaired and ready, gleamed under the morning sun. "I will miss this place," Kale admitted, his voice tinged with melancholy. "And I will miss you, Ira." Era smiled, her wings catching the light in a rainbow of colors. "You will always have a home here, Kale. Our hearts are connected, no matter the distance." With a final embrace, Kale boarded his vessel, the door closing with a soft whisper. As the pod ascended into the sky, Era watched until it was a mere speck against the vast tapestry of stars. Back on Lumisara, Kale often thought of Seraphia and his dear friend Ira. He carried the lessons of their friendship with him, a guiding light in the darkness of space. And on Seraphia, Ira would gaze up at the stars, feeling a warmth in her heart, knowing that somewhere, amidst the infinite expanse, a friend was thinking of her too. And so, across the endless reaches of the cosmos, their friendship endured, a testament to the power of understanding, respect, and the bonds that unite us all, no matter how different we might seem. Story 61. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods where the trees hummed sweet lullabies to the wind, there lived a gentle soul named Marin. Marin was a young woman with hair like spun honey and eyes the color of the twilight sky, who found immense comfort in the familiar patterns of her life. She resided in a small, ivy-clad cottage, nestled beside a babbling brook that sang soothing tunes as it meandered through the forest. Marin's days were filled with simple joys, tending to her vibrant garden, collecting herbs for the village apothecary, and weaving tapestries embroidered with stories of old. Despite the tranquil beauty that surrounded her, Marin felt a restless stirring within her heart, a whispering call for change that both intrigued and frightened her. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun wove golden threads through the thinning leaves, Marin ventured deeper into the woods than she ever had before. She followed the brook as it danced over smooth stones, its melody inviting her to explore the unknown. As she walked, the air grew cooler and carried with it the scent of pine and earth, a fragrance that seemed to speak of ancient secrets and untold tales. As she wandered, Marin stumbled upon a hidden glen, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of leaves, creating a dappled pattern on the forest floor. In the center of the glen stood a majestic oak tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a peculiar object that caught Marin's eye, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and gently traced her fingers over the box's surface, feeling the smoothness of the wood and the delicate carvings of leaves and stars. As she opened the lid, a soft, shimmering light enveloped her, and she found herself gazing into a mirror-like surface that seemed to reflect more than just her physical form. It showed her dreams, fears, desires, and a vision of what she might become if she embraced the changes life offered. Startled yet mesmerized, Marin realized this was no ordinary mirror. It was a magical portal into her own heart, revealing the path of self-discovery she had long resisted. As she peered deeper, the light from the mirror danced around her like a gentle breeze, whispering promises of growth and transformation. Suddenly, the glen was filled with the presence of two ethereal beings. They were the guardians of the Whispering Woods, known to the villagers as the Keepers of Change. One was a graceful deer with antlers entwined with vines and blossoms, and the other, a wise owl with feathers that shimmered like moonlight. "Fear not, Marin," the deer spoke softly, its voice like the rustle of leaves. "Change is the breath of life, a dance of seasons that guides us toward our true selves." The owl nodded, its golden eyes warm with understanding. "You have been chosen to embark on a journey of transformation. We shall guide you, but it is your heart that must lead the way." With their gentle encouragement, Marin found solace in their words. She felt a sense of peace unfurl within her, mingling with the lingering apprehension. She realized that the fear of change was like a shadow, only as daunting as she allowed it to be. Over the following days, Marin returned to the glen, carrying the wooden box with her, exploring the depths of her reflection in the magical mirror. Each visit brought new revelations, moments of clarity intertwined with the wisdom shared by the keepers of change. In time, Marin discovered her love for the art of healing, a passion she had never before acknowledged. With the guidance of the keepers and her own burgeoning confidence, she began to cultivate this newfound skill. She learned to blend herbs and weave spells that mended not only the body, but also the spirit, offering comfort and hope to those in need. As Marin embraced the changes within her, the forest itself seemed to respond. The leaves shimmered with vibrant hues, and the brook sang even more melodiously. The whispering woods mirrored her inner transformation, a testament to the interconnectedness of all things. Her journey was not without challenges, yet each obstacle was met with the support of her friends, the deer and the owl, whose presence reminded her she was never alone. Through her experiences, Marin came to understand that change was not something to be feared, but rather a gateway to growth and self-discovery. And so, the young woman who once resisted change became a beacon of transformation and healing within her village. Her cottage, still nestled beside the singing brook, became a sanctuary for those seeking solace and renewal. It was a place where the magic of the whispering woods intertwined with the magic of the heart, creating a sanctuary of peace and growth. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Marin's heart remained ever open to the possibilities of change. She continued to walk the paths of the woods, hand in hand with the guardians who had shown her the way, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of the world around her. And thus, Marin's story became a cherished tale, whispered among the villagers by crackling firesides, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the power to embrace change, discover our true selves, and transform the world with kindness and courage. Story 62. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees sang their ancient songs, and the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of pine and lavender, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was a creature of habit, content with the familiar paths and the steady rhythms of his days. He cherished the way the sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled shadows on the mossy forest floor. But as the seasons turned and the days grew longer, a subtle restlessness began to stir within him, like the first ripples of a breeze across a still pond. It was as if the forest itself was whispering secrets of change and growth, urging him to step beyond the edges of his comfort. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn awoke to find a peculiar sight outside his cozy burrow. A shimmering path of golden leaves, unlike any he had seen before, wound its way deeper into the forest. The leaves glowed softly, as if imbued with a magic of their own, beckoning him forward. Finn hesitated, his heart a flutter of uncertainty. Change was a daunting prospect, a leap into the unknown, yet there was a gentle pull, a whisper of promise in the air. Gathering his courage, he stepped onto the golden path, each leaf beneath his feet sending a warm, tingling sensation through him. As he ventured deeper, the forest around him transformed. The familiar trees seemed taller, their bark etched with patterns that shimmered and shifted with the light. The air was filled with a symphony of sounds, delicate chimes of hidden bells, the soft rustle of unseen wings, and a gentle melody that seemed to resonate with his very soul. Along the way, Finn encountered a wise old turtle named Sage, who was basking in a pool of sunlight that poured through the canopy. Sage had eyes like polished amber, deep and knowing. "Ah, young one," he greeted Finn with a slow, deliberate nod. "The forest has chosen you for a special journey. Embrace it, and you shall find within yourself a wonder you never knew existed." Finn nodded, feeling the truth in Sage's words. With renewed determination, he continued along the path, his senses alive with the beauty and magic of the forest. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, he came across a clearing where a babbling brook danced over smooth stones. Here, he met a sprightly squirrel named Pippin, whose laughter was as bright as the sparkle of sunlight on water. Pippin was full of stories and laughter, and his zest for life was contagious. "Change is the spice of life, my friend," he chirped. "Imagine all the things you'll learn and see." With Pippin's infectious enthusiasm, the fear of change began to melt away, replaced by a growing curiosity and excitement. The forest path, now a tapestry of colors and sounds, mirrored the transformation taking place within Finn's heart. As dusk settled over the whispering wood, painting the skies in shades of violet and silver, Finn arrived at the heart of the forest, a place known only in legend. Here, the ancient elder tree stood, its branches stretching towards the heavens, leaves shimmering like the night sky. A soft voice, like the rustle of wind through leaves, spoke to him from the depths of the elder tree. "Dear Finn, you have journeyed far and grown much. Change need not be feared, for it is through change that we discover our true selves." With those words, a gentle breeze swirled around him, lifting him off his feet. Finn felt a warmth spreading through his body, a lightness that filled him with joy and peace. As he floated there, he realized that the magic of the forest was now a part of him, echoing the growth and transformation he had embraced. When the breeze finally set him down, Finn found himself back at his burrow, the golden path of leaves now a trail of soft glowing embers. The forest around him hummed with life, and he felt a deep sense of belonging. From that day on, Finn embraced the changes life brought his way. He ventured into new parts of the forest, learned new songs from the trees, and shared laughter and stories with Sage and Pippin. He discovered that within him was a boundless capacity for growth and transformation, and that the journey of personal discovery was as magical as the forest itself. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, Finn lived each day with an open heart, ready to embrace the ever-changing tapestry of life, knowing that he was never alone, guided always by the whispers of the whispering wood. Story 63. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and sprawling meadows, there was a young woman named Leora. She lived in a modest, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustle of leaves was like a lullaby sung by the wind. Leora was known in her village for her kind heart and thoughtful nature, yet she carried within her a quiet fear of change. Every morning she would wander through the village square, greeting the familiar faces of her neighbors, the cobbler with his perpetually dusty apron, the baker whose pastries filled the air with the scent of warm cinnamon, and the children who played under the watchful eye of the old oak tree. This routine brought her comfort, a predictable tapestry of life that she cherished deeply. However, a looming change cast a shadow over her days. The seasons were shifting, and with the first blush of spring came whispers of a magical festival that would soon take place in the heart of the whispering woods. This festival, held once every century, was said to bring forth a transformative magic, a magic that mirrored the growth within the souls of those who dared to embrace it. The villagers spoke of it with a mix of excitement and trepidation, sharing tales of ancestors who had returned from the woods, changed in ways both wondrous and profound. Yet for Leora, the thought of such change filled her with uncertainty. She was content in her world, wary of what she might lose if she ventured into the unknown. One evening, as the sky blushed with the hues of twilight, Leora sat by the hearth, the warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a comforting quilt. The crackling logs whispered stories of old, and her thoughts drifted to the festival. Could she be brave enough to face her fears? As if sensing her turmoil, a gentle knock sounded at her door. It was Ansel, the village storyteller, a kindly old man with eyes that twinkled like starlight. He had known Leora since she was a child, and his presence was as familiar as the sound of the brook that sang through the village. "May I join you by the fire, my dear?" Ansel asked, his voice a soothing melody. "Of course," Leora replied, gesturing to the chair beside her. As they settled into a comfortable silence, Ansel began to speak, weaving a tale as intricate as the patterns in Leora's grandmother's quilt. "You know, this festival is not just about change, but about discovery. It's a journey within, a chance to meet parts of yourself that you've yet to know." Leora listened, the words weaving into her heart. Ansel continued, "Sometimes, my dear, the fear of change is rooted in the shadows of what we do not understand. But remember, the forest is full of friends waiting to guide you. His words lingered in the air long after he'd taken his leave, like echoes of a gentle promise. That night, Leora dreamed of the forest, its trees whispering secrets of old, their branches reaching out like kindly arms. The day of the festival arrived, wrapped in a misty morning that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. Leora donned her favorite cloak, its deep blue fabric embroidered with silver threads that caught the light like stars. She took a deep breath, her heart a fluttering bird, and stepped towards the whispering woods. As she entered the woods, the air was alive with the scent of earth and blooming flowers. The path ahead was lined with luminescent mushrooms that glowed softly, guiding her way. Leora paused, her hand brushing against the rough bark of a tree, seeking reassurance in its steadfast presence. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush caught her attention. Out stepped a fox, its fur a dazzling auburn, eyes bright with intelligence and warmth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox said, its voice smooth as silk. "I am Phelan, your guide through this enchanted forest." Leora blinked in surprise, but felt an unexpected calm wash over her. She nodded, a silent agreement to follow where Phelan would lead. Together, they journeyed deeper into the woods, where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The air was filled with the soft hum of life, a symphony of chirping crickets and whispering leaves. As they walked, Phelan shared stories of the forest's magic, of how it mirrored the changes within those who entered with open hearts. "Each tree, each rock, each creature holds a piece of wisdom," Phelan said. "The forest is alive, ever-changing, just as you are." Leora listened, her fears slowly unraveling like a skein of yarn, replaced by a curiosity that sparked within her. She began to see the beauty in the unknown, a tapestry of possibilities woven with threads of courage and wonder. They reached a clearing where the festival was to be held. The scene was like a page from a storybook. Lanterns floated in the air, casting a warm glow over the gathering. People from the village mingled with the forest's creatures, their laughter a gentle ripple in the serene atmosphere. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like tiny stars. This was the heart tree, the source of the forest's magic. Phelan turned to Leora, a knowing gleam in his eyes. "This is your moment, Leora. The heart tree invites you to look within, to embrace the change that calls to you." With a deep breath, Leora approached the tree, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch its bark. The moment her fingers met the tree, a warmth spread through her, a gentle tide that washed away her fears. She closed her eyes, letting the magic of the forest guide her. In that quiet space, she saw the parts of herself she had yet to meet, her courage, her resilience, her capacity for growth. The forest whispered its secrets, showing her that change was not something to fear, but a gift to cherish. When she opened her eyes, the world seemed brighter, the colors more vivid. She turned to Phelan, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice as soft as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Phelan nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "You have discovered the magic within you, dear Leora. Remember, the forest is always here, its magic ever present, whenever you need a reminder of who you truly are." As the festival continued around them, Leora felt a peace she had never known, a quiet confidence that filled her heart. She joined in the celebration, her laughter mingling with the music that floated through the air, a melody of joy and newfound freedom. When the festival drew to a close and the villagers began to make their way home, Leora lingered a moment longer in the clearing, her gaze resting on the heart tree. She knew now that change was a companion, a gentle guide on the journey of life, and she welcomed it with open arms. With Phelan by her side, Leora returned to the village, the path through the woods now familiar and welcoming. She carried with her the lessons of the forest, a newfound understanding that life's magic lies not in resisting change, but in embracing the beautiful transformation it brings. And so, in the quiet of her cottage, with the fire crackling softly, Leora tucked these lessons into her heart, a treasure she would carry with her always. She knew that she was never truly alone, for the forest and its magic would always be there, waiting to guide her on her journey of discovery. In the gentle embrace of the night, with the stars watching over her, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, content in the knowledge that she had found her way, and that the beauty of transformation was the greatest magic of all.